What is up, YouTube? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK, live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Monday, April 15th, 2024, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, Scottie does it again. Scottie Scheffler, the lifetime Longhorn, wins his second green jacket. We will recap the Masters and talk about Scottie's place in history. Plus, a massive recruiting weekend for Texas basketball as Rodney Terry lands not one, not two, but three players from the transfer portal. We've got nuggets from the second Texas football scrimmage of the spring. Of course, it is game week for Longhorn football. The orange-white scrimmage comes your way on Saturday. We've got some Longhorn baseball. We've got some Longhorn softball. We've got the Astros beating the Rangers. And we've got the NBA postseason set and a ton more to get to. We are locked and loaded on a Monday show. Hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. It's good to see you this morning, Buck. How are you?
It's good to be here this morning, BK, on tax day. That's right, April 15th. Get them in. Get them in before midnight.
Did you get yours done?
They've been done. They're off and gone. Thank goodness. I needed to get that done.
What happened to your nose there?
Oh, I took a bullet in between my eyes yesterday, and I had a little misstep yesterday.
What do you mean you had a little misstep?
I was supposed to be chilling, watching golf all day. Yesterday was supposed to be a golf day, but I thought that I would do some things around the yard and had a misfortune of hitting my face and took a shot in between my eyes and hurt my wrist and my back and some other things. Yes, I was doing some property maneuvers yesterday and took a shortcut. Instead of going around some steps yesterday, I decided to try a little 25, 30-year-old, what they tried to attempt. And at 68, didn't work out so well for me again.
Hold on. The owner and founder of the fall school had a bad fall yesterday?
Yeah, face planted first too. Not shoulder to butt cheek, face first into the rocks yesterday. Now, let me describe this. First of all, I was distracted by my sisters who called just to check up on my other medical conditions. So,
you're blaming your sister for you falling on your face in your yard.
Sisters on a Sunday, on a Masters Sunday, they want to call to find out how my thyroidism is doing. How is that doing? And of course, I'm doing well. I'm still alive. So I get off the phone with them and I go right. My wife's in the house, so I go right to taking plants and things like that, juggling like 2 or 3 of them in my hand at one time. And so I went to straddle a wall from my driveway. You know the little area there where my driveway is, and then there's some plants. So I straddle that. I put my left foot down first, and my right leg is supposed to still stay up on the driveway, but it's not cooperating. It decides to go airborne because my left's on the ground. My right doesn't stay there. So obviously I'm not stretched out enough to do that maneuver. So my right leg comes off the ground. I lose my balance. I'm still up about 3 steps high, and I go airborne, and I miss the side of the steps, which is instant death. I mean, I'm going to die. If I hit my head there, I'm dead. And so I'm in the air, 1 Mississippi, 2, but I don't get to 2 Mississippi before I have to throw my left wrist in front of where my mouth is because I can't screw up these chiclets. Okay, I might as well hit the side of my head on the corner of the stone and go just brain dead there and die than to hit my face and tear up these teeth. So I missed the step, but my forehead hits first into the stone there. A piece of stone embeds itself right there. It looks like I got shot right there. That's in my face, sticking there as I'm on the ground. But it's not like I hit wrist first. I don't hit my mouth, but I do hit my forehead first. Instant knot comes up. You saw it yesterday. This thing looked like another nose that was in the middle of my forehead. I've got a stone in there. I clipped the stone out. The blood's running. And I was thinking I broke my nose because I feel all this blood. So I get up and I walk in the house and I'm bleeding. I should have left a stone in there for my wife to see the stone in there. That would have really got her. She is pissed now. She's like, what did you do? You're going to need a stitch or two in there. I'm like, I'm not going back to it. I'm not going to see another doctor. This isn't happening. So I put like this crossweight full bandage on it. It's over my eye. It's got hair on it and stuff. And I'm bleeding and I'm thinking, damn, what have I done? Well, I sprained my wrist. I hurt my back. I cut my face. I've got this contusion in the middle of my head. You saw the before pictures. I'm way better today than I was yesterday. But it's just, I can't take any short. Dude, if I hit the corner of that step, it's over. It's done. Because once again, I don't break the fall, like I do at fall school. I would like to reenact this because I can do better.
Yeah. I mean, this is your area of expertise, right? You're supposed to be the professional faller. And just based on the looks of things and the sounds of that story, it doesn't sound like you did a great job falling.
Yeah, but I didn't get to Mississippi. That's the thing. You know what I'm saying? I'm in the air and I can maneuver my body, but I face plant. My face hits first into the stones there. And I'm glad it wasn't the big stones. It was just the little jagged stones that my face hits, and one gets caught in my skin because I'm thinking, first of all, if I hit the steps, I'm immediately dead. And there's the dog out there licking all the white meat that's coming out of my forehead. And this dog is going to eat my head. So I'm thinking my wife is going to come out. And there I am. There's the dog chomping my brain matter and eating my face. You know what I'm saying?
God.
And how embarrassing is that a way to die? With Louis eating my brain out in my front yard. I'm like, come on, dude. That's not the way you want to go out. But I did go to church yesterday. So I was thanking all the people that sent me prayers for the other incident I had. But this could have been avoided in a matter of 8 seconds, maybe at the most.
Well, it could have been avoided by you just sitting on your couch and watching golf yesterday like most normal people. That's what you should have been doing. That's what Master Sunday is for. See, you're going glass half full. You're thinking God spared you because you went to church yesterday.
Yes.
I'm thinking God smited you, if that's a word, because you were trying to do stuff during Master Sunday, during your Lord's Day. It's not my Lord's Day. It's your Lord's Day. You were doing stuff when you should have just been resting on the 7th day, watching golf, and you got punished because you were trying to do a little bit too much.
Yes, and that the sermon was about this dude named Stephen, who was one of the God's messengers who got stoned. He went to this place and started talking stuff, and no, not that stoned. They didn't like his act. They didn't like what he was talking about. Oh. So they brought him outside and they stoned him. And I'm thinking, what a way to go. Being stoned to death. They back in the day, they used to stone you to death. That's a horrible way. We need to bring that back to the prison system. Forget the electrocution. Why don't we just get stoned people again?
Just hit them with stones?
Big 4 inches, like throw them and bang them in the head or the shoulders.
Sounds like that almost happened to you yesterday.
Dude, after a while, if you're getting stoned, you are going to drop your hands, right? One of those is getting through, and you're going to get knocked out, and then they're going to pile them up on you. So that's how they used to kill people. They used to stone them to death. And so I'm thinking, damn it, what do? I'm eating stone. I've got this thing embedded in my nose. And I'm thinking, maybe that was the forgiveness. Maybe I was pretty lucky yesterday. Once again, I lucked out because I just missed the corner. But my wife is really mad at me.
Yeah.
I mean, mad.
I'm pretty mad at you as a friend. Like, you got to be careful, dude.
I am careful. I'm still around. I'm still movement. I still got movement. I'm sore, but I got some movement still going. And there's things to do. I don't have time to be lollygagging on a Masters Sunday.
Dude, you are 68 going on 98 right now. I swear, man.
No shortcuts, okay? That's it, though. I won't take any more shortcuts. I could have walked just around there and walked up onto the garden instead of trying to straddle it. I can't straddle things. I don't have that balance.
You told us last week that your boy Javier had reached out to you. Why don't you call your friend and get him to do this stuff for you so you can sit down and watch some golf?
He showed up. He got the dirt off the truck. He did that stuff. He's going to make the gate for me for my vegetable garden. He did show up. Yes, but he did get the dirt off the truck because I was getting ready to go right back. I was looking to go right back and jump on the truck after this incident and start shoveling, except for my wrist is bruised. Yeah. No golf. Won't be any golf this week. dumbass. Now I can't play golf.
Oh
But
my
I was thinking,
God.
generally, like if you hit the back of your head, the lights go out. But if you hit the front part, that front of that lobal deal here on your forehead, the
Yeah.
lights come on. I mean, it got real bright because I was
Oh,
thinking, oh shit.
woke you up.
It really woke me up, and my goodness, the blood is coming down. So I thought I broke my nose. I thought it was coming out of my nose. Instead, it's coming down from this deal over here, this gunshot wound between the eyes.
How about our guy, Michael C., saying, "You're no longer a weather guesser or a fall coach, and it's time to retire."
No, dude, it's not time to retire. I'm going to reenact this. I'm trying to get my wife to do this for me. Let's bring the mattress out. Let's reenact what should have happened and the way I should have fallen. You can't face plant. Remember, your head has to be out of the game. Your head should not ever be in the game.
It looks like your head was in the game because the only
Okay.
scratch we see is on your dome.
Yeah, dude, it's 1 Mississippi. I should have been able to at least get to 2 Mississippi. I got to 1.5 Mississippi, and then it was face. I mean, I got facial. I took a facial yesterday.
Hey, Cripple, let me know when you're going to reenact that so I can take out a life insurance policy on you right before, because that'll be it. I mean,
How comes my wife doesn't think that's funny that she can be down there? You can reenact that. She can catch me.
God, you got to treat this like baseball, maybe like football, right? Baseball, you're going on the injured list. You're out 10 to 15 days. Maybe slow things down for a little bit before you get back out there. What do you say?
I think I'll forget the reenactment if I don't do this immediately while I'm still sore and I can understand exactly what I did. Why is it that my left foot goes down, gets planted? Why does the right leg have to come with it? Why can't the right leg, the one that's got the knee in it, why did that supposed to stay grounded up top? I had enough room to do the split. I mean, it wasn't a long split. You know what I mean? It was about 3 feet, maybe a yard down between the driveway and where the garden is. Why doesn't that right leg stay stable? Why is it decided it wants to go too?
Because you're old. I don't
And I
know what
think
to tell you.
I need more balance than I do. That's why that leg came down there to try to balance. I can't balance.
You
off
should
of
look
one.
into that. Like I don't have amazing balance, but I'm young enough to where my balance gets me by. Like you should look into balance exercises, just easy stuff to do at home that will prevent things like this from ever happening. I'm sure there's stuff on YouTube where we are right now.
YouTube has everything.
YouTube has everything. It's the second most popular search engine in the world behind Google. People look up all kinds of stuff on YouTube. Literally my dad and YouTube have taught me everything I know about how to do stuff. It's got everything. You could definitely find
people. Maybe there's got to be a balance beam that just lays on the floor where I'm only up 6 inches and I work the balance beam.
Sure. I'm sure that exists. You can do stuff without a balance beam, I would guess.
No, dude, I'm Mary Lou Godbolt, and I should be able to be on a regular balance beam and make that happen. I should be able to spin and reverse and walk back the other way.
You would eat shit if you stepped foot on a balance beam. I don't care if it's 6 inches off the ground or 6 feet off the ground. You would fall. It just depends on how far you'd fall.
Do you think I could walk from one end to the other? You don't think I could spin around, walk to one end, spin, and come back the other way without falling off a balance beam?
I mean, just hearing this story, I'm not sure you could walk one end to the other on flat ground. Like, I'm worried you wouldn't make it that far. I'm worried you'd start swaying back and forth like Tavondre Sweat in that incident last weekend.
Oh, come on, man. And then I had to, but I didn't run from the scene yesterday. I came in the house. Oh, and my wife, I was thinking, she's going to really feel bad for me. Oh, no. She's like pissed immediately. Like there's blood coming down my face. And I'm like trying to get, put a little thing and pop it off. And then I say the word, I fell. And that just lit the fuse. You what? You fell on your face? Guys, don't give it up. Do not give up. Do not let your girlfriends or your boyfriends tell you, or your wives tell you that you're too old. Stop it. Stay active. Stay on the move. But don't take shortcuts. There's no reason. And don't overload yourself with too many things in your hands. You got 2 hands. 2 things are the most you need to have. And basically, you only need to have one thing.
Right.
You got to protect yourself with the other hand. And thank goodness I put this deal right here, my wrist, up to my face and protected these chiclets, because I can't even imagine going to Eckerd's in the Eckerd's office looking like a jack-o'-lantern. You know what I mean? With the teeth all shattered. You know how pissed they would be?
Yeah.
I had to redo all this stuff. As I told you, that was the second most talked about thing when I went to Tampa when I had my surgery was the fact that give us your date of birth, which they asked me like every 5 seconds, date of birth, 6/29/55, what you're in there for, hyperparathyroidism surgery. And then those teeth, dude, those teeth look great. From the nurses to the doctors, you got great looking teeth. Where'd you get that done? I'm like, in Austin. Oh, they couldn't do your thyroid surgery there, your hyperparathyroid, but they could get your teeth fixed. I said, they can do teeth here in Austin. They can't do that other stuff. But dude, I can't even imagine if those things would have shattered. I was thinking about that, one Mississippi while I was in the air. What do I need to protect first? Generally, it's my head, throw my head back, but it was my protecting my face because I could feel I was getting ready to face plant. So I stick my hand up there, protect my face, and I hit my forehead. Damn.
Yeah. Well,
Listen, what is the lesson here? Is there a lesson? No. The lesson is I got away with it, and I must keep active. I got to get over this soreness and get to work here. That's what I need to do.
Boy, are you sure you're not concussed? Because if that's the lesson you learned from that incident, then I think something may be wrong with you.
I'm not the guy who goes hiking and going up mountains. I'm not taking any photos over the edge. I'm not going to Mount Bunnell and hanging over the cliffs. I can't do that. I got that part.
That's where you draw the line.
Yes.
Okay.
Taking photos at the edge of cliffs and mountains. I'm not going to do that.
Okay. Yeah, that's smart. Nobody should be doing stuff like that, but you sure as hell shouldn't be coming close to doing stuff like that. My gosh. Well, glad you're okay. Hilarious battle scar to show from that incident.
Oh, that thing there with the stone in there. I should have taken a picture with the stone in there.
Does look like a third eye that you've got right there.
I know. It is truly. But you saw the knot that was on my head. That thing was huge.
Looking like a character from Guardians of the Galaxy.
It was awful. It was another forehead. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for what you do. It is appreciated. I'll let you do the hard work. I'll just get on my knees in the garden, and that's it from now on, I guess.
Thankfully, our soldiers are a little more coordinated than the Buck. We'd have the worst military of all time if we had a bunch of you running around.
68-year-old guys out there with backpacks on.
No, I don't think we have any of those, and that's a good thing.
Dumb. I want to say it's dumb, but my wife won't. She knows I won't admit the fact that was a bad maneuver. I should be able to balance myself there, the little side straddle. And the reenactment, I need to video that.
Yeah.
With a mattress.
Yeah, so you fall on the mattress instead?
Yes, I need to reenact that while I'm still just sore.
Maybe put a couple of mattress eye down there so just in case you miss your intended target, you still end up on some foam,
Yeah, we need to do that because I could have done a better fall than that. I really could have. I mean, you can't face plant. Your head can't hit first. It's got to be. Now my shoulder is hurting because my shoulder did take a little bit, and of course, anything jarring makes my back hurt. So I'm sitting in my relaxed back chair because then, of course, after all that, I got up and laid on this damn couch. And you know what? The taco just folded all my back.
Yeah, you should have gone straight upstairs to that relax the back chair. That was another mistake by you yesterday.
But you know what? It was Masters Sunday. My deal was I was not supposed to be doing anything but watching golf. All of a sudden, I pick a year this year that it was a beautiful day, by the way, yesterday here.
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
It was hot. It was hot yesterday.
Yeah, so you needed to get out and get some work done.
I went out for a little bit. Shout out to our friends at Picks Sports Gear, our great pickleball sponsors here on TSU. They had a demo day out at Bolden Acres on South Lamar. Great bar, giant outdoor patio, a couple of pickleball courts as well. Wags was out there, had a couple of friends out there. It was a good day. It was hot though, man. We were sweating like a lot. It was toasty, but shout out to Pick Sports Gear. If you're a pickleball fan, make sure you head over to picksportsgear.com. That's PIXsportsgear.com. They've got paddles. They've got gear. They're about to launch a big-time line of apparel, too. So tons of great stuff for you to elevate your pickleball game if you already play or if you're just looking to get into pickleball for the first time. They've got everything you need to get started at picksportsgear.com.
Yeah, and folks, truly, I am not trying to kill myself. I'm just trying to do the normal things that I've been doing kind of all my life when it comes to outside stuff, carrying a bunch of stuff, running around. And, you know, my property is just not even, BK. It's just the way it is. It's not going to get even. It's not going to be flat where I live,
No.
you know?
No, you're a man, dude. Like this is gonna happen to me if I'm fortunate enough to live
Sure.
as long as you have. Like every guy does this. They think they can move and maneuver like they did in their 20s, and it just that there are moments in life that tell you, nah, you can't really do that anymore.
Yeah, but I've had too many of these. I mean, it's been this way for, you know, ever since I had the knee surgery and got a new knee.
Yeah.
This knee doesn't react like the other knee. It just doesn't. It's slower. So that's why I wanted to get off the driveway and join the other knee. And I'm pissed about that.
Yeah.
I'm pissed. It should have stayed right where it was. I had it planted on solid ground. I don't know why it leaves the ground to come down with the other leg. Is that just the way that it's just no flexibility? It has to come down. It just had to.
Had to.
And I
All
shouldn't
right.
be, people shouldn't be mad at me. They should be applauding me. My wife should be she should be up here applauding me right now for being so active.
Early text on the Coda text line this morning, by the way, 512-222-9328. If you want to hit us up there, a 512 number asks, can we create a bingo card for Bucky's injuries/illnesses?
Ooh, the
Had a lot
bingo
of
card. Yeah, okay.
Had a lot of them. As my buddy Sam says, love that you're clarifying you're not trying to kill yourself. Good job, my friend.
By the way, good morning to Erin, who I met her mother at Szechuan River Chinese food takeout yesterday. Her mother heard my voice and said, Bucky, I listen to you every morning on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I listen to you and BK in the morning. And my daughter, I wish she was here to meet you, but she said, I've been listening to you for a long time. And, you know, heard my voice at the Chinese restaurant and said hello and said, loves the show, loves what we're doing, enjoys now, this was before the accident, so she saw me when I was in full good-looking, you know, mode. She hadn't seen me since I had the bullet. Since my wife tried to shoot me between the eyes.
Since you got the third eye blind.
Oh, the third eye is how about getting ready to go get stitches in that? Come on, man. Stitches? We're not doing that. Oh,
Hey,
I'm starting to get blood.
Third eye. Wish you would have stepped back from that ledge, my friend. All right.
Yes.
That's what you should have done out in your garden yesterday.
Yes, indeed.
My gosh. All right. Oh, by the way, a tease for crosstalk at 10 o'clock it'll be Wags and Keenan again today because Double R's on vacation. He'll be back tomorrow. I brought up the pickleball festivities out at Bolden Acres yesterday with our friends at Pick Sports Gear.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, I got out on the court for a little bit, and Wags also got out on the court for a little bit.
All in the China shop there?
Wags ate shit. He fell playing pickleball. And guess who got it on video?
Oh, no.
Oh,
Down goes Wags.
Down goes Wags. I mean, you should be locked in all day long to Texas Sports Unfiltered, but make sure you're tuned in a couple of minutes before 10 o'clock to watch the videos. We got a couple. We got the real speed with sound. We got real speed, no sound. And I also got half speed of Wags hitting the deck. I thought pickleball was like a recreational sport. I thought it was non-contact, but Wags proved me wrong yesterday with
Please don't tell me he tried to make a real play on something that he had no business trying.
He just tried to hit the ball, man.
No, just a regular swing.
That's all I'm going to say.
Wow.
So it'll make you feel a little bit better about yourself. I think it's going to make everybody feel a little bit better about themselves this morning. That's coming up. But let's get to the golf. I was watching. You should have been watching the lifetime Longhorn Scottie Scheffler running away from the field yesterday. His second Masters win in 3 years, his second career major. He had a one-shot lead going into yesterday, and once again, he just ran away and hid. Shot a 4 under 68, won by 4 strokes over Ludwig Oberg, the Texas Tech grad. So once again, Texas coming in front of Texas Tech in sports. No surprise there. But how about Scottie, Buck, shooting a 5 under on the back 9 yesterday? I mean, this thing was relatively close through the first half of his round. You felt like, all right, there are a couple of guys who can maybe make a run at him and at the green jacket. But then Scottie just left no doubt. Just birdie, one after another.
Oh, yeah.
And once again, he just dominated down the stretch to pick
Yeah,
up
he
his
he
second
beat
ring.
those dudes at his B- game yesterday. He
Yeah,
really did.
it didn't feel like he was playing his best golf really all weekend long, and he still won the toughest tournament in the world by 4 shots. Like that's how good this guy is right now. He was a heavy favorite. He's one of the heaviest favorites in the history of the Masters going into the weekend. And well, he made everybody who bet on Scottie Scheffler, despite the not so favorable odds, look incredibly smart. He is clearly the best golfer in the world right now, and he put that on full display.
Yeah, and I think he's the best by right now by a long shot. His mental game, he doesn't compound mistakes with another mistake. He'll make a mistake, he'll take a bogey and move along, but then he'll come right back and make a great shot for birdie and make up for it. He doesn't compound mistakes. I mean, I watched guys over the weekend just, because of the wind, just keep compounding and making the same mistake over and over again, and guys going for it when they should have laid up. It was, and you had to catch him. He wasn't going to hurt himself. So everybody had to come and get him at the end. And especially on Sunday, especially that back nine, he wasn't going to make a mistake. You were going to have to take a chance. And Oberg was, I thought, the second best there. Guys like Rory and D. Champlain and all that other stuff. That dude, his putting was so horrible. His first putts, and no matter where he was on Saturday, it was like a joke. I mean, he couldn't even get the ball within a foot of the hole. Just go ahead and just 2 putts sometimes. His first putts was going by 15 feet. I'm like, what are you doing there?
He was putting like I putt. I mean, seriously, that's what I do on the course. Now I do it at Muni's where it should be a little easier to putt than at Augusta. But yeah, he wasn't even close. And he shot that 65 on Thursday.
Wow.
And 73, 75, 73. Went over par the last 3 rounds. He still finished in the top 5?
Yeah.
And so he did enough on Thursday to where, okay, he was in contention and made himself a ton of money, but he fell off hard. And it was in large part because he couldn't get the flat stick to work for him at all.
In large part, it's because he plays for Liv. That's what happened to him. They're not used to 70 holes is just a little too much.
You think so?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, was there ever a moment yesterday where you felt like somebody besides Scottie Scheffler was going to win?
I thought Max Homa may have had a chance.
Okay.
But he just got kind of, he had to make too many shots. And he made some really good shots yesterday. He made a couple birdies that were good, but it was just, he had to probably make about 4 more incredible shots, and he just didn't have it in him. The place was too difficult. Even yesterday, the scoring, even though the winds weren't that bad, it was the best day that they've had, it was still tough.
Dude, the hole locations, right? Like the Masters really. Twitter account tweeted out where Sunday's hole locations were going to be, I think, on Saturday night.
Yeah.
And it was just unfair. It was just unfair where some of these holes were placed yesterday. So you're right. The conditions were seemingly set up for some low scores, but because the pins were where they were, I mean, there are very few guys who shot under par yesterday. And Scottie he might have had the best round out there at 4 under. I mean, of all the contenders, he had the best round out there. Maybe there was somebody random who sucked the first 3 days who played well, but Scottie was the only guy who was really able to sort of dominate the course the way the conditions would have led you to believe some other guys would have too.
Yeah, when on number 11, when Morikawa when he hit the ball in the water there in his second shot, I mean, it took him so long to figure out how he was going to hit it. He kept talking about, do I bail here? And, obviously you have to bail out to the right side. You can't hit it left inside the pin because it's going in the water. Or hell, if it hits the green, it's might be going on. He took so long in thinking what he was going to do instead of going up and just making a shot where you play it almost up there to where those people were sitting for number 12 at the par 3.
Yep.
He just snapped that. And Oberg did the same thing. I'm like, boy, they really are going to snap these balls into the water. And they did. That was over for him. That was it for Morikawa to me. The ball in the water was done. And not many balls went in the water at the par 3 on 12. Everybody, and then Homa hits it up in the bushes and they can't find a damn. I'm like, come on, man.
Yeah, Scottie had that moment right towards the middle of his round where you're thinking, okay, he bogeyed 7 and then he bogeyed 11. There was actually a point where Ludwig Oberg got it to within 1 stroke.
Yes.
Right? Like Scottie Scheffler was 8 under par and Oberg had gotten all the way down to 7 under par after a birdie on 9. But then just seemingly in the blink of an eye, Oberg had a double bogey on 11, and then Scottie just birdied 13. He birdied 14, and he birdied 16 to just really pull away and leave no doubt that he was going to walk away with the green jacket. So, for me, answering my own question, like I always felt like Scottie was in control yesterday, but there was like a, 10 to 15 minute stretch of real time where it's like, okay, like this thing might actually come down to the wire. And we've got Texas versus Texas Tech. We've got Scottie Scheffler, who's world number one, and then Ludwig Oberg, who is, quickly rising up the ranks. He looks like one of the best young golfers in the world, but like this is his first Masters appearance. So can he win it in his first ever Masters? Can he go full Fuzzy Zeller on this thing? But then just, in 15 minutes, it's like they went to commercial and came back, and all of a sudden Scottie's up multiple shots. And
that was it. Yeah.
That was it. So some of the superlatives for young Scottie Scheffler. He's the fourth youngest player to ever win 2 green jackets. How about the company he joined? Jack, Tiger, and Seve, the only players younger in terms of age to win 2 Masters tournaments. Scottie Scheffler, only the second golfer to win 2 green jackets in his first 5 Masters starts. Scottie Scheffler, only the 5th golfer of all time to win multiple Masters by 3+ strokes. Remember, he ran away in 2022 when he won his first one. Tiger, Seve, Jack, and Sam Snead, the only 4 other golfers to win multiple Masters by at least 3 shots. And, of course, for Scottie this year, it's his 3rd win of the season, and we're in the middle of April. I mean, this guy, like you said, he is clearly the best golfer in the world, and there's a pretty sizable gap between 1 and 2 right now.
Yeah, there is right now. Aberg, that guy he's going to, as I said, he will get better and better the more tournaments he plays. I mean, that was his first. Was that his first major? Oh, yeah, it was his first major. Period.
I don't know. Maybe it was
first Masters.
I know for sure. No, it was his first major. Yep, I knew it was his first Masters. But just a quick look at the Masters website, it says it was his first ever major. So
that dude just looked like none of that stuff bothered him. He just was playing golf.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't keep up with college golf all that religiously. So if I know who you are when you're a college golfer, that means you're good. Like I've heard of this guy. I've known about this dude for like 3 or 4 years. Like he's that. So this is not like an out of nowhere. This guy is like one of the next up in golf. And yeah, for him to do that, I mean, it's not like he wilted. He shot 3 under yesterday.
Yeah,
like
how does it
3 under Sunday at the Masters when you're in contention going up against some of the guys he was going up against? Like he was really good. The problem was, like you said, Scottie was just too good. He wasn't going to blow it on his own.
No, he doesn't. He's not going to compound mistakes. I mean, how's a guy from Sweden end up in Lubbock? I mean, really, dude?
Yeah, someone sold him a fake bill of goods, I guess, about Lubbock.
They got him.
It must smell like shit out in Sweden. The only way to explain that transition for him.
Yeah, he is tall and strong, hits it far. I mean, when you looked yesterday, dude, it was in order to catch Scottie, you had to hit it long. I mean, you had to get there. The par 5s, you had to get on in 2 in order to catch that guy yesterday. And it was too hard. It was still difficult yesterday with the great scoring conditions yesterday. That's still a hard place. And as my son said, Dad, you can't even imagine what the hills look like. When you see it on TV, it looks like it's steep. He said, it's nothing compared to when you're actually there, how steep these hills are.
Yeah, and congratulations to Tiger Woods for finishing last. Of all the golfers who made the cut, he finished last yesterday.
I was very surprised to see him actually finish it out. And to gut it out, I mean, even with the numbers, he looked like, there was a time when he was real frustrated, but there was a time when it looked like he was just happy that he was playing golf. That I'm out here, I'm at the Masters, I'm playing, I made the cut. My numbers are going to be big, but every shot's going to matter. He looked like he was preparing himself to play in other majors for the rest of the year, which I think he will.
I hope that's the case, right? And you're right. Even though Tiger did finish in 60th place and was the worst scoring golfer who played the weekend, it still feels like a little bit of a win because he was able to play through the weekend, right? He kept that cut streak alive. He set the record by making his 24th consecutive cut at the Masters. And yeah, the fact that he didn't withdraw, that to me feels like a minor W for Tiger, but also for golf fans everywhere.
Yeah, because I think you'll see him at the majors now. I think he'll play 1 or 2 times in between some of these majors because he has to compete against competitive guys that are really good. He can't just play against his son at the club and call it competition. I mean, on Saturday when what was it, Saturday or Friday when he went 23 holes. That's when I thought that dude is not showing up on Saturday. It's going to be too much. He won't be able to get out of bed. And he did.
He did.
And he got out on Saturday. And then when he was plus 11, I'm thinking, nah, Tiger, are you going to do it? But he went right back out there on Sunday, played it out to the very end, which was good to see.
Yep, he did. Let's hear from Scottie Scheffler. Man, this dude is so grounded, and I'm a man of pretty strong faith. Scottie Scheffler and I don't have the same faith, but he is a man of incredibly strong faith. And I said it last week, like his mental game, but really the inner peace of Scottie Scheffler, I think, is a superhero. Like I think every elite athlete has some sort of superpower that kind of makes them a superhero. And for Scottie Scheffler, it sure feels like his inner peace is what kind of separates him from everybody else. He's got the game, but there are a lot of guys who can drive it about as far as Scottie Scheffler can. Hell, there are dudes who can hit it farther. There are guys who can putt it better. There are guys who can do things better than Scottie when it comes to the physical elements of golf, but just he's so composed all the time. Here's him in the post-Masters press conference yesterday talking about winning the tournament and also talking about a conversation he had with some of his friends before his round got going yesterday.
Morning, I was a bit overwhelmed because I told him, I was like, I wish that I didn't want to win as badly as I did, or as badly as I do. I think it would make the mornings easier, but I love winning. I hate losing. I really do. And when you're here in the biggest moments, when I'm sitting there with the lead on Sunday, I really, really want to win badly. And my buddies told me this morning, my victory was secure on the cross. And that's a pretty special feeling, to know that I'm secure for forever. And it doesn't matter, whether or not I win this tournament or if I lose this tournament, my identity is secure for forever.
Yeah, I mean, there's a guy who's grounded about his sport and his livelihood not being the most important thing in his life. Yeah. Because whether he wins or lose, he's going to be a winner. It's just that when he's in his sport, when he's in what he does best, he doesn't want to lose. He's not going to lose it because he's going to do something stupid. He's not going to compound a mistake with another mistake. He's going to make sure that he does things the safe way, the right way. And he's going to let you make the mistake. In order to get to him, you're going to have to make the mistake because Scheffler's not going to make it. Like I said, that wasn't his best golf yesterday, but they had to come and get him. And they all knew that he wasn't going to go double bogeys, quadruple bogeys. He's not going to drop a ball in a bad spot. He's not going to lay up to a bad spot that he's not comfortable with because he's going to show you how good he is. He's just going to do the right thing. And that's what he was doing all day yesterday. Sure. That's all he had to do. Those guys just weren't good enough to get him.
Yeah, there are so many athletes who just put sport first, and that's all they focus on, and that's really their identity. And that's fine, It works for some, whatever. It's their life, it's their prerogative. It's kind of cool that Scottie Scheffler is like, no, man, my faith comes first, my family comes second, and then golf comes third.
Yeah, that dude was going to leave. If his wife goes into labor, he's leaving the course.
Okay, let's get into that here.
Yes.
Like, what happens if Scottie gets the call yesterday on 15? Like he's got a 4-shot lead. He's like 3 or 4 holes away from winning the Masters. He gets a call that his wife is going into labor. What does he do? There's no way he leaves, right?
He's gone.
No way.
I'm telling you, he's gone. I've got a feeling that he's getting a copter, getting into a private headed to the private airport, and he's gone because he knows he will be back at the Masters the following year. And the year after that, and the year after that. But the birth of his child, he's going to get there as quick. He may not even be there for the birth. If she goes into labor, he probably doesn't make it in time.
That's why it's like, dude, finish the round. Maybe skip the Butler cabin stuff and that awkward ass crap that still goes on every year. But you gotta finish. Like, yeah, it's easy to sit here and say, oh, Scottie's going to win a few more Masters. Like yesterday wasn't going to be his only chance to win another green jacket. But you never know, right?
But once again, that doesn't define him, whether he wins again. Once again, that's the same guy you just heard say that. So it doesn't matter if he wins 5 more or this is the last one he ever wins. That's not what defines that dude.
I get it, man. Like even if Saturday night and he's got a 1-shot lead going into Sunday, if he gets the call that Meredith is going into labor, I would understand him leaving. Now, there are a lot of people out there who wouldn't, but like that's Scottie Scheffler being true to his word. That's him wanting to be there for the birth of his child. Like, okay, commendable. I would think he's crazy for doing that, but commendable. But it's different when you're like on the back nine and you've got a big lead. Like there's no way he would have left. There's no way
I'm
he would
saying
have left.
I'm saying he's still gone. I'm going to hold him to the way he talks. I'm not in his mind, but I'm going to hold him to what he said and the way he says things, that he would, if he knew that he needed to be there, he was going to take off. And if there was a way to get there without, like I'm saying, I mean, he probably is not going to get there for the birth. She goes into labor. He's probably not going to make it in time for all of that, but he's going to show everything he did to get there and possibly be there. So I'm going to say that he would have gone. He would have gone, right, skipping the whole deal at the Butler cabin. Who gives a rat's ass? That thing takes hours upon hours. That's all commercial stuff. That's all stuff to pay the sponsors and everything. But if he's on 14, 15, he's on the back nine. He's at 12 at the par 3, and he gets the call. He drops the club, the bag. They send a card out, and he's gone.
No way. No way. You can't do it. And if that happened and I'm Scottie Scheffler's kid, like the moment I'm old enough to realize what my dad did, I'm like, you're an idiot, dude. You just cost our family like $5 million, and you should have a second green jacket right now. And you did this to – I don't even remember my birth. The kid's not going to remember his or her own birth. You just cost our family millions of dollars. No, what are you doing, Dad?
He's got millions. He's going to make it up. And it's not about the money with that guy. I mean, he's a different breed, man. Like you said, there are people. He's just a different breed of guy.
I know. Here's the most awkward few minutes in television every year, and it delivered at the Butler cabin going on. I mean, it's so weird. And oh my gosh, the amateur Will Shipley, who was actually playing with Tiger Woods yesterday, which I thought was kind of cool. He was getting interviewed by, Nance and Fred Ridley, and he just kept like looking away. Like, here's a still shot I saw on Twitter. He's being interviewed by Nance and Ridley, and for some reason he didn't know where to look. He didn't know where to go. So he was like looking at the TV cameras. He was like looking at the other people in the room. He was looking at Nance. He was looking at Scotty. He was looking at Rom. It's so uncomfortable. It's so uncomfortable, and I get it's tradition, and it'll never change. But, man, it is the most awkward few moments of sports television.
What did that dude shoot, plus 15?
Yeah, I think he was plus 11. He wasn't as bad as Tiger. That's got to be pretty cool. He can brag to his friends that he was better than Tiger Woods.
You would have been better than Tiger, yes, so you would have taken him down.
Maybe. Yeah, Shipley he was 12 over for the championship. He was only 1 over yesterday. Tiger Woods was 5 over par yesterday. So Shipley was the better of that gruesome twosome. But, dude, he looked like he had never been interviewed before in his life. I mean, he had no idea what he was supposed to do.
Eyes everywhere, huh?
Look at the lettuce. He had some weight to him. And then, it's just so weird when the previous Masters winner, you got like Fred Ridley congratulating John Rahm on his win last year, even though Rahm played like shit this weekend.
Oh, Rahm was pissed. Rahm did not want to be there.
Got to sit there like jacket draped over his shoulder, and then has to put it on Scotty. And then the guy who's getting the jacket put on him always struggles to get that second arm in.
Oh, yeah.
Right? It's just it's so bad. It's so bad that it's good, and I love it, and I hope it never goes away. But man, it is as cringe as it gets. Sit and watch.
Where's that dude from? The kid Shipley's from Ohio State, right?
Yeah, I think he played college golf at James Madison originally, and then I guess he transferred to Ohio State.
Oh, he jumped in the portal to get the Buckeye money.
Yeah, I think he's a grad transfer, so we'll give him credit for at least graduating at JMU before heading over to Columbus. But I think that's where Shipley was, and he was the only amateur to make the cut. So good for him. Congrats to him. But holy shit, was that guy weird,
dude? Let me tell you something. And BK, Friday at the Masters, the win, it was so gruesome. I was waiting to hear some of those big pines snap and land on the course where those dudes were. That win was ugly.
Didn't that happen a couple of years ago? Maybe the COVID year?
Yeah, the tree snapped.
Well, they played it in the fall, and it was a crazy storm, and tree snapped while people were there.
Right, yeah. Well, the patrons were on the course, yeah.
So maybe it wasn't COVID. I don't remember how many people, or if they even had people during.
But it was around the gallery.
Yeah. Somehow, some way, no one got hurt. Like all the people who were at the Masters.
Yes.
Yeah. and that giant tree limb falls and everyone's okay. That was wild a couple of years ago. But anyways, all right. So there's your golf. Congrats to Scottie Scheffler. Amazing. Second career major. Of course, both of them are Masters wins, and you feel like he's got a couple more of those. You feel like he might have a few more majors to win before his career is all said and
he may have
done.
a few more majors to win this year.
And he's about to become a father as well. So talk about not only winning at golf, but winning at life. Scottie Scheffler is doing it right now. Congrats to him and the entire Scheffler family. Really cool.
Our boy Rory, boy, did he just – and now they'll be talking about him again next year at this time.
You've got to learn, like, Rory's not at like Spieth level to where it's like, okay, Rory's clearly better than Spieth. He's still one of the best golfers in the world, but like people who bet on Rory McIlroy to win majors are just throwing money down the toilet.
Yes.
And like he always has bad odds, like bad in terms of he's always near the top of the list of favorites.
Right.
And it's been 10 years since he's won one. Like he's probably going to go out and win the US Open and make me look like an idiot or something. But like every single major, everyone talks about Rory and, oh, this is the time he's going to break through and, oh, you should bet on him and this and that. Like, when are we going to learn? I don't bet on Rory anymore. When are we going to learn that, like, I don't know what it is about this guy, but he's not winning majors. Like,
no, you're absolutely right.
So I might start taking bets. If folks want to bet on Rory McIlroy to win majors, I might just take that money and hold on to it for safekeeping because I think I'm going to get to keep that the way he performs in these majors. And I think he's like this excuse obviously hasn't been around for the last decade, but almost feels like he's just more focused or too focused on live and like trying to be the guy who unites the sport and gets the BBs back into the box and gets everybody on the same page again. I don't know if that's distracting him, but he ain't that guy.
I just know this, that was a hard golf course for a lot of really good golfers that we saw this week.
Sure.
I mean, there were a lot of really good golfers that played there this week, and that place ate their lunch, and it was still doing that on a Sunday when the weather was great. It was still knocking guys out. They were still looking up at the wind and trying to figure out what the hell was going on. I'm like, the wind's not even blowing anymore, guys.
Yep.
This golf course has got you in. You've been out here for 2 days wondering when this big gust of wind, and so those gust of winds that came up, BK, just before the guys would take the swing and it would come up. You could see them almost wanting to stop their clubs. They couldn't do it.
Yeah.
And that ball was going everywhere.
Everywhere. All right. We can get back into the Masters a little bit later. Once again, congrats to Scottie Scheffler. Before we shift gears, man, we got to talk about Texas basketball's big weekend.
Yeah, man.
Texas football had a scrimmage over the weekend as well. Plenty of Longhorn sports to get into. But before all of that, how about some sponsor shout-outs?
Our good friends at Clean Cause, 50% of the profits support individuals in recovery from drugs and alcohol addiction. And half of their profits do some great things in the Austin area and around this country. Clean Cause, the drinks are organic, sparkling yerba mates in flavors like cherry lime, of course, orange ginger, and it'll get your day started with 160 milligrams of better caffeine. It's not going to give you that crashy, jittery stuff that, you get the jitters after some coffee. Like me, if I have a cup in the morning, I'm going to need another cup in the afternoon. But Clean Cause drinks are fantastic. And they've got some great ones, too. Now, they've got this one right here. How about this, BK? The new one, blueberry.
Yeah,
Blueberry. I love
yeah.
their blueberry. I've tried this one this weekend, and this is the lemonade tea. Fantastic stuff. And, we've got plenty of this around my house. But what's important is 50% of the profits support individuals in recovery. And that's drugs and alcohol addiction. And love the folks over at Clean Cause. And you can find them in HEBs, obviously 7-Elevens. They're just about everywhere. They are all over the place.
Shout out to 7-Eleven. I got me a Slurpee yesterday.
Ooh, I got me some pizza yesterday.
At 7-Eleven?
Yes.
Monterey Oaks?
No, I didn't make it to Monterey Oaks. I made it to one out here in Dripping. Wasn't as good. Sort of tasted like a little bit like cardboard, but I fought through it. I ate the cardboard. You know how they overdo it on the bottom, on the dough part sometimes?
Yeah.
Chumped right through there. Had a little pepperoni in it. Boy, that cardboard was good.
That's because our guy Ashish wasn't making that.
That's right.
Yeah. Love 7-Eleven. It was hot yesterday. It's about to get even hotter. The Slurpee is the best way to cool down. And, oh, by the way, because I am a member of the 7 Rewards program, because I've downloaded that free 7-Eleven app, about $1 large Slurpee.
$1
for a large. And there's only one way to get the Slurpee, right? Like they got all those flavors, and that's cool. I like that they have variety. They give you options. What you need 2. That's all you need.
You
Okay.
need 2?
You need 2 flavors. That's it. Here's what I do.
Cola and what? Cola and what?
A little kiss of cherry. Some
There you
cherry
go.
on top. 95% Coke, 5% cherry. None of those other flavors. Don't even try them. Don't waste your time. You don't need them.
That's right.
That's all you need right there. And
Don't
I
need to
hit
get
the
mixer.
spot. Oh, I got to hit the spot, dude. Love 7-Eleven. Make sure y'all download that 7-Eleven app too. They got great deals, not just on Slurpees, but on those. You get 3 rollers for $3
What?
in this economy. Yeah.
It's like a meal. You can bring that home to the whole family.
I'm telling you, load everybody up with those taquitos and rollers. Love 7-Eleven. Great stuff. And also shout out to our friends at Jack Allen's Kitchen. Buck, you and I had a great lunch there on Friday.
Oh, man, how about that salmon?
And we got the I don't even like salmon very much, but it was their special of the day. The waitress was like, you got to try it. People love it. And they had also like slightly fried it too, which I'll eat a shoe if it's fried.
No, that's the first, I'm not a fried fish like catfish. I don't like fried fish. I'm generally get it fresh out, the fresh cod that I get at McDonald's and stuff.
Yeah.
I like that stuff fresh. But boy, this fried salmon in that bowl was delicious. I'd made the call back on Saturday because I wanted my wife to taste it, but that was just a special. That's not part of the menu. That was like a lunch special. So I got to talk to Jack about getting that as part of the menu. That is a great meal.
It was good. Yeah. Some rice, some slaw. It was awesome. And I'm usually not a specials guy, right? Like I've got the Jerry Seinfeld thought on food specials. Like if it was so special, it'd be on the menu full time. So I'm usually like, I don't need to try the stuff that you're trying out to see if people like it. But
right.
I wanted some a little lighter. And yeah, once again, the waitress, she talked it up. She made it sound great.
I got to believe that some of these things like that at restaurants, you don't want as an everyday menu because you don't want people just ordering that all the time. That's how good it was. I would think if you had it, it would become like your favorite there and you wouldn't try anything else. You'd get into that and say, nope, just give me that salmon bowl. I'm ready to go.
Yeah, we housed it. We both housed our meals and yeah, great service as always. They had the golf on, so we were able to watch some golf on Friday. Love Jack Allen's Kitchen. We were at the Oak Hill spot, but they've got 5 locations in the Austin area. Got to be one near you. If you're looking for a great meal, go to Jack Allen's Kitchen. Okay, Buck, where do you want to go next? We got Texas basketball. We got Texas baseball. We got the NBA playoffs. We got Texas football. I'll let you.
How about baseball? Baseball did get a series this weekend. Very important.
Baseball did get a series this weekend, and boy, it wasn't easy, but thankfully they found a way to take 2 of 3 from Houston. The series did not start off very well. They got pummeled on Friday night, 9-1, the final score, and it was a bad loss. Look, losing 9-1 to anyone is not good, but Houston is the worst team in the Big 12, and to just get boat raced like that on a Friday night, not ideal at all and not the right way to set the tone for the weekend. But the Longhorns responded. Saturday's game was back and forth. It was 5-5 going into the top of the 9th inning, and D. Kennedy hit a solo go-ahead homer in the top of the 9th. He knew it too. I mean, he pimped it right away, the bat flip, and it was awesome. So he hit that homer. Texas goes up 6-5. They're able to hold on and win 6-5 to even up the series. And then yesterday's game, well, you thought Saturday's was close and intense. The Longhorns were down 7-2 after the 6th inning, Buck. They scored 1 in the 7th. They scored 2 in the 8th. So it's 7-5 going into the 9th. The Longhorns are down to their final 3 outs. They are about to lose a series to the worst team in the league. How about Texas putting up an 8 spot? The best inning of baseball for the Longhorns all year. They score 8 runs in the top of the 9th inning. The inning started with the strikeouts, double, single, home run, walk, home run, single.
Wow.
Like that was how that 9th inning went down for the Horns. And yeah, they came back and got a win. So near disaster, losing a series to the worst team in the conference, but they do find a way to take 2 of 3. And, I stuck before.
What is the deal with LeBaron Johnson? What is his deal? I mean, what's up with LeBron?
Yeah.
Come on now. Yeah, what is what is the deal with him? I mean, this was a guy who I thought that if he was when he became a starter, that was going to get better as the season went on, get a little bit stronger, a little bit more in control. It's like it's going the other way for him.
What'd you call him?
LeBron?
LeBron?
LeBron.
LeBron. Okay.
LeBron.
Yeah. You're leaving out a few letters, but I like that. LeBron Johnson.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do with him. Like I'll give David Pierce some credit for trying because he flipped up the rotation this weekend, right? LeBaron Johnson's been the ace of this team all year. He's been the Friday night starter for this team all year long. And I think David Pierce, probably in an effort to just give LBJ a little bit more time off, maybe to get his arm right, he flip-flopped the rotation. The normal Sunday guy, Max Grubb, got the start on Friday. That didn't go very well. And LeBaron Johnson got the start yesterday, and he sucked. He didn't get out of the third inning. So I don't know.
Is he just not a starter? Is he a guy who's in the long run, when his pitching days, if he makes it to the majors or whatever, AAA or whatever, is he just going to be a middle reliever? Is he going to be a guy, a bullpen guy? He just doesn't come across as a starter. What is the deal?
I don't know. Like last year, he got better as the season went along.
Right, he did.
He was awesome down the stretch for Texas as a starter. Like he earned the ability to be this team's ace this season with what he did late last season. And now he just doesn't have it. Like forget roles as a major league pitcher. That guy's nowhere close to a major league pitcher right now. He can't get guys out at Houston. Once again, the worst team in the Big 12. So I don't know what to do with him, man. Like, I don't know if he's pitching hurt. I don't know if they need to shut him down for a little bit to try to get something right. I don't know if it's up here. I don't know what it is. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do with him. Like, man, I might have to get Greg Swindell on the show and get his expert thoughts on what's happening. Because, like, Texas is not going to win anything this year if LeBron Johnson, as you call him, can't figure it out. Like, your ace cannot be getting relegated to Sunday starts and then giving up like 5 runs in 2 2/3 against that team. That can't happen if you want to be serious about competing this season. So they've got.
Is anybody else getting a shot? Is anybody else coming up to pitch, or are they just have a rotation? That's just it.
I don't know. They've got 5 series left, 5 Big 12 series left in the regular season. Maybe David Pierce makes a change. Maybe he, moves LeBaron Johnson to the bullpen for a weekend. Just, hey, can you pitch an inning? Like, can we just get you mentally right and confident enough to where, like, okay, you feel good about starting again? Maybe they try that next weekend. I don't know. Like, Texas has already had to shift up its rotation a ton this season, right? Like that, bringing Ace Whitehead and Max Grubb into the rotation. Those guys did not start the year in the top 3. So they've already had to adjust, I think, more than David Pierce would have liked. And now you're talking about the one guy you felt like you could really count on this season not being dependable. That makes it very tough. So we'll see what Coach Pierce has in store. Midweek game tomorrow night. I think it's UT Rio Grande Valley coming to the dish. But then you've got TCU coming to town this weekend.
Yeah, you got to start something. You got to get something going. You got a series now. You got to win on Tuesday, and you need this weekend series. You need to win again on the weekend. You need to get a couple weekends where you win,
Hold on. Did you just say to the Valley?
No, I'm not going to. This isn't like they're playing Texas State. They're not playing the Bobcats. You know what I mean? It's a little different.
This is a
team able to beat the Valley kids.
They have lost midweek games to Texas State and A&M Corpus Christi this year.
Let's not forget CC Valley there.
Yeah, the CC's coming to town.
Yeah.
Thank God we don't have to see them again this year.
Them or Washington.
Maybe we can't chalk up any game as an easy win for Texas, but ideally tomorrow is a pretty easy win. But yeah, TCU, they're in contention for the Big 12 title. They were picked to win the Big 12 going into this season, and Texas was picked to finish second right behind them. So big series in Austin this weekend. It's not a good time to not know what your ace is. And that's where
it doesn't seem like that. No, it seems like you should know where everybody is right about now.
Yeah, I stuck a fork in this team last week, and I'm not buying in. They barely won a series against Houston. Like, that's not going to move the needle for me. I'm going to watch, of course, part of the job, and I'm still.
They got to have this one. They got to have back-to-back weekends.
Yeah, they've got to win tomorrow. They've got to win 2 of 3 this weekend.
Yes.
And then I'll start like, what did I say I would do? Oh, I'll drive by the dish and I'll look. I'll look at the stadium. Like right now, if I'm driving by the Dish, if I'm on MLK, if I'm on Kamal, if I'm on 35, 10-2, looking straight ahead.
There you
I'm
go.
not even looking at that shit. But if they win a series, if they win tomorrow and then win a series, I'll look at the Dish. I don't know if they've earned my time to actually go to another game out there. If they really start to put it together and win this series and then win some next week, then all right, I'll be a believer again.
You got to have a Friday starter. You got to find somebody that gets you off to a good start. You just do. Yeah. And I don't if you're not getting that from what you thought was going to be your ace, and you have to bring him out for a couple innings and make him feel good about himself again, you got to do it. You just can't keep toting him out there to give up 6 and 7 runs. That's no good. That's not a good way to start.
No. And as CB says, the Big 12 is awful this year. So Texas, once again, they're 2 games back. As bad as they've been and as bad as they are. And my God, I heard Bob Ballou. Love Bob Ballou. I was watching CBS Sports Sunday last night. Our man Jeff Barker, part of TSU. He's a big part of Sports Sunday. He had a great interview with Ice Cube, by the way, talking about the Big 3. That was cool to watch. But he's just like, if things start to turn around for Texas, that Sunday win over Houston will be what everybody looks back on as the turning point for the year.
Really?
I have heard Texas baseball fans say that about 5 different games this season. Newsflash, it ain't happening. They're not good. All right? Every time they win, it's not, that's the game. No,
it's turning point, huh?
No, it's just they're not good. I'm sorry. They are not good. I don't know what to tell you. Oh, but you were asleep for this, I'm sure. But they had a Billy Joel live concert last night on CBS after the Masters. He was at the Garden in New York, and they did a live telecast of it. They had commercials too, which was kind of annoying. I was hoping it would just be like nonstop Piano Man. Speaking of the Piano Man,
yes,
about 10:30 during the middle of Piano Man, CBS cut to the local news in the middle of his best song. They ended the concert, they cut away and cut to local news.
Come on, y'all.
I thought that was like, an Austin only thing, like CBS Austin just effed up somehow. It was everywhere. They cut away from
local news.
For Piano Man. Like they could have cut away from any of the songs and it would have been a disaster. But that one, oh my God.
Wow.
Dude, I was about to throw my AV Consultations TV over my balcony. I was so pissed. I was like, I couldn't believe it. I might get a noise complaint today for how much I was yelling.
How did Piano Man sound? Was he good still?
Awesome. He's like you. He can't move like he used to.
Yeah.
He does a lot of sitting down. He sits and stands.
Acting crazy now?
No. He's at the piano and he's got the harmonica around his neck when he needs to play that. And he's got the microphone in front of him. But it was cool. I mean, Sting came out there. Jerry Seinfeld came out there and spoke. You had all sorts of celebrities who just came out on stage for a part of it. It was awesome. It was magnificent, man. Yeah. But I don't know how we even got
local news broadcast. Here we go.
Oh, yeah, Bob Ballou. Yeah, that started with Bob Ballou, who I love dearly.
We needed the weather. We had to find out what happened at the Masters. We already knew.
Oh my God. Yeah, it wasn't even Sports Sunday at first. It was local news. Oh, the Kite Festival happened in Austin today. Who gives a shit? Give me the Piano Man. In the Kite Festival. Oh my God.
It'll be here next year. It'll be back again.
Go to Zilker today. There will be people flying kites. Whatever. Kites over Billy.
Come on,
greatest musicians of all time.
Oh my goodness.
Doing CBS.
Sorry that hit you, but yes, I was in bed. I did watch Masters. I mean, that thing, when they start stretching that out at Butler Cabin, and then I don't know how they continue to go on and on and on for hours. That Masters post-game show should be for about 45 minutes an hour, and let's go. We've been watching it since Thursday, but they can stretch out the Butler Cabin thing. It seems like it's 3 hours.
Yeah, well, it's so awkward, right? It makes it feel like it lasts a lot longer than it actually does. Yeah, they do milk it a little bit.
Yeah, when you got Meatloaf there getting his amateur plus 15 or whatever. I mean, come on.
Meatloaf?
Yes.
Is that a fat joke?
No, that dude looked like Meatloaf. for the band. Didn't you think he looked like Meatloaf a little bit with the hair?
Let me pull up a picture of Will Shipley first. This is the low amateur at the Masters this weekend. And now still side by side. Let's see if I can find a good picture of Meatloaf here.
Come on, man.
Oh my God. All right. Let's pull this up. By the way, rest in peace, Meatloaf. He is no longer with us. So that's Shipley. And here's Meatloaf.
Come on. Why is Meatloaf still at the Butler cabin? I mean, really?
I thought he was dead. What's he doing with Jim Nance?
Oh my goodness. Give him a green jacket or something. I love that guy. I love Meatloaf.
Oh my God, that's amazing. Meatloaf. Yeah, they
every other tournament. Ohio State.
All right. Yeah, every other tournament they do the trophy presentation on the course, right? Like they bring out a little podium to the 18th green and they just do it right there. But the Masters, all the history and tradition, and I love the history and tradition, but I could do without Butler Cabin.
Yeah, really.
They've got it.
I stayed at the mansion in Louisiana.
They
got to do the ghost to come out.
They got to do the walk. They got to get everyone in there. They've got to get the seats organized. They got to get the camera crew in there. The whole shebang. So it just adds another half hour to the post golf.
Vern Lundquist last at number 16. That was a good job. They did a good job with that.
Oh, Vern's the man.
Yes.
Uncle Vern. He's a legend in the game.
That was his last one, huh? 40 years.
Wow. I didn't realize that was his last.
That's it.
I don't know how I missed that.
They kept talking about it ever since last Tuesday.
I watched more of the Masters without sound than I normally do this year.
Oh, you did this time?
Not like as a protest. I just had other stuff going on. So, I didn't get to hear as much of anything as I would have liked. But
Uncle Vern, that was it. 40 years.
Austin High's own Vern Lundquist.
That's
the Maroon. Yeah. Great guy. All right. So Texas baseball wins, which means we've got some Cabo Bob's gift cards to give away.
Nice.
Also, Texas softball, they swept Baylor over the weekend. So another 3 wins over a ranked opponent, the Longhorn softball team, not letting off the gas after their massive series win against Oklahoma last weekend. They beat 4 ranked teams this past week. They beat Texas State on Tuesday. And yes, the Bobcats are ranked in softball. They're not in baseball. And then 3 straight wins over BU at McCombs Field Friday to Sunday. So Texas softball, the number 1 team in the land, they continue to roll. Congrats to Mike White and company. And yeah, we have 2 Cabo Bob's gift cards. We'll do those later this week.
Nice.
We'll do one tomorrow and maybe one later in the week. So be tuned in to TSU all week long for your chance to win a $50 gift card from our great friends at Cabo Bob's. Okay, Buck, before we get to Texas basketball, because Rodney Terry had himself a weekend kind of out of nowhere, too. Picking up not 1, not 2, but 3 transfer portal commits over the last couple of days. Before we talk about those guys and what they're going to bring to the Horns, let's give some more love to some more great sponsors.
Good friends at Leaf Landscaping and Supply Services, Monterey Oaks, 290 out south, and Pond Springs Road up north. All for you to have a healthy garden. And, of course, they don't want you running around with 5 or 6 different things in your hands. So if you need a contractor to come out there and do your landscape work, do so. If you're too old, like I am, way too old to be out there running around with shovels in your hands and pickaxes and all those other things, get the folks at Leaf to let you know exactly what you need to do. They have contractors. They will let you know if you're individually able to do it, which I am. I'm very able to get the ground dug up, which I was out there doing yesterday when I had my tumble. But, folks, they've got everything from fertilizer to the plants, roses, trees, all the shrubs that you need, hollies, anything that you need to put in. You need to go to talk to the experts at Leaf Garden and Landscape Supply Services. Like I said, 290 in Monterey Oaks. BK is keeping his desert rose alive and well. Good job by you. And, of course, up north, as I said, on Pond Springs Road. It is well worth it to talk to the folks there before you just start running off to Lowe's and Home Depot and buying a bunch of plants, throwing them in the ground, and then watching them die. Yep. Find out from the experts at Leaf, please.
Absolutely. And they are experts. Speaking of experts, we'll let you hear from an expert when it comes to audio visual automation. Our man Tom McKay. I've had a word from Tom and AV Consultations.
Hi, Hi, this is Tom McCoy with Audiovisual Consultations. Today's home electronics can be a bit daunting. My company has spent the last 36 years making sure they are not. For those of you who have not experienced our services yet, we'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. We carry all the major brands of televisions and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And we come to you. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We believe in having some fun and dreaming big. You have a dream for your home entertainment? Let us know. We can make it come true. And we are always there to help after the job is done. We cultivate clients for a lifetime by treating everyone like their family. No, not those family members. I'm talking about the ones you actually like. So relax, hug your kids, make love to your wife, and smile. Then, when you have a moment, give us a call at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678. Or online at avconsultations.com.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate that. And Woods Comfort Systems, hey, the air conditioning is kicked on. You're going to need it today. It's going to warm up a little bit. So you want that system to be working. And folks, there's no reason why you haven't called them yet. That doesn't make any sense. Get a contract with them. Find out. Let the folks out at Woods Comfort Systems come by and make sure that your AC is working. I don't think we're going to have to deal with the heat any longer, BK. I know it's a little bit cool in the morning, but open up the windows. If you got the screened-in porch, open that bad boy up and let that fresh air come in. But I'm going to tell you, by about 10:30, 11 o'clock, it gets warm. It's starting to get warm here. It's going to be another warm one today. You want to make sure your AC unit is ready to go because it's almost here.
Yep.
It is. You know what today is? It's tax day, and right after tax day comes heat day. So it's going to start. The heat is going to start coming on. The heat's starting to rise now. So you want your air conditioner to be in great shape. And the folks have been doing it there for close to 70 years at Woods Comfort Systems.
512-842-5066. That's 512-842-5066. The best at HVAC, the best at plumbing all throughout Central Texas. Don't be like the Buck. Don't try to fix that stuff on your own.
No.
Call the experts. They will take care of everything for you. All right, I lied. We got one more Masters thing to talk about. It's really just a picture from the Masters. Did you see this? This is Tiger Woods shaking the hand of a tree.
How did that tree grew an arm and hand?
That tree grew an arm and a hand. It's just Tiger Woods showing class like he usually does, just shaking the hand of his favorite tree at Augusta National.
That's very, very unusual for that tree to interrupt Tiger Woods while he's trying to play golf. Generally, the trees, they just kind of mind their own business. Why is that tree bothering Tiger Woods?
Well, Tiger Woods seemed okay with that tree. I mean, he went over to it and shook its hand.
When you're plus 15 or 16, you need love from somebody, I guess.
And now the tree is waving goodbye to Tiger.
Bye, Tiger. See you next year at the Masters. We'll see you at the U.S. Open, Tiger.
I saw a meme that said, like, when I opt into paperless billing, it's like the trees give you a handshake thanking you to go with email billing instead of like mailers.
Quit cutting us down.
Yep. Yeah, the bark arm. This is crazy, man. I've never seen anything like this, but it's just, once again, pure class from El Tigre. You know who this actually is behind that tree?
Who is it?
That's Uncle Vern.
Is that really? That's probably at 16 the last time?
Yep, that's on 16, and Tiger Woods was paying his respects to Vern Lundquist on his last day of broadcasting.
Awesome.
And, yeah, it's just such a hilarious still shot. It's like, holy shit, the tree grew an arm.
I noticed one thing about Tiger. That dude has been in the weight room. He has worked on his upper body some more. Mm-hmm. That guy must just live in the weight room.
Well, he probably can't do too much with his legs these days.
No, since that left ankle isn't moving, sort of like the way mine isn't going to move. I keep making these falls and stuff, but man, oh man.
Amen. Amen. Shout out to Miracle this morning. Y'all make sure to hit the like button. Give us a thumbs up if you're watching on YouTube, if you haven't done so yet. Thank you for the love, Miracle. And please share as well. Tell your friends, tell your family, tell everybody you know about Texas Sports Unfiltered. We will be adding to our team in the very distant future, and we might be adding some hours to our lineup.
There you go.
In the not too distant future. So, yeah, we're not messing around anymore. Not that we were really messing around, but we're about to take things to another level.
We got July 1st. We're in the SEC.
Come on now. We're going to be ready.
1st. Come on now.
Like some unlike some radio stations in town, we're actually going to be ready to make the move to the SEC.
Oh, hell yeah.
We were
gonna be
prepared.
ready.
Yes,
We're going to have you prepared. We can't wait. I can't wait till football season. I can't wait as we get ready to crank this thing up for football. This is going to be an amazing first year in the SEC. It's going to be an awful lot of fun. You know what I mean? And then to end our Big 12 journey is going to be fun too. So we need this baseball team to get its ass going here.
They've got a shot. Once again, just 2 games out of first place with 5 series to go. So they are still very much in contention to win the Big 12 title in their last year. Also, Texas softball, of course, they've got a shot too. They did beat Oklahoma 2 out of 3 times. I think OU is still in first place in the conference standings.
In order to win the Big 12, I think they would have to face them again.
Yeah. They in the tournament for sure. Regular season, they just need somebody else to beat Oklahoma.
Yes.
Which doesn't happen very often. Oklahoma has lost 1 other game this year, but that was to a non-conference team. I know Texas has 3 conference losses right now. OU only has 2. So they're going to need somebody else to step up and beat Oklahoma. I guess we have to do everything around here. But that's where we're at. So Texas basketball, Buck. I wasn't expecting to be talking about Texas basketball today, but they had a tremendous weekend, and we'll give Rodney Terry some love with what he was able to pull off in the portal on Saturday and Sunday. How about 3 transfers for Texas? 2 guys coming in from Indiana State. Unfortunately, neither of them are Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, a.k.a. Milk Chamberlain. He's still in the portal, and maybe Texas is going after him. But the Longhorns do pick up 2 Sycamore transfers, and they also get Tremont Mark in from Arkansas. If that name sounds familiar, well, he spent his first 3 years at Houston before transferring to Arky last season. We'll start with Tremont Mark because he's the best player of the 3. About 16 points and 4 rebounds a game for Tremont Mark at Arky last season. He's a 6'6" wing, gives Texas a little extra size on the perimeter. Yes. Shot 48% from the floor, 36% from deep. He's an 80% foul shooter. Played at Houston for 3 seasons, like I mentioned, averaged 10 points per game in his last 2 years there. He's actually a Texas kid, I think from the Dickinson area, if memory serves. But this guy's got SEC experience. He's been a big-time college basketball player. He's been in college hoops for 4 seasons, and he's got some size and athleticism and some scoring ability. This is one of the bigger fish that was in the transfer portal, and this feels like a big-time land for RT.
Well, that's great. I mean, because they do need – not only do they need players that can play immediately, they do need some size. They don't need to have they don't need another 5'10" guard, 6-foot guard. They need guys, wings with wingspans right now that can absolutely play. This is the group that they bring in now has to be players. You know,
they do.
They brought in I.M. Horton last year. I mean, he was just a dude. That's all. You know what I mean?
You call him I.M.s like intramural?
Yeah, I.M. Horton. I mean,
dude, that is awesome. I've heard plenty of nicknames for that dude, but I.M. Horton is the best.
Yeah, I mean, they brought that guy in. I thought that was going to be a special player. He was just a guy. They brought in they can't bring in just guys right now. They have to bring in players.
Yeah, Tremont Mark is a player.
Yes.
Yeah, he's a wing. You know, Texas did not have good enough wings last year. And you're right, they didn't have enough size at the perimeter level as well. So Tremont Mark, 6'6". He's long, about $185, and he's just a super talented player. Once again, with a bunch of experience. He led Arkansas in scoring, in 3-point percentage, in free throw percentage. He also led them in minutes too. So he played a lot for them. It was a down year for Arkansas. I know their coach just left to take the job at USC. But no, this dude was productive and could hold his own against some of the best teams in the conference that Texas is about to join. So, love this get for the Longhorns. And, yeah, he's better than I.M. Horton. That is great. The other 2 transfer players, once again, a little bit of a theme. Jason Kent, one of the players from ISU, he's 6'8". So another wing, but he's got some size as well.
And they had a good year. ISU had a good year, did they not?
Yeah, they finished they were the runner-up in the NIT, but they should have made the NCAA tournament. They were maybe the biggest snub from the tournament this year. They should have been in over Oklahoma. My God, the Sooners had no business playing in the first 4 at all. But yeah, Indiana State had a very good year. Jason Kent, 6'8", averaged 13.5 points per game and 8 rebounds. And we talked a lot about this Texas basketball team being way too inconsistent, right? Like you could count on the Sioux pretty much every night. You could count on Asmus pretty much every night. But like outside of those guys, you had no clue where your scoring was coming from. Jason Kent scored in double figures in 30 of the 39 games his team played in last year. So you talk about consistency. Like this is not a guy who can go for 30 plus like a Max Asmus, but he's a guy who you can count on to get you points, to get you rebounds any night. He was second team All Mountain West this past season, 64% shooter from the floor too. So a high percentage, high efficiency guy. Also can shoot well from the outside, a 37% 3-point shooter, can make his free throws too. I like this guy's game a lot. So another bigger wing for Texas. And also Julian Larry is the other guy they got in. He's more of a point guard. He's 6'3", averaged 11 points and 5 assists a game last year. How about a 46% 3-point shooter?
Wow.
Texas could have used one of those last year. Great defender. He's 2-time all first team defense in the Missouri Valley Conference. Also a kid from the state of Texas. And yeah, he comes in here too. So you talk about the size. Like I think about Texas's backcourt last year and some of the perimeter guys that they had. You know, Max Asmus, not even 6 feet. Tyrese Hunter, 6 feet. Kendall Weaver, 6'1". Intramural Horton, about 6'5".
Yeah.
I mean, those were most of your guards and wings who played last season, and they just weren't big enough. Like that was a huge issue for the Longhorns all season long, and it showed up in that tournament loss to Tennessee. Yeah. Clearly, Rodney Terry doing a good job of diagnosing his own problems, some self-scouting, realizing what his team was lacking this past season, and making sure that that was not going to be an issue for his team this coming season.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to need that. They're going to need that size because, you know, they're losing the fighter from Westlake. I mean, that's as much as, you know, his game wasn't the kind of game you were looking for. His hustle and desire were big. You're going to have to make up for that too. But you'd like to have a more talented basketball player that can do some of the same things. But they need to have that type of player. So these 6'8" guys are going to have to be that guy. They're just going to have to. Somebody's going to have to do that dirty work.
Absolutely. And these guys are all experienced too. All three of these transfer editions have played at least 3 years of college basketball. So that's good. You need experience. And look, Trey Johnson's going to be the best player on this team. The 5-star freshman, the McDonald's All-American, top 10 player in the country. Like he is going to be Texas's best player next season. And okay, you can't win with just a freshman, and you can't win with only freshmen. You've got to surround him with talent, but also with experience. And Texas did that this weekend. So they've got a few more roster spots open. They're not done out of the portal, which is good because you don't want to rush to just fill all of your spots yet. You want to make sure you do your research and see if other guys enter the portal later in the offseason so you can go after them. But I like what RT and company did. Once again, these are 3 impact players, guys who started at their programs this past season. And, you know, RT does a good job recruiting. Now he's got to find a way to build the chemistry and make sure it's not as inconsistent this coming season as we just saw. But I like on paper what this roster is starting to turn into.
BK, is there any way that Mitchell comes back again? Or does he doesn't have to go. He can come back if he wants, right? He's only a junior.
Yeah. I don't know. We have not heard a decision from Dylan Mitchell. We have not heard a decision from Tyrese Hunter about their futures, right? Like we know Dessou's gone. We know Asmus is gone. We know Cunningham's gone. We know Horton's gone. Like those 4 guys are not coming back. But we don't know about Mitchell and Hunter. Those are the 2 other guys who you think could potentially leave either to test their hand at the NBA or to hit the portal. But yeah, no word from either of them.
Yeah, for me with Mitchell, sometimes it's time to part ways with just the dude. You know what I mean? Give somebody else an opportunity to grow at a position and get some things done for your basketball team. But I wouldn't be against it. But I sure would be. I would be in favor of him coming back if his intentions were to really, really get an offensive game going, to be really a part of it, or is his head going to be somewhere else? Would his head be in the games as a college player when in his mind he thinks he probably should be an NBA player? You know what I'm saying? It just would be I think it would be a difficult situation for the kid himself, not so much for the team, but for the player, you know?
I think if you're Texas, you take Tyrese Hunter and Dylan Mitchell back, despite how frustrating they've been during their Texas careers. But, those guys, when they're good, they can do some good things for you, and they've got some experience. And continuity is always a good thing, right? Like if you lose 6 of your really 8 rotational players, well, that's a lot to replace. You're already losing 4 of them. If Mitchell and Hunter are gone, then yeah, that's going to make things a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, and they seem like well-respected guys by their teammates. You know what I mean?
I think so. Like, I don't think they're locker room cancers or
Right.
anything like that. They just, I mean, Dylan Mitchell took a step. He was definitely better as a sophomore than he was as a freshman, but the step was not nearly as big as
No.
any of us wanted or
And
expected.
and if you got that guy playing on your team when he thinks he should be elsewhere, you know what I'm saying? That's tough when you've got mentally he thinks I'm a lot better than I really am playing. Like that's tough on your team when you got some other guys just dying to get in there and get opportunities to show you what they have. So it's almost be better to part ways with a cat like that. But you're not saying no if he says he wants to come back. You're not like, okay, no, we want to do something else.
Right.
I think if it's indecisive on his part of what to do, I would be leaning more to it's probably better to go.
I think he should go pro. I don't know if he has an NBA future, but I'm worried for his sake. If he comes back to college for another year, whether it's at Texas or somewhere else, then he still doesn't take that step that he needs to take.
He has to take that. I mean, he has to show a huge improvement if he did that.
Well, the NBA draft's all about potential, right? Like, and if you spend 3 years of college, you don't have as much potential as a guy who spent 1 year in college and showed flashes. Like, they'll have 3 years of film on Dylan Mitchell,
right,
and him just being inconsistent. And it's like, well, he hadn't figured it out in 3 years in college. How's he going to figure it out in the best league in the world, going up against grown men? So I don't know. I don't know. Like, Dylan Mitchell needs more development, clearly, but
there's no doubt
it may be a better decision for him to actually leave, as much of an oxymoron as that might sound like. But I would take him back. I would take Tyrese Hunter back too. I mean, Mitchell took a little bit of a step. Tyrese Hunter literally just jumped in place. That's what he did.
Yes.
He spent the entire year just jumping up and down, not moving forward. I wouldn't say he moved backwards, but it was, yeah.
As I said, both of them need much improvement. They really do.
Yeah. And for right now, I mean, look, Texas, if those two guys come back, Texas still needs a big man. They've got Caden Shedrick. They've got Zarek Onyema returning, but they need another big badly. They might need a couple more bigs. And once again, if Dylan Mitchell leaves, they're going to need another wing. And if Tyrese Hunter leaves, they might need another guard as well. So, yeah, RT's not done. A few more spots to fill up, a few more scholarships to give out. But I like what they did over the weekend.
Sounds like that was a good weekend. Sounds like a pretty good weekend, though.
Yeah, bringing guys with size, bringing guys with experience.
Yeah.
Tremont Mark, I mean, he played for Kelvin Sampson for a couple of years. Like, basketball if you play for Kelvin Sampson. He's one of the best coaches. He's also a coach who demands more from his players than just about anybody in the country. So Tremont Mark's got the work ethic. He knows what it's like to be a part of a winning culture at Houston. And then, these guys from Indiana State, it's a step up going from the Missouri Valley to the SEC. But Indiana State had a pretty good year.
Certainly.
These guys are experienced as well. So there you go. Texas basketball talk on a Monday edition of Bucky and BK. Before we shift gears and get to the gridiron, Buck, and talk about Texas's scrimmage from Saturday.
Yeah, man.
Got a few more sponsor shout outs.
All right. Now, after I made that fall I had yesterday, the first thing I did was go and sit on the couch, which was another bad move. So I'm unlike Scottie Scheffler. I made a mistake, and then I made another mistake by laying on the couch. But this morning, the first thing I did was go and sit in my relax the back chair because it gave me the support that my back needed because my back is sore after the fall yesterday. My thoracic back is sore. My upper lumbar area, my shoulders are sore. My rear end is sore. So this chair, BK, is a lifesaver, and it has been for me for over 20 years, as a matter of fact. And you can too. If you've got any back problems, if you've got shoulder problems, you need to get by or see our folks over at Relax the Back. That's what they're about. They got 2 wonderful locations at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Look at one of those Tempur-Pedic mattresses or check out the zero gravity recliners that they have. Live pain-free like the Buck. Well, Buck is not pain-free today. No. He is in pain. But head on over to Relax the Back, folks.
Yeah, it's not Relax the Back's fault that you're in pain.
No, it's not their fault at all.
No,
it's not my fault for being an active old man.
It's your fault for not being able to walk.
Oh, How about being a dumb old man?
You got to get you a walker or a wheelchair or a
No.
cane or something.
I saw a couple ladies in church yesterday coming down the aisles with the walkers. I don't know. I think I'd rather sit in the back than come down that aisle with that little tennis ball in the bottom of that thing. I'm not going to be seen doing that. I'm just going to say, hey, Rev, see that little spot over there? Just put a chair over there. I'll be listening from the back.
How are you going to get there from the parking lot?
Oh, yeah, you do have to get in.
Yeah, that's your future if you're not careful.
You know what? I'll take that shot. I'm still going out there and getting stuff done today. You think I'm going to just sit back today? That's not happening. I got things to get done.
If I'm your wife, I'm deadbolting the doors. I'm not letting you out today.
Things have to be done around the Ponderosa, Mr. Cartwright.
Just get Javier to do them.
Oh,
you go run your errands. You go drive. You can drive. Just don't do yard work anymore.
Javier, you have to pay him. He doesn't do things for free. You know, he's going back and forth and getting here and getting there somehow. I don't know how he does it, unless it's just that easy, just that simple. But he needs to get paid. And he demands, I can't get white dudes to work for this kind of money. You know what I'm saying? Think they're going to come over and do the yard work? I don't think so.
No chance.
No way. My boy Javier was here yesterday. He unloaded that truck. You know how long it takes me to unload? I mean, my bed is almost 10 feet long. You know, I get a couple, it seems like acres of dirt in there and mulch together. And it'll take me generally, I'm going to say about 4 hours to shovel it off and onto the ground. That dude was done in 45 minutes.
Seems worth the money to me.
It's the exercise for the big man.
You got a treadmill. You have a workout room. Just go use that. Although you have fallen off of a treadmill before.
Lights went out then, though.
So maybe that's not safe either.
I'm good with that now. I know I turn it off before. There's a little thing you pull out. I do that. I don't just walk off the treadmill. I don't do that. I'm very careful in a workout environment because there's weights and things like that if you drop them on your foot or something, that's it. You're gone for a while.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting to fall off the side of the driveway yesterday. I thought that I could straddle it. I thought I had some, I just got out of surgery, which the doctor said, dude, you need to chill for a while. I'm like, what's a while? He said, give it about 2 weeks. I couldn't do that. I just couldn't do it.
No, you couldn't.
I couldn't do the 2 week thing.
You couldn't do 2 days of chilling. What do you mean 2 weeks?
Things have to get done.
No, here we go again. No, they don't. All right.
Like for you, no, they don't. That's why you have the guy who comes and changes your light bulb.
Yeah, you should live in an apartment or something so they can come do it for you. You know how much yard work I do these days?
Zero. You're like the guy who was watching the eclipse laying on the sidewalk. That's the work you do. That dude. How much work is that guy doing?
I'm going to be so mad at myself. Like at some point I'm going to cave and buy a house and I'm just going to be like, why did I do this? Like I'm just going to be fixing stuff nonstop.
You know what you do? I see people that now have artificial turf as their yard. You'll be that guy with the artificial turf with a bunch of little putting holes at your yard. Out the front door with a putter in your hand.
Maybe I'll just rent a house. Maybe I'll just I know some guys, not just my age, like some parents, some adults. I'm 30. I'm an adult. The families rent houses. Should I do that?
No.
Get the landlord to come out and fix everything.
No, get your own property, dude. Own stuff. Own stuff for yourself. You got your own business. Get your own house. Quit letting people come and change into your apartment and changing light bulbs and messing with the switches. You don't want people. Yeah, you know what I mean? Keep them out.
I got rejected by my maintenance group the other day.
No.
Yeah, I thought this was for sure something that they would come fix. I don't have like a key to get into my unit. It's like a keypad. It's like a battery powered keypad that's got a code that I type in that opens the front door of my apartment. And the battery died, or at least I kept getting warnings like batteries at critically low level, replace it now. And I was like, all right, I'm going to put
next week.
I'm going to put a maintenance request. Like they'll do it. They'll take care of everything. Cause it's their lock and it's their complex on their property. So I figured for sure it will get taken care of. A week goes by, nothing. Another week goes by, nothing. And then I get an email that's like, oh, the maintenance request was completed. So I'm like, cool. Check the battery. Nope, they didn't do it. They just said that they did it, and they didn't do it. They were so tired of my shit, asking them to change the light bulbs and dust off the fan blades that
What? You having them come in and dust off your fan blades in your that's your job. Come on, man.
change the battery of my my little light switcher here. I got one of these things. I literally called them to replace the battery on this guy.
That's yours. They don't come in and do that.
It's theirs. It's not mine. It's theirs. I don't want to break anything. It's their stuff. They should fix it. I paid for them to fix.
You don't know what type of battery's in there. You may get the wrong battery.
Yeah. I mean, I know what type of battery it is. I'm just like you with Javi. I don't want to pay for it. I already pay enough for rent as it is. They should fix that stuff. It's their stuff, Buck. It's not my stuff. It's theirs.
Dude, go to 7-Eleven, get the right battery. Tell Ashish tell him one more advertising deal for him so that you can get a couple batteries that you don't want to pay for. My God.
Hey, if my AV consultations remote runs out of batteries, I'll
call Tom?
No, I'll replace them myself. I will replace those myself. I'll go to the store, buy some batteries, and replace them.
You know how I replace mine? I just bang it like this and then point it, and it works again.
You think that works?
Yes, it always works.
Yeah. All right. Well, what happens when the actual batteries die?
They don't ever really die. Batteries don't die. No, you just need to tap them. That's all. You never probably tapped those people's deal. You probably just kept pointing it.
I'm not tapping my maintenance workers, dude.
Oh my God.
They're not tapping me either. And It is their toilet. You know what? They should have to clean my toilets because it is their toilet. Why do I do that?
No, you don't do anything in the back. You don't mess around with the little ball back there. If the chain breaks, they come and fix that. But to actually clean your piss and your shit, that's your job.
It's their toilet. It's their toilet, man.
Yeah, no, you get to clean that. That's a part of the deal.
If I was the only person to have ever used this toilet, then I would. But other people have used it, so it's not.
That's true. That's you may be right about that. Maybe you should do that before you sign the contract, though. It's too late now.
Yeah,
you can't go back on that. You really can't go back on that.
Messed up. All right. Shout out to. I don't even know how we got there. How about a word now from our great friends out at Covert's BK?
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Awesome. I saw the once again, the Covert van, and they've got all kinds of vans. If you have to distribute, I don't care what it is, 34 Wine and Spirits has the Covert vans, 2 of them. They look awesome. People are stopping by 34 Wine and Spirits and taking pictures of Ricky Williams on the back of those vans.
Yeah.
Like they were talking to him. I mean, that's how good the picture looks of it. And almost as good as our picture on the duck boats, but not quite as good as that one. But
nothing's as good as that one.
No, absolutely.
Shout out
Those things go up and down 6th Street all day long.
I'm telling you, once a week I get a text from a friend that's like, dude, I just saw your face on the duck boat. And
I'm getting to the water.
I always tell him, I'm like, yeah, no, that's my part-time job. I drive the duck boats now.
There you go.
I'm doing those. Shout out to Austin Duck Adventures. What is it? Ride Splash Quack?
Ride Splash Quack. I mean, those things are going into the water, and those things are packed now. If you want to know and find out about the history of Austin, you come to Austin, you kind of think you know the history, take a duck boat ride and have that guided tour. You will absolutely love it.
So much fun.
I mean, I've been on one, and I learned more about the history of Austin by just taking that ride down 6th Street into the lake, into Town Lake and stuff. Not Town Lake. The one up by Hula Hut, that's not called Town Lake, that one. That one's
Lake Austin.
Lake Austin, yes. I was on that boat with Paul myself when he said I screwed up the brakes and that thing was losing control and headed towards the dam. And he said, I've been piloting these things forever. Watch how I do this. And I'm like, dude, there's a dog over there with the guy. There's a dog, and you're going to hit the guy and the dog. He goes, no, not going to even come close to those things. He took that thing above the dam and slid that back. I mean, he grew up on that stuff. The Commodore, the boat that he owns there, the big Commodore, he grew up being a worker on that. Now he's the owner of all that stuff. So if you ever want a guided tour, that's the place to go. Austin Duck Adventures. You'll love it. You'll love that trip.
AustinDucks.com. Simple website to remember, AustinDucks.com. All right, Buck. Texas football had its second scrimmage of the spring on Saturday. Of course, coming up this Saturday, the orange-white scrimmage, the biggest scrimmage and the finale of the Texas spring football season. Of course, that will be open to the public this Saturday afternoon at DKR Texas Memorial Stadium. It's free for anybody, and it will be televised on Longhorn Network. So if you can't make it to DKR, you can watch it. And, man, I think there are going to be a ton of folks.
Oh, yeah. I think it's to be the largest attended, getting ready to go into the SEC that they've ever had.
Oh, yeah, it's just the perfect storm, right? I mean, coming off of the first ever college football playoff appearance, coming off of a conference championship, and, yes, on top of that, making the move to the SEC. The buzz surrounding this program is as high as it's been in a long time.
Yeah, I got to believe that the Quentin Ewers flyover with the jet that he has, with his new deal, NIL deal, when the jet comes over the top of the stadium, that will be his private jet will make
Okay, a couple of things. You think we get a flyover for the spring game?
Yeah, from his jet, from his new NIL deal, why not?
So they're not going to go the military route. They're just going to get a
private jet. Come over.
Nicholas Air, that is now the newest NIL deal for Quinn Ewers.
Why not have a flyover? Yeah, why not?
Okay, let me one up you here. What if Quinn Ewers shows up to the game in the PJ? Like, do the starting lineups. They introduce everybody, but they haven't introduced the quarterback. Where's QB1? Is something wrong with Quinn Ewers? Then, boom, over the north end zone.
Nice.
Private jet comes, lands on the 50-yard line, and out comes quarterback one, Quinn Ewers.
Unless it's a hover jet. That'd be awesome.
Or what if he, parachutes out, a little skydiving action?
Can't do that. Can't mess around with the quarterback like that.
What if he's Jetpack Man? You remember Jetpack Man?
Oh, yeah. Well, remember, he's the quarterback at Texas. There'll be enough games missed.
Yeah, he's got to miss the spring game, right? Just to set the tone for
absolutely
what always happens to UT quarterbacks in the fall.
Not this year. This is different. We're different now.
We're different now.
Just means more now.
Just means more. Some nuggets from the scrimmage. A lot of praise for cornerback Manny Muhammad, the sophomore who played a ton as a true freshman last year. I think a lot of folks would argue that he was Texas's best corner down the stretch a season ago, and people are really excited about what he is going to do in his second season on the 40 acres. Apparently had an interception in the game and was just a problem for the Texas receivers. So that's good. A cornerback playing well. Texas needs better cornerback play. They need better safety play. They need better secondary play as a whole this year. So I think, look, Texas fans and ourselves included, we're going to be watching for a number of different things. But, man, that's secondary because we know Texas has good quarterback play, one of the best QB rooms in the country. We know Texas has really good receivers, even though they lost 3 awesome players to the NFL. Yes. This receiver room is still stacked with talent. Like, how does the secondary do? Do they look more competent than they did the last time we all got to see them against Washington? Like, it's a spring game, of course. Some folks will be like, I got to see it in the fall. But, I want to see the secondary hold their own against what should be one of the better passing attacks in the country next year.
Yeah, it's got to be that, over the last, what was it, BK? Over the last half of the year, this group on a daily basis had to defend their own guys at practice. And then when the playoffs, when these games started, they had 2 teams that with great wide receivers that they had to defend. So they'd been in a lot of situations, whether it be practice or games, against a lot of really good wide receivers. I mean, what is the carryover? I mean, now they're going against a bunch of experienced guys and an experienced quarterback again. They should be getting it now. You know what I mean? They should get it by now. They're not going against a bunch of scrubby guys at practice.
Right.
You're practicing against top-level type of wide receivers. This group should get it now in that secondary.
Yeah, I mean, I was hoping the iron sharpens iron bit would work last year. And all of these corners and safeties going up against X and AD and Whittington was going to turn them into better players as the year went
just tells you
along.
that they got lit up at practice every day.
My God, yeah. Like, had to be so much fun for Quinn Ewers and Malik Murphy and Arch Manning last year. Like, oh, he's open. Like, yeah. So really intrigued, cautiously optimistic about the secondary and what we're going to see from that bunch on Saturday. Jere Bledsoe making a lot of plays, standing out at defensive tackle. So the transfer portal is back open for college football, like as of today.
Yes.
So if Texas wants to add to its roster, they can right now. My guess is if there is an addition coming, they'll wait till after the spring game. Like maybe they'll do something under the table. They agree upon something. They talk to a guy. They get that sort of handshake deal in place, and then it gets announced next week.
Sure.
Because, Texas is going to lose some guys next week. I know Samaje Burrell already announced his intentions to hit the portal, but that was obviously a very different circumstance. Texas is going to lose some guys, I think, after spring ball. So once Texas starts having departures into the portal, I think maybe you'll get another addition or two. But defensive tackle is a spot that I think a lot of us have been looking at as a potential area of need for the Horns. They got Tia Savea already from the portal from Arizona. Jere Bledsoe, a young guy, apparently standing out and was really good on Saturday. Well, maybe if he continues to play well, then Texas doesn't feel as much of a need to add an interior defensive lineman.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be always open for a tackle. I mean, if you can find a defensive tackle, you're going to – and if they show up and he's not just a body, because once again, Texas isn't taking just bodies right now. They're taking players when it comes to the portal and all the positions. This is now the time where you're not looking for – we don't need bodies. We can get enough of those in high school, and we can build through the high school ranks of bodies. We need players. If we bring you from another school, you got to be able to play.
Yep.
You're not 100%. Just taking up a scholarship, because if we're taking up scholarships, we'll go recruit a kid out of high school. We'll go pick the best from a high school somewhere than to mess with you and see if you're going to be ready to play this year because you went to another school for 2 other years. We're not in that business anymore. We're in the business of bringing in players. So if they find a tackle, yes, please do so.
It's always hard to bring in impact players from the portal.
No,
right?
They generally stay where they are.
They either stay where they are or, you're recruiting against everybody else, right? Like, it's like, there's always good players that hit the portal, but you got to go against Georgia and Bama and Ohio State and Oregon and LSU, and, every premier program in college football that also has money to spend in name, image, and likeness. They are also targeting the same players you're targeting. It's really tough to get impact defensive tackles. Like those are hard to find, right? It had been a long time since
they're having success where they are, and they're about to get drafted on the experience that they had where they are. Whether their team is bad or not, that's one thing. But when people see them and NFL scouts see them, they go, I don't care what team he's playing for. This dude is good. They know it, so they don't have to leave so they can go win games. They're already, people already know how good they are. They're not going to pick up and leave.
Excuse me, Bug. I think a perfect example of that is Bear Alexander, right? Like he's at USC. He floated his name into the portal, and USC's like, we can't lose this guy. Let's pay him whatever he wants to get paid to make sure he sticks around.
We need him for another year, yes.
Everyone realizes how important those war daddies are on the inside of a defensive line. So, the hope is Alfred Collins can turn into something close to that. The hope is Vernon Broughton. Those are a couple of fifth-year guys. Hopefully Vernon Broughton can turn into something close to that. And you've got Tia Savea, you've got Sadir Mitchell, you've got Jere Bledsoe, you've got Aaron Bryant. I mean, there are names there, and you don't get a scholarship offer at UT if you can't play. But Buck, in the SEC, you have to have good line play. I think the O-line's great. I think the edge position is great. If the D tackle spot isn't great, then Texas has to do whatever. They got to pony up some Texas One Fund dollars and bring in somebody who's going to make sure that D line can compete against some of the big uglies in that conference.
Yeah, and they don't have years to wait on it. They have to find one now. They have to find a graduate, somebody who's graduating this spring, somebody who's going to enter the portal, doesn't want to be in the same spot, and they've got to find a player or two.
Yeah,
if they possibly can. And I'm still open if there's a secondary guy back there too, over the next week or so that shows up. I wouldn't be against that either.
No, and I hate even saying this, right? Because this is so negative, and we're talking about how positive and optimistic we are about this weekend and the season as a whole.
Right.
But like Sark has to know what happened to Tom Herman, right? Like Tom Herman had an amazing year, and it felt like everything was going in the right direction, and it's like, oh, he's the guy and we're just going to get better from here and it's all gravy. And then within 2 years, Tom Herman lost his job. Like Sark still realizes what the expectation level is at Texas. And he now knows the bar is even higher than it's been in his first couple of seasons because of what the team just accomplished in 2023. So he knows he can't go like 8-4 next year. He knows he can't go 9-3 next year. And people are going to start asking questions about, is he a one-year wonder? Is he the right guy to consistently have Texas in the SEC? So he's got to do whatever he can from a roster building standpoint to make sure that there's no obvious red flag. There's no obvious drawback, obvious weakness, whatever you want to call it, that's going to prevent his team from doing what they did last year again this year.
Yeah, and he understands what he has at the wide receiver, quarterback, and running back position and offensive line. His offense is pretty geared up. You know, they're obviously they're missing three NFL guys. They're missing a running back, 2 wide receivers, a tight end. I mean, 4 guys that are NFL bound probably that are difference makers, and missing 1 or 2 of those guys would screw up your team. So he knows he's got to be right on the money, and I think he is. I think this offensive line, that is going to make up for a lot of things. To have a bunch that's 3 years together. The running back room is solid. The wide receiver room is solid. The quarterback room is solid. He's got, as you said, the war daddy on defense. You need a striker on that defensive line somehow. And we can wish and hope that Alfred Collins is the guy, but I'm not wishing and hoping until I see that guy in more than one game get it done. I'm sorry. I'm still not. I'm not there. This is a prove it to me year now, because there is no more other years. There's no, maybe it's the next year after this. There are no, it's this.
Yeah.
So you can only say wait and see. You're not buying into something that just because somebody says it. I'm not buying into it because somebody tells me that he's much different or you should see the way he practices. I don't care what he does at practice. I want to see it on Saturdays.
Yeah.
That's what will be important to me, to see it
Agreed.
happen on Saturdays. But they've got to find a number of guys like that that are out there that they can help them, and especially in that secondary.
This Saturday would help. I know it's not the Saturdays you're talking about, but
I agree.
I'll tell you what, a week from today, when we're doing our first show after the spring game, I'm going to be pissed if we're like Alfred Collins, like we didn't call his name a bunch on Saturday.
Because that 3-year offensive line beat his ass all over the place?
Yeah, like he had 1 tackle. And the tackles aren't always about the stats.
Sure.
But like if we're just sitting here next week talking about how, Alfred Collins, we heard his name once on the broadcast and we saw him maybe make 1 play or 2 plays. If it's one of those, then it's like I'm selling my stock.
Dude, the kid that plays now for the Texans, the linebacker, Will Anderson, when Nick, it was so funny when Nick Saban said, we were so pissed at halftime. That guy was ruining our spring game. They had to take him out of the spring game. He said, he's ruining the game for us. We can't block him. Get him. He doesn't need to be playing that much anyway that he's going to hurt, but he wanted to play. The kid wanted to play, and Saban put him in. He said he wrecked the spring game.
Yeah, that's not going to be Alfred Collins because, Will Anderson was like the best defensive player in college football for maybe 2 years in a row and was a top 3 pick in the NFL draft. So even if Alfred Collins reaches his full potential and achieves every Texas fan's wildest dreams about him, then
he's not going to wreck the spring game.
He's still not going to be Will Anderson. Like it's just not going to happen. That guy's awesome. Top 10 all time in sacks in the history of college football, playing at Alabama and getting double teamed all the time. Football Reference. But there you go. One more spring game thing before we get to this Wags video, because I did promise you and the people that.
Yes.
Thought this was weird. Andrew McCuba ran with the second team at safety. Just a scrimmage. I don't think it's a big deal, but your 2 starting safeties were Derek Williams and Michael Taff, who were the 2 starting safeties for most of the second half of last.
Well, once again, Michael Taff and those guys, they know the system.
Yeah. So that's
guys who know the system. McCuba is going to take, he's got through the summer and all this other stuff, and he'll get there, believe me.
Yeah, McCuba was running with the second team, but yeah, by the time we get to the fall, he'll be a huge piece. And look, Michael Taff's going to play, and he should play some.
Absolutely.
But ideally, you've.
I want interceptions, and where that guy is, the ball seems to find him.
Johnny on the spot.
Absolutely.
I think 3 straight games with an INT last year for Texas in the heart of conference play. So Was a very smart player and did some good things for this Texas defense, but you can hopefully upgrade there.
Once again, I like winners. That dude's a winner. That guy's been around winning football. He understands winning football. He understands where his deficiencies are. He knows people understands what his deficiencies are, but he seems to find his way. When the ball gets loose, his ass is around that pile, and that's a good thing.
Yes,
if you want 11 guys like that are around that pile when the ball gets loose, because you generally have a good chance of getting that. So I like him. I like his attitude. I like the way he plays. I know what his weaknesses are, but I also know what his strengths are. And a lot of people don't have strengths like he does.
Mm-hmm.
You wish you had more guys that had that. You wish you had talented guys that had some of those strengths that dude has. So he's vital to the football team.
Well said. All right, before we get to this Wags video, Buck, let's see. Oh, Sue Patrick. We got to give Sue Patrick some love.
We will be there
on Wednesday.
We will be there. 5222 Burnett Road. All your Longhorn gear. Jay's supposed to come up with a bag for me, another golf bag for the Mullet Open. That's right. And folks, they've got all the golf gear. They got all the golf polos. I told you I wore my one polo to a doctor's appointment, and the guy in the waiting room said, I got to have this. Got right on the phone, went to SuePatrick.com and ordered it right there in the waiting room. He had to have it so bad.
Awesome. Love that place. SuePatrick.com is the website if you want to shop online. And yes, we'll be there Wednesday, 8 to 10. They don't open until 9:30. So, come by towards the end of our show, but more importantly, just do your shopping there. It's awesome. Speaking of awesome, Allstat beer is awesome. The best beer that you can find all throughout the city of Austin, all throughout Central Texas, all throughout the state of Texas. You can get it in the Metroplex. You can get it in Houston. You can get it in San Antonio. This stuff's about to go national, too.
Nice.
Yeah, that's how good it is. Allstat is growing like crazy, and with damn good reason. It is a damn good beer. If you've already tried it, you know exactly what I'm talking about. If you haven't tried it yet, you're an idiot. Yeah, how's that? You're an idiot if you're drinking.
Straight up?
Yeah, if you're drinking like those big-name beer brands, you're drinking water, and it tastes
like
like
IPAs and those IPBs and those I Am Hortons. You know what I mean?
Allstat does have an IPA, for the record.
There you go.
I'm not the biggest IPA fan in the world, but every once in a while, sure. The IPA, the German-style IPA that they've got at Allstat is fantastic. They've got the lager, the Kolsch, the Hefeweizen, the Pils, the Light. So many brews, something for every beer drinker out there. AllstatBeer.com for more info and get you a six-pack next time you're at the grocery or liquor store. All right.
Damn it, the more that I look at this thing, the more it's growing. I don't know if I'm bleeding, if I'm having blood come down through this thing, but the third eye is just starting to grow. That thing is going to grow as time goes on.
Well, hopefully it doesn't do that. The thought is with time, it will go away. That's usually how it works.
Okay.
If it keeps growing, then you really should go to a doctor.
Get it stitched up, get it closed up.
Yeah. If you're bleeding out randomly, or if the giant lump starts to look like a grapefruit, then yeah,
the lump is going. Oh, I guess you can see a little bit of it.
Yeah,
that thing yesterday. I'm glad you don't ever show that picture. I sent that picture to my sister. I had to send it to them because they're the ones that caused me to lose my concentration yesterday.
Yeah, blame your sister for you not being able to walk. That's smart right there. Hey, this will make you feel better.
Okay, please.
This is from yesterday. We were at Bolden Acres. Once again, much love to our friends at Picks Sports Gear. Use code RADIO10 if you're looking for the best pickleball gear in the world, picksportsgear.com. They had a demo day at Bolden Acres. Wags was there. I was there. A bunch of folks were there. It was a great day. And Wags, I don't know if he'd ever played pickleball before. So he took the court, tried his hand.
With the pickle. He's played pickle.
He's played with his pickle, other pickles. I mean, he was in the military. There's plenty of pickle playing going on there.
Yeah.
But here's with sound, full speed, Wags trying to play pickleball. He was going up against Tina, who works for Pick Sports Gear. Not a competitive game, just like a friendly rally. They were warming up. This is like 2 minutes into Wags taking the court. And, well, here's what happened. Oh, yeah. Down he goes.
Well, for my fall school, that's perfect because you're supposed to use that rear end. Watch how Wags uses his rear end.
Wags on the left side.
Boom, there it goes. That's how you're supposed to fall. Very well done by Wags. Falling on that left hip because he's got a lot of hip over there on that left side.
I mean,
and that right side.
Pickleball. Like she barely hit the ball. She like lobbed it up to him, and he overruns it and then tries to backpedal to hit it, and he falls on his ass.
It's not easy keeping your balance. When you're a big man like Wags, he's a big man.
He's not that big. Are you calling him fat?
No. See how that right leg that right leg gave out on him.
All right, let's go slow-mo now.
Texas Orthopedics. Better go see our friends at Texas Orthopedics. Get
I
that knee replaced.
I mean, this guy served our country at the highest level. Isn't that a scary thought?
With the backpack on and a gun in his hand.
This is what we've got defending our freedoms. Here's slow-mo.
Ooh. See how that right leg gave out on him, BK?
It did. It was more on his side. He fell more on his side than on his rump roast, it looks like. Here it is again with the slow-mo as he falls back. Look, the knee, I think the right knee hits first, and then you get a little right hip.
That'll be replaced in a couple of years.
We'll bring Wags on here in a second. He'll be with
that ankle may have given out with the amount of weight on that right side. That ankle may have given in.
He does the starfish too, just laying flat back on the ground after
He couldn't make the play when he was going down. You got to be able to make the play there, Scheffler.
Oh my God, this was tough. All right, we'll bring him on now.
Come on, Scheffler, make the play.
Wags, how do we explain?
Completely landed. All right, so as you're going down, you guys hit it right on the head. I landed knee first.
Yeah.
The knee does not feel that great today, guys. It does not feel that great.
Is it
I was
straight?
thinking, did the ankle give way, or did that when that
The
knee
ankle did not give away. I was good. I just got faked. Like the ball, you can't see it because of the resolution, but the ball has a different spin.
Oh, sure, it has a little backspin on it.
And there was also a gust of wind right there that just blew me down. I mean,
plus you're playing against a professional. You're playing against the pro there. She's done that before.
Yeah, but then I actually found out that she doesn't really play that much. And that's when I felt really fucking bad. You know what I mean about myself.
And you should.
I mean,
I really should. Yeah, the starfish, the I give up at life at the end there.
He barely hits this ball, dude.
Hold on, can we back up though? We're not. Hold on, you. Right there, that slice right there. That's the point. Awesome. I just dropped a teardrop. The point should have been over. I wasn't ready. I thought the rally was done, and then she surprises me. Tina surprises me and hits it, and I'm like, oh shit, okay, I'll come back. And that's what tripped me up a little bit here.
Oh yeah, you dropped an Yvonne Lindell drop shot on her ass.
Boris Becker-esque.
Good job there, Boris.
You're right. Technically, the point.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, you got me falling. My knee is busted. But did you get the bat? Look at that slice.
In Wag's defense, the point was technically over at that point, right? Because the ball bounced twice on Tina's side.
Jesus. You guys are actually
you know what I did? I did notice how big I've gotten in the past year from not working outside. Wow, I got some
outdoor work. I got some outdoor work for you, Wags.
Yeah, call me up with Hobby, man. Get me over there, dude, because we got about 30 pounds to lose, guys, and we got to lose.
Hobby works though. Hobby doesn't mess around.
Hey, look, I delegate.
That's what I do. I delegate to me.
After that moment, Wags, he went back on the court. We rallied together for a few minutes. He did not fall again. He was pretty gassed after about 3 minutes of playing.
I got to tell you, I didn't realize how bad out of shape I actually am. Like
Wags, did you wear a jock? I hope you put a jock on.
No, I didn't. I don't. I got an innie, so I don't really have that problem.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, we're all right then. And plus, I was castrated a couple of years ago.
Okay.
I'm all right. So we don't have to have that extra protection.
Always. Well, that's what a jock is for, Wags. That and for COVID.
Keep them together. It's just to keep all the party together. That's all.
That's right. Or COVID. Great COVID, man.
Yeah, whatever floats your boat, whatever fits better, I guess.
Keenan Womack is with us again as Double R is on vacation for one more day. Good to see you, number one. Number two, any thoughts on Wags'
slice? You got to show the slice.
No, we got to show slow-mo.
Oh, no, the slice was nice, actually. The slice was pretty nice, but yeah, you really undid yourself with the
people don't understand when they think they're getting into their sweet spot, right? But I'm giving you the noose to hang yourself. I'm getting you into your forehand because your forehand's going to put me into my backhand, and that's when I just unleash the slice.
I would say the guy who was left hanging would be the guy who fell over.
I got the point, Keenan. I scored.
Yes,
Jesus, that looks awful. Oh my God.
You look like a little puppy laying on the ground there with your legs up in the air. A jelly cat.
The I give up at life at the end is just I was done. Dude, that was only after I think like 5 minutes. I was so gassed. I was done.
What you don't want to do, Wags, is you don't want to go to the pickleball court for your first time and have a heart attack, and they got to put 5 stents in you. No, you don't want that to happen. So
dying on the pickleball court.
Who hit you?
Oh, I fell into the stones yesterday. I fell off a ledge.
You fell?
Yeah, I went.
You didn't fall. So who threw something at you?
I fell off the edge, and I went 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, and I never was able to turn in midair. And I went face first, and the stone stuck right in my nose right here.
Are you?
Yeah,
Buck,
dude, yeah, it was not good, Wags. I almost.
You know how close you were to.
Oh, dude, I just missed the corner of the step, which would have embedded into my skull. And I was telling you, my dog would have come in and started licking the blood, and then he would have ate my brains.
BK, I mean, he could have. I mean, that's serious.
This is our newest sponsor because of Bucky falling, because of Wags falling.
No, I did the break fall. Go back and look. Go look at the video. I do the break fall. At least you see me do the break fall.
Yeah, you
guys.
My knee actually breaks the fall, but I mean,
y'all need this. Y'all need Life Alert. All right, I'm gonna call them today and see if I can get them on board as a sponsor for us, and maybe they'll give us some free Life Alert device.
Now, would I seriously use a Life Alert? Like if I was walking, doing the property stuff, should I have that around my neck?
All senior citizens should have Life Alert.
That's bullshit.
I say in the commercials,
you gotta have it around your neck because what if you forget? What if you place it somewhere and you forget it?
Yeah, you're right. I guess I could walk around like dog tags, right? A little Life Alert around my neck. Yeah, you know what? If they've sponsored, I guess I would wear that only on the property. I'm not wearing that out. I'm not wearing that if I'm going to Marshall's. I'm not walking in the line at Marshall's with a Life Alert around my neck.
Oh, there's too many hot moms at Marshall's for you.
That's right.
Dude, I'll tell you something right now. You want to talk about hot moms? We were down there at Bowden Acres South, down off of South Lamar. I mean, just even if you don't play pickleball, if you're just don't go to the gym anymore to pick up women. Go to a pickleball court. I'm serious.
What about the baggers at HEB? You mean they're done now too?
If you're done bagging them, then yeah.
Oh my God.
Those girls are in high school, R. Kelly. Come on, Buck.
Come on.
They're old ladies. They're old ladies. The ones at my HEB are retired. They're out of work.
Okay. They were retired. They're not anymore.
Not anymore. They're in work now. They got a lot of work. They got a long body of work now.
All right, boys. I got to go do some yard work again.
There he goes.
There you guys. Have a good show.
Later, man. Be good. Yes. What's up, Keenan? How are you doing, man?
Dude, nothing, man. We got some basketball to talk about today.
Yes, we do. How was your weekend, though? Good?
It was great, man. Yeah. I'm trying to think what I did. Didn't do much. I just mostly gamed and I went to my buddy's engagement party.
Oh, what'd you game on?
I play the show, man.
Okay.
MLB The Show. All right. I'm obsessed with it. I play it all the time. If I'm not working or writing. PS4. I got a PS4 for free like last year, and I've just been playing that. It's fun.
Hey, PS4 it's still a viable console, man. So
the graphics look good on the TV I have too. Like it really looks like a baseball game. It's pretty cool.
So with TVs, like when you're playing on, consoles or whatnot, like usually, I was always trying to get like the 4K television.
Yeah,
27-inch monitor. 27-inch monitor. That's all you need for gaming.
Yeah,
frames win games, my guy. Frames win games.
Yeah. Are you a PC gamer?
Yeah. I got a console, but I also got a PC. I'm mainly a PC gamer, so
okay, cool. Yeah,
you unlock everything with a PC. You know what I mean? Like you can put mods on there, you can do whatever you want to a game. You don't get capped out at a certain resolution or a certain frame rate. You can, I don't know, as long as you have a beefy enough computer to withstand and upload mods and whatnot. It does. It makes gaming so much better. It makes you
it gives you the ability to play what the devs wanted you to play. That's how I see it.
Yeah. Well, what's cool about it too is like the graphics cards just keep getting better and better.
Yeah, but I mean that what also sucks is you got to keep, shipping out what $1,500 each time, a good graphics card comes out. PS5 shout out to CB there. That's what they got. So look, and you can probably get like say the 4000 series are out right now, right? But I have a 3080. I can get along. I could probably wait for another year and a half until like they get into like the 5000 series until I should upgrade or whatnot. But hell, when the 5000 comes out, it's probably going to be like $2,000 and shit just for that graphics card. And that's which makes sense. That's the most expensive part of the PC, man. But yeah, enough talking about Geek Central. But hey, man, if you guys are into PCs and you need something fixed, man, check out Altex. That's where I go. It's one of the stores that I use for all my PC gear and stuff like that if I'm not ordering them online. But yeah, they're a friendly local brand here that I use, and make sure you check them out, man. Friendly free shout out there to Altex. But yeah, my guy, let's talk. Let's get in your wheelhouse, dude. Let's do a little bit of NBA. We got the. I mean, you kind of called it. We already knew that it was going to happen there with the 4 and the 5. We got Dallas, in a nice little matchup with the LA Clippers. We can preview that, but let's go. I mean, well, I guess we can go down the East first and then go down the West. But yeah, a lot of basketball to cover today, my guy.
Yeah, and UT landed 3 transfers.
Oh yeah, how about that? Have some big news spots with UT basketball as well, man. So I guess we'll give the amateurs leeway first. We'll acquiesce to them and talk about them first. It is a Texas show in the first place. But yeah, everybody, welcome to the show. We haven't done our introductions yet. We kind of got into my fat ass falling all over the damn pickleball court. And by the way, we do have a revelation. I didn't realize how big I was until I was moving around out there. I don't move like I used to move, and things just feel a lot heavier. You know what I mean? They feel a lot heavier. And it is time to lose about 30 pounds, my dudes. So you guys are going to have to hold me accountable. I got to get off the soda. No more free calories, dude. We're not drinking any calories, man. That's it. That's it.
I'm pretty sure soda is like the main cause of obesity in America.
It's got
has to be. Just like
not only are you drinking your calories, you're also getting, a kidney stone in a cup. You know what I mean? Like
I drink like half a soda, but maybe I don't even finish it. It's too much. It's too sweet, too much sugar.
But do you even do the diet? We got
no. I do sparkling water,
lollipop, man.
I'm a sparkling water guy. Oh, lollipop actually is really good. It's like that's like the healthy soda, right?
Yeah,
like
it's soda that's good for you.
That's pretty good. That one's not too sweet. Oh, they're literally a sponsor, aren't they? Well, good thing I like it.
Yeah. All right. Well, we got playing games first that we need to talk about, of course. But yeah, we'll get into UT basketball and then we'll get into the NBA, my guy.
Okay, cool.
All right. So let's break it down. Go ahead and lead way with it.
Yeah. So 3 big transfers committed to UT basketball. Rodney Terry yesterday. 2 dudes from Indiana State. Julian Kent and Larry Kent and Julian. Oh my God, I just forgot their names. But the main one is Tremont Mark from Arkansas. That is the huge pickup because that dude was Arkansas's leading scorer last year. It's a wing scorer. And that's a thing that they've needed because last year they didn't really have any scoring off the wing. And now they have a guy that led Arkansas in scoring last year. Now, Arkansas was a dumpster fire. Don't get me wrong. They were really bad. But the fact that they have a guy that can start at the 3 spot, that can shoot, that can be your guy, I don't know if he's a 1, like your number 1 guy, but he's at least going to be in the conversation for it if it's not Trey, who's the freshman.
Yeah, I was going to say, I would think that Trey Johnson's probably going to be the 1 or the primary piece of the puzzle next year. But I mean, this is a really good support piece or a really good Robin to Trey's Batman.
Huge pickup. What I like about the Indiana State guys too is that they're more than just depth. When I say depth pieces, I don't want to sound like I'm saying they're not important, like they're bench pieces, but bench pieces are really important, especially in the tournament.
Did anybody really watch the NIT though? If you did, then you know what Keenan's talking about.
Those guys were good. Those guys are good.
Yeah, Indiana State can play. They can hoop, man.
Yeah, for real. And like, yeah, they didn't make the tournament, but like they probably should have. You know, they got kind of screwed. I think they let Virginia in over them. But either way, yeah, I know the Arkansas fan base is very upset about this. They were really complaining a lot on Twitter yesterday when Tremont Mark committed to Texas. They don't like Texas.
Well, I'm sure they don't want to see one of their best players, you know, or whoever was carrying the damn team in scoring actually, you know, leave exit stage right and then come to a like. Well, hell, now it's going to be.
Well, it's
is Arkansas
Calipari
in
now.
our pod? Arkansas's not in our pod, are they?
I think they're the fourth team in our pod. Yeah. Or
Then yeah, that's going to even make matters even worse there, Keaton. Not only are you coming to the SEC or a team in the SEC, but you also just gave away to a team that's also in your pod in the SEC. That's even worse.
I'm also just not as scared of Arkansas with Calipari as like a lot of people seem to be.
Is that why he dipped out?
Well, he went for Musselman and he just left because when Musselman left for USC, like everybody transferred and Calipari's bringing an entire new roster basically. But with
all freshmen, it'll all be freshmen. You know what I mean? Calipari
doesn't work.
I know
it doesn't work. We've seen it 5 years in a row now, especially this era now with the transfer portal, right? Where you got a bunch of 24-year-old dudes hooping. It's like COVID year, transfer portal. It's like, yeah, no wonder Oakland beat Kentucky. They're all
take advantage of that. Take advantage of the veteran mentorship.
They're adults, and Rob Dillingham's 18. You know what I mean? It's like, of course they lost. You know, it wasn't surprising to me when they lost in the first round because you just look at the age groups on those rosters, and teams full of freshmen almost never win at all. There are exceptions, obviously. There's Anthony Davis, but like Anthony Davis is the second best freshman of all time, maybe third best, if not first best. And you know, it's just it's college basketball, man. Like you have to adapt, and you have to go after guys that you have to get overlapping skill sets. You have to have guys that are depth pieces, even if they don't want to be. Cruel business.
Who is the best freshman of all time? Like,
I'd say there's three.
I'm trying to
pick between three of them: Carmelo, Kevin Durant, and Anthony Davis. I think are your best three ever.
I was gonna have KD in there, but I thought I was too home biased or whatnot, especially, you know, since the dude had played his home ball up in Maryland or whatnot. Does Kyrie Irving get mentioned in this?
You know, I would, but he only played 8 games his freshman year. He got hurt. He was injured.
But the body of work in those 8 games, though,
he was frying dudes, cooking dudes. Yeah, no, it was really.
I mean, and I only say it because I still love Maryland basketball, and I remember Kyrie Irving slicing up the Terps.
Oh my God.
Turtle soup, dude. It was turtle soup.
He's 30 whatever now, and he's still doing that in the NBA.
Do you remember that clip when he was playing with Team USA and he was going up against Kobe? I remember Kobe from the clip, but there was like or Dwight Howard was trying to stop him as well. Mm-hmm. Like he had 4 of them around him, and he just carved them up and flew through them like water. I mean, it was just most effortlessly, dude, and gets to the cup and scores. And I mean, that was like primetime Kyrie. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'd say he's like the best ball handler ever. It's him and Allen Iverson.
Easily. But yeah, dude, that's a really, I mean, I don't know, you just intrigued me. I know we got a little bit off track there, but I mean, when you bring up like, the best freshman of all time, it's hard for me to pinpoint the best freshman of all time.
I think it's between those 3. Honorable mention Michael Beasley. That guy was People forget about him because he didn't have a huge NBA career because he kept getting caught smoking weed. But that was an old era. But, he was one of those dominant scorers I've ever seen as a freshman. He averaged 26 points per game as a freshman at Kansas State. And he had like 3 or 4 games where he put up over 40 points. Just a monster, dude.
Yeah, that's pretty insane.
Pretty insane. Draft.
All right, let's get into the NBA. We've already kind of just led with. We talked about Kyrie. Let's kind of get into it since they are the home team for yourself. Mavericks and Clippers. Let's break this series down. Well, shit. I mean, first off, we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. We do got the play-ins to talk about. You want to get it? Let's get them done first. So, Lakers and Pelicans? That's tonight, and I think we also got the Warriors and Kings. What do you got? Who you like here from the West?
Man, both of those matchups are really interesting, actually, because all four of those teams are pretty good. That's what's so stupid about this seeding situation in the NBA. Like, I don't know why they don't just open it up and do 1 through 16 instead of 8 and 8 on each side. Because it just.
Oh, you mean like the best 16 the best 16 teams?
You just don't get a competitive
I'm so with that, dude.
It sucks, man. Like, of course, the Nuggets are going to.
How long has the bias been, or how long has the strength, in your opinion, how long has the strength been in the West?
Oh, it's insanely better.
What, almost two
20 years almost, yeah.
No, granted, there's been teams that have won,
Sure, yeah, but I'd say like what?
But the most dominant teams are from the West.
Yeah, I'd say like probably 70% of the recent champs are from the West.
Yeah, I don't have that stat line.
I don't have it either, but that would be my guess.
I think I'm on your side to agree with you there, 100%.
Yeah, well, it's like especially with now where it's this new era where like you have to. First of all, the thing that annoys me is that I think they could fix a lot of the NBA's problems if they went with a hard cap, and they don't. And so, like, there's all these weird rules about like tax aprons and bird rights, and it's like it's very complex. And I just think it would really create a more competitive league if you couldn't build super teams as easily. The thing is now, though. Sorry, what?
The max deals too. Like like how are only a few people qualify for max deals and max contracts, and others don't. Like
the whole NBA financial system is really weird, but at least they have some kind of something intact. Like I love baseball, but like I just don't like that you can just be the Dodgers.
You got FU money, man. You can do whatever you want with it.
Yeah, for real.
If you can buy it, baby. If you can buy it, get it on your team.
If you can buy it, they will come.
Apparently.
Yeah, so Pelicans are interesting because Zion is back and he's playing like the dude we all thought he was going to be. I mean,
how long can this hold up though until he breaks again?
I don't know, because it's like it's all about him, man. It's about his nutrition and how much he cares. Because here's the problem. He moved to New Orleans. Okay. What has better food and booze than New Orleans? Is there a place in the world?
Trying to think.
Is there a place in the world that has better food or booze than New Orleans? I don't think so. So of course he gained a bunch of weight. Now that's not an excuse, but it does make sense because New Orleans rocks, and like it would ruin my life if I lived there. I'd be like 900 pounds, be an alcoholic. It'd be a disaster.
Yeah, it's I'm a fan of their food. I'm a fan of their cuisine. I'm not really. It's funny too because I'm not really into the whole French vibe type of deal. But
yeah,
for some reason, man,
it's charming.
Beignet, let me get into a little coach over here. They give me a couple beignets there.
What is he doing now?
I have no clue. I mean, I'm surprised that people can understand what the hell he's saying.
Just sitting at home counting his stacks of money from LSU.
That's it. Just getting all the stuff that he had from his pillowcases and stuff, and then going down there to the local beignet store and getting some.
It's pretty awesome that he like basically wasn't a good coach and like just still had the greatest team of all time. Like literally, 2019 LSU, man, that offense.
I'll say they're up there. That's probably one of the best offenses I've seen, and we kind of talked about this.
Yeah, we talked about it last time. I forgot.
They're the second best team I think I've seen in college football, right? Like behind the 01 Miami team.
Those receivers,
maybe arguably the best offense.
Yeah,
probably arguably the best offense. But yeah, dude. What was I gonna say? Have you ever seen the exchange between Coach O in Kim Mulkey when Kim Mulkey first gets to LSU?
I can't even imagine. Please tell me.
Well, I mean, we got to pull it up, but it's like this little itty bitty thing coming up against, big mountain of the land there. And she walks up and says, "Hey, how you doing, coach?" Whatever. And then all of a sudden he just towers over. And all you can hear is, "I'm a big fan." You know what I mean? That's it. Like that. It's a
That's so funny. It sounds like the Cookie Monster.
Yeah, that's what it is. And then all you can make out is just big fan. But yeah, dude, it's and then just you don't really see too much. Not too often is Kim Mulkey taken back or looks like she just is struggling to say something, but you see this look that comes over Kim Mulkey like, holy fuck, what do I do? Get me out of here.
She just constantly looks annoyed to me. Kim Mulkey does. Like she just constantly looks like, I don't want to be here. I need to speak to your manager, that kind of shit,
Or give me a Marlboro menthol Cadillac or 100.
Maybe, yeah. I think she's more of a complains to management type of person, but maybe you're right.
Strikes me as that. All right, Lakers and Pelicans. You mentioned it, man. Zion's back, looking like the dude that we thought he was going to be. But if LeBron has anything to say with it, the Lakers should be able to get through the Pelicans. And Anthony Davis is probably maybe one of the best seasons Anthony Davis has had in a long time.
Yeah, he played 76 games.
Right? Yeah, he's shown that he's been durable enough, but if that can hold up within the playoffs, then the Lakers show, man, they could actually get pretty damn deep. I don't have them going to the conference finals or anything like that, but they could get out of the first round. Not only do they get in, they also could get out of the first round.
The problem with the Lakers, man, is they don't have a lot of depth as far as like their starting five is pretty good. AD and Reeves and LeBron and them. But
what do they play, like 7? 7 people?
They play 8, but like 8 deep. But like, I don't know, man. They get beat. Their second units get beat a lot. And like, if you look at the Pelicans, there's some mismatches there. Who's gonna? I guess you could put LeBron on Brandon Ingram, but like, they don't have anybody that can stop Zion.
Who's gonna stop Zion though? I was gonna
even Anthony Davis is like not really built to stop Zion.
Yeah, I mean Zion's way too fast, way too fast.
He's explosive
in terms in what he still got the second jump ability, right? To where he comes down and then explodes right off.
Yeah, double jump
out of the damn gym. So
it's unreal what he can do off the second bounce. Like just the ability that it gives you in rebounding, in catching lobs. Like he's just such a threat. In the paint, regardless of if he has the ball in his hands or not,
No, I'm with you there, man. Okay, so out of the two teams that have a chance to come out of this, you'd like to whoever's in the 7, you're kind of doomed, right? Like you almost have a better chance to play the 8 than you if you are the 8, you almost have a better chance to survive in the first round by playing Oklahoma City, right? You'd like to think
Denver.
Yeah, I mean, you like to think.
Yeah,
I know I'm giving a lot of roses to Denver, but I mean, they're the defending champs. They play excellent defense, and they're so deep too. You talked about the lack of depth that the Lakers have. Caveat to that, you got Denver that's out there that's so damn deep, right? And then I'm not trying to take anything away from the Thunder, man. They got probably one of the best players in the league. One hell of a 2-man game between he and Chet Holmgren, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
and J-Dub.
Yeah, and that's another thing too. Like Oklahoma can play. They don't just have 2 players, dude. Like they got some cats too, man. But again, all that being said, I would rather play Oklahoma, especially if you're the Lakers, it's a better matchup. I would rather play the Oklahoma than I would have to go up or going up against Denver, man, where Denver's just, feels like you're loaded with stalwarts on the front 5, and then you got some dudes that can come off the bench and fill the bucket up too.
Yeah, I think we're headed for a Denver Celtics finals, to be honest.
It's just inevitable.
I think this is the thing about the NBA is like it's really the only sport where every single year the best team wins it every year. You can't win the NBA title if you're not the best team. I just don't think, or maybe because you have to get there. You're at least the second best team if you're going to win it. It's not like college football used to be, where you just like randomly end up in a bowl and you upset somebody. It's like you have to beat a team 4 times, and if you are not better than a team, you're not going to beat them 4 times out of 7.
Right. That's probably The NBA is all about the stars. I've always said that. And if you are in a best of 7 series or a best a race to 4, it's not a race to 4, it's a best of 7. If you are in a best of 7 series, the stars will prevail and you'll see the best team. Like it's just you will not have any unless the refs interfere, unless you got Donahue out there, you will have the absolute best team. They will prevail and come out of that series. I mean, you could say that with baseball, but there's so many anomalies that happen with baseball. Like yeah, exactly. You know what you're seeing with basketball. It really is all about the stars.
And like even with football, you play one game, you can upset somebody in one game. Hard to upset somebody 4 times out of 7.
So, do you think there should be at least a 3-game series, the best of 3-game series in a football contest?
No,
that would take up way too much.
Because A, it would take up too much time. B, it's too dangerous.
Right. Yeah.
You can't do series in football, I don't think. I think you got to play 1 game a week, and that's it. But
are you old enough to remember the time where it felt like the Oakland Raiders and Kansas City Chiefs were having a series? They played each other. I think it might have been like 1995 or 96.
I'm 30.
No, you weren't alive.
I mean, I was alive.
You probably can't remember. But yeah, so they played each other in like I almost want to say like 3 out of the 4 weeks. Out of the past 4 weeks, they played each other 3 times, right? Because they were division rivals. So
and then playoffs.
And then they played each other in the wild card playoffs.
Wow.
It was crazy.
That is weird.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Who won the series?
I think it was the Chiefs.
Yeah,
if I remember correctly, it was the Chiefs. That was before Oakland got back to, I guess, form. It was right after their heyday in the 80s, and then I think Bo Jackson and Marcus Allen had just gotten traded or whatnot. Bo Jackson was actually Marcus Allen was actually on the Chiefs, after being traded from or maybe it was a free agent. Maybe I don't know if he was traded or not. I think it was actually free agency. Marcus Allen was. I'll have to look that up on Sports Reference or whatnot. But anyways, back to basketball, my guy. Back to basketball. So Lakers and Pelicans. You and I already think that it's going to be a Denver Denver Celtics finals. But I mean, we'd be remiss if we didn't go through the series. Every series and break it down. Yeah. Lakers and Pelicans, we kind of talked about. I think the Lakers are going to emerge victoriously out of this. I know that Zion's playing out of his gourd right now, but again, like I just mentioned, it's some of the best basketball that I've seen Anthony Davis play in a while, and I think he can actually maybe use the whole like veteran mentality and the old head type of play skill set, and maybe best Zion Williams in that skill set of his, right? LeBron, I think LeBron's going to be able to handle Brandon Ingram. I know Brandon Ingram is come on in the past couple of years as a really good scoring sensation and held one of the best players in the NBA. But it's the king. The king will find a way.
On defense.
Right. The king will find a way, man. Is hate him or love him, you can't deny his ability that he competes, especially in the playoffs, man. He is 100 playoff LeBron James and regular season LeBron James. I will always say they're just different people. 100%.
Dude, yeah. I think like maybe the most dominant playoff run from one guy that I've ever seen. It wasn't even the 2016 or 15. Was it 15 or 16 where he beat the Warriors? The 4-3. Like it was 3-1.
Hold on.
It was 16.
Are you sure that Kyrie didn't help him beat the Warriors?
Well, yeah, he did, of course. But you have to have
I would argue that LeBron helped Kyrie.
Oh no.
Oh, come on, man.
Kyrie hit the shot, but LeBron had the block down. He had way more points than Kyrie in that game. He had more assists. He had more rebounds.
I'm talking about look at the series. Look at that total series.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I thought you meant the game.
They're not in the games that they're in without Kyrie Irving.
No, of course not. But no team. I mean, the Warriors had 3 badasses. And I don't know. I think it's so impressive.
They had the best team in the NBA, man. That's like I know that people, and I'm one of these dudes. I will always say, I got Jordan over LeBron, just off the shit that I've seen Jordan be able to do. Sure. I've seen LeBron play too, and I've seen both of them play, and I can't deny the ability to put your team on the shoulder. Like, again, this is nothing against LeBron, but at the end of the game, like Michael Jordan's taking the last shot, LeBron James is acquiescing to get his team into the best position to score to win the game, right? I will give that about LeBron James, is that he doesn't have the ego to actually have to take the last shot. But be that as it may, Michael Jordan's going to hit the damn last shot. You know what I mean? He's not missing the damn last shot. I can't remember a better clutch shooter than Michael Jordan. Now, the best shooter I've ever seen in my lifetime is the guy we're going to talk about in this next series, Steph Curry.
About the Jordan LeBron thing real quick, though.
Go ahead. Absolutely. That's kind of rude of me to just open that discussion up and not give you a little bit of a voice.
You're good, brother. I was just going to say, LeBron's hit like 30 buzzer beaters. Several.
Yeah, and clutch, crucial buzzer beater. I still remember the dagger that he hit
big
against
playoff
Washington.
games, like the ones against, like when he just destroyed the Raptors, like just dismantled their entire franchise in like 2 different series.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I think it was 16. I think it was the first series of the year they won it, where he had 2 buzzer beaters against the Raptors in the same series.
Yeah, he's pretty damn phenomenal. I mean, instead of comparing.
That's what I don't like. He's more Magic than Jordan.
Yeah, he's a Magic Johnson comparison. But I mean, even then, like let's appreciate the fact that we've actually got to watch all these greats instead of just comparing which one's better. Screw that. You know what I mean? Like they're on the Mount Rushmore of hoops. You know what I mean? Let's just be glad we've been able to, and fortunate that we've been able to watch the greatness. Dude, I remember watching Larry Bird live, but I don't remember watching like all the greatness that I see with the clips of Larry Bird. Like, like all the highlights of Larry Bird being able to do his stuff, man. And look, it might have been fundamentally sound or whatnot, but he was schooling. Like he was crossing you up with left hands. He was going between people's legs and everything like that. Like Larry could actually play, man. I don't remember that.
Yeah. He's a top 10
I don't
player
remember him
ever.
being above the rim as much as I've seen clips of him above the rim either. And maybe it's because I watched Larry in like his declining years. I won't say his declining years because I remember the Celtics still winning, but I don't remember Larry being like, I figured, it took me 3 weeks to figure out that I could be the best player in this league. Like I don't remember that Larry.
Yeah,
that's not the Larry I remember, man. So, I know I got some years on me, but I'm remembering all these. I'm seeing all these clips and these highlights of all these greats, and I'm wondering if they could play in the league today. And there's a few of them,
I think about that often,
especially with like the rules changing. I think you absolutely could.
Yeah, I mean the thing is though is like people compare teams from like the 2016-17 Warriors with Durant. That's the best team ever. I don't want to hear any other team. I don't want to hear the Bulls. It doesn't matter.
You don't. I was gonna say, you don't have the Bulls there?
You cannot beat that Warriors team in a series. You can't do it with Durant. You can't do it. It's impossible. You don't have enough guys to cover all them, man. Yeah. Even with Michael Jordan and friggin' Scottie Pippen.
Scottie couldn't guard KD.
Probably. Well, I mean, maybe he could, but like then you have another option. You just throw it to Klay Thompson, or then you have
Jordan on. I was gonna say you putting Jordan on Steph. Who's gonna guard Klay?
Exactly. Yeah, Klay is just. I mean, I guess you could try to put Rodman out there on him, but like I just think, and the way they play is just so revolutionary with just all the threes that I think they would just bury everybody, and everybody would be like, I don't know how to stop this.
Has Steve Kerr been asked that question? I'm sure he has. He's had to have been asked.
Because he was on the Bulls teams. Yeah, right. I'm sure he has. I think he said the 16-17 Warriors would win. I think he said the team he coached would win. And I think he's right. He would know.
I think I gotta agree with that. I think the offensive scoring was just too much. It's I don't know. Jordan's lost before. You know what I mean? So
everybody's lost. Man.
Wait, I don't know. Jordan hadn't lost in the finals.
No, he didn't lose in the finals, but he didn't make.
He lost in the playoffs.
Yeah, he lost in the playoffs several times. That's what people say. They're like, he's 6-0 in the finals. LeBron's lost 6 times in the finals, and I was like, yeah, but he's been to the finals 10 times.
Yeah.
And won 4 of them. So shut up.
Warriors and Kings. Do the Kings got anything? Do the Kings got anything against the Warriors here, or do you see the Warriors escaping and getting in? That's who I got.
I think the Kings win.
All right, so the Warriors don't even get in.
I don't think so. I mean, the problem with the Warriors is like all their best players now are rookies, like second-year guys.
Yeah,
like,
Clay can't run. Like
Clay can't really run. Steph's Steph, but Draymond's washed up. I hope he doesn't hear that because he'll come beat me up. But
I mean, if Draymond's watching this show, we're all right.
he
You
just
know what I mean?
punched his monitor.
Hey, I'll take one in the face for Draymond watching this show.
I won't. You can do that though. He's a big
I
guy.
ain't got nothing up here. You know, Clark just ain't going. My hair just ain't going.
I'm wearing a helmet underneath this skin, dude. This is a thick skull under here. I barely have any brain. But yeah, no, I think that 16-17 Warriors team was just too good. Just the way that they move off ball, the way that they shoot three, just I don't see anybody beating them.
I'm with you there, man. I'm sitting here trying to read a little bit of the comments too, man. We got some baseball talk in the chat.
Yeah, you want to talk baseball? I mean,
oh, we can get into it, man. We can get into a little bit of baseball. We got a lot of basketball to break down too. But yeah, dude.
Yeah.
And again, we got a whole season of baseball to talk about. But, you know, we're getting into the nitty gritty of basketball and whatnot. And hell, and hockey too, guys. I don't know if you guys are fans of the ice, but the pond is frozen and rightly at the perfect time, man, because we got Lord Stanley in the playoffs getting ready to drop as well too. So anyways, that being said, let me tell you about audiovisual consultations. If you're watching NHL or NBA or got NFL news to get in, or you're watching a fresh season of baseball, you do it all with audiovisual consultations. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. Over the past 35 years, they've been setting the standard in audiovisual automation in the Austin, Central Texas area. So if you don't know what you want, go to the gallery of projects they have on their website, and then I guarantee you'll get an idea. If it's the 2 TVs that I got from behind me, or the 2 arcade cabinets, or the Dream Theater system that I have downstairs, or hell, even the 4 TVs that BK has laid out at his house, man, it's all deadly with audiovisual consultations. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. All right, my guy, are you in? Did you follow any of the Rangers and Astros this past weekend?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah. Unfortunately, oh yeah, I forgot you're a Rangers fan. I see the hat. I see it. I don't have my glasses on. These damn spectacles.
Yeah, that sucked. That was terrible. And I work with a bunch of Astros fans, and we were like watching the game at work. Just
Altuve. I mean, it's funny too. Like when I was listening to the game on the radio, as soon as Altuve hit it, they're just like, all right, and that's going to be the hit of the game and the home run of the game. And I'm like, Jesus, the game kind of just started here. Of course, Altuve got a second one, right? But it goes to show how much the Astros are struggling when they're giving away hits of the game towards the first frames, or the first couple of frames in a baseball game, right? But they don't know if the run support's going to come anymore, man.
Of course, man.
But God, I mean, Alvarez, man. I mean,
that guy's Jordan. I got Air Jordan.
It looks really good when the lumber's awake for Houston, but when they're not hitting, clearly the problem is there, right? Because they're just not getting the support. They're not getting the outings that they need from the bullpen.
Yeah.
Or not even the bullpen, just their rotation too. So
the Rangers pitching staff is also really banged up. DeGrom not pitching. I don't think he's going to pitch.
He's done for the season, right?
No, he's back in August. They think. I think he'll be back in August. That's what I've heard.
Because he's having TJ, Tommy John.
He had Tommy John last year, and is still recovering from it. Maybe you're right.
But how long's the recovery process for TJ?
A year, I think.
Maybe hell. We'll see if he gets it.
Maybe he's gonna be. I don't know. But
I thought he was out for the rest of the season, but I could be wrong.
Scherzer's throwing again.
So also, you know what I just read too? I thought I saw that Shohei Ohtani isn't going to throw this year.
He's not. He's just hitting this year though. He's killing it. He's hitting Tommy John. But you can still swing the bat, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how Tommy John works. I don't really know.
You're gonna have a damn train tracks going all up and down your elbow, man. That's not gonna rupture if you're swinging a damn baseball bat.
My thought, but I don't know. Hey, man.
I'm not doc. I'm not giving you the shot.
I'm no doctor, sir.
But I played one in a TV series before.
I'm not a doctor, but I play one on TV.
Oh shit, dude. Before we get into baseball, we got to get. We didn't even talk about the East. That's how bad the East is.
Who cares?
We didn't even,
I'm just kidding.
we didn't give the East any love, dude.
It's the Celtics and everybody else.
It's the Celtics, yeah, for sure. All right, but we have to talk a little bit about the playoffs, real quick, or the playing games. Bulls and Hawks here. That's not the first game, but honestly, the intriguing game. I think the team that can actually make a run at this thing, if all stars align right, is the 76ers. It is the 76ers that are going to be in the first game tomorrow. So, look. Again, we're kind of getting a little ahead of ourselves, but we got the Heat and the Bulls, or excuse me, we got the Heat and the 76ers tomorrow. We also have the Bulls and the Hawks tomorrow as well. I like the 76ers to come out of this. Not only do I like the 76ers to get in here, I like the 76ers to make a run and contest the Boston Celtics here to see who's going to be going and representing the East for the NBA Finals.
Okay, I like that.
I mean, they feel like a team, even when Embiid is there and you have Maxey and Embiid, right? I feel like this is a team that can make a run at this thing. And hell, I don't think Milwaukee's the second best team in the East anymore, man.
Doc is the coach.
Yeah, when is that? That didn't work in a long time.
Never worked. That worked once.
He's got that one championship he's still riding off of, dude. He's got that one championship.
That Tom Thibodeau won for him.
Yeah, exactly.
Tom Thibodeau ran that defense like a freaking Navy ship, and it worked.
How far do you think the 76ers can actually go, though? Like, I'm sitting here looking at
it depends on their seeding. What's their seed?
If this thing plays out, right, they'll probably get the 7, and the 7 will be playing the Knicks. The Knicks has been playing sensational, man, but it's all, I mean.
If they get Embiid, is Embiid back, right? He's back, yeah.
Embiid's back, yeah. And Brunson's been playing sensational, but how much can the Knicks continue to do this? Because we know how Thibodeau is in terms of wearing his team down with defense, right? Just the demand of the defense that Thibodeau plays. It's great, it works, but I mean, how long can it withstand? That's my question. Like how long
I
can
think
it pick this up?
Yeah, no, I think also though, I think the Knicks will win that series just because there's so much more depth on the Knicks. They have so many high level role players on that team.
Maxey versus Brunson. You'd like to think advantage goes Brunson?
I like Brunson more, but I think Maxey's really good too.
Embiid's got Randall. Embiid has the check mark over Randall.
Will eat Randall alive, but the rest of the squad I think works better for Philly. I mean, works better in New York's favor, not Philly's.
See, I got Philly getting past the Knicks.
That's interesting. You should put some money on it. I bet you get good odds.
You think even with Embiid coming back now, though? That's the thing.
I bet you could get like plus 180 or.
It won't be as sweet. It won't be as juicy as it would have been if I would have put it in 2 weeks ago.
Sure, yeah.
But
I don't know if you would have been able to 2 weeks ago.
Right. I don't think that's the thing. I don't think you could.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah. Out of the East, and once it does break down, here's the seedings one through my potential 8 here that I'll say: Boston, New York, Milwaukee, Cleveland, Orlando, Indiana, and then when you get to the playing games, I do have Philadelphia in the 7th spot, and then I got Miami. I think Miami gets in, but hey, we saw Miami make the Magic last year.
They're not this year. It's not going to happen this year.
They don't even have the personnel for it this year. Yeah.
No, my very good friend of mine, coworker, is a Miami Heat fan, and we were talking about this like last week, and he was like, "Yeah, we've made special runs, but not this year."
Just not going to happen.
I tend to trust his take. He's pretty unbiased about it.
Well, if you're going to make any special runs and you need to do so and you got to do it for a car, make sure you're doing it with Covert BK. And while we're at it, let's hear from our sponsors and friends over there at Covert BK.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Yeah, my guy. So we're kind of in the, I guess, arena or market for looking for a new car.
Yeah. Nice.
We got three people that drive in this household. We only have 2 vehicles at the moment. We had 3. The car that my son saved up for to purchase has already been put to the ringer, so to speak.
Happens with your first car typically.
3 wrecks in 4. I mean, it was done. It was done basically in the first week, but he was able to kind of make it go as long as he could, give it as much lifespan as he could. But I mean, he put that damn thing through the ringer.
Yeah, teenage boys are bad drivers.
Yeah, so let me ask you this, like, and I'll open this to chat too, right? Do I clearly I'm not getting him a new car, a new truck at all. A new truck. We don't do that. But he's been driving for a year and a half, or almost a year and a half, a little over a year. Been driving for a year, and he hasn't gotten in any incidents since the first week, right? Do we take him to get a used truck? Because that's what he wants. His birthday's coming up. But I mean, hell, dude, like, no one ever bought me a truck. Like, usually I had to work for the damn thing. But I mean, if I have a chance to kind of put him into a nice little truck, do we put the dude into a truck?
Definitely. Yeah, because here's why. What is the point of like working really hard to provide for your kids if you're not gonna like give them a leg up? That's what I always think with my kids. Like, I'm gonna buy my kids.
I'm still in the mindset of hard men make soft men or whatever.
I think it's different. I think it's like hard circumstances like make you not able to understand how you actually feel. You know, not to get too philosophical.
No, but I can get down with that. Oh, you're on to something. You gonna write a book?
Mm-hmm.
You gonna write a book?
I have thought about it. I write articles all the time.
Hey man, put a little haiku in there. Sprinkle a little haiku from time to time.
You can't haiku off the dome, brother. That's a tough one.
No,
it's a tough poem to haiku.
Go walk in the clouds. Go talk to our friend Rudes, man, and then go step into the clouds and then go make some haikus with Rudes. Oh, make some haikus with Rudes. Oh, I'm on to something here, man.
That's a show right there, baby.
Our friends at Pick Sports Gear. You see this paddle? Do you know why I fell on my ass? It's because I wasn't using this paddle. I went out there. I got myself a certified pickleball league paddle now, guys. USA approved, USA pickleball approved with Pick Sports Gear. You can only get it there. PIXsportsgear.com. I got this at demo days yesterday down at Bolden Acres. Am I saying that right? Bolden Acres? Bolden Acres. That's a French word. I had a guy that was with the last name of Bolden. Well, it's Bolden, right? It looks like Bolden, but it was actually Boldwin. He would throw a W in there for no reason. Yeah, I guess it's French. The French are always weird, but anyway,
you get in a fight with me, dude. You put weird letters in your name, dude. I don't like that.
You know what I'm saying?
Notre Dame,
dude. Get me out there. You see me making that slice? You do it with Picks, right? Picks is the best out there, man. Crafted in Austin for Austinites, right? And if you want it like a nice, cool, sleek 13 millimeter, so it's not weighting down your wrist or whatever, and you got the ergonomic shape and design. You also got, it's lightweight, and also it's got a design to have the wind go through there. You can, if you want to hold it and spin it like a damn rifle, you can do that too. You can do all kinds of things with this paddle, man. Not only do you look good, you feel good, but then you play good with Pick Sports Gear. PIXsportsgear.com. Get an awesome little cover and a paddle for it too. I'm telling you, man, you look good. Not only do you look good, like I say, when you look good, you feel good, and then when you feel good, you play good, like Deion Sanders.
Play good.
All right, man, we got about 10 minutes. Or hell, man, not even that. Time flies when you're having fun. We got about
I've been having a blast, dude. I love this.
Yeah, we got to get more than just an hour. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
got to do more than just an hour.
I think
it's. Right, so what do you want to talk about for the last minute? Any saved rounds that you got to get off?
Huh?
I said, what do you want to talk about for the last couple of minutes? Any saved rounds that you want to get off here that we didn't talk about, that we didn't discuss?
Yeah, I just want to say something really quick about
Scheffler, 2 times.
Huh?
Scheffler, 2nd time.
What a badass he is, man. He's gonna go down as one of the best ever, dude. He's on an absolute roll right now, dude.
That's kind of like the predicament in the question, right? Like, hey, everybody was talking about, the fact that he could have been a dad, right? A newborn with his wife, Prager's or whatnot.
Yeah.
You get a call on like the 14th on the back 9 or something like that. And, hey, I'm getting ready to go into labor, hurry up to the hospital or whatnot. What do you do, Keenan? Are you leaving that tee box?
Yep.
Or are you on there?
Yeah, I'm leaving.
You're leaving the tee box? I don't think I am.
My wife, dude, I do whatever for wifey, dude.
I would too, but think about it.
Maybe she would tell me to keep playing though. She might be like, just play.
Right, exactly. My wife would tell me to play for sure.
That's what
and then also because think about what you're potentially giving up, right? $20 million, $20 million for the purse. Not only that, endorsements, your second green jacket. But I mean, but that's also maybe right. What posed the question as well. You already got a green jacket. You know what I mean? Like that kind of takes away from a little bit of the pageantry, does it? No.
I think you're right. I think my wife would be like, no, play it out.
20 million. I don't need this. I don't need you here. They got this.
I'm tough, dude. You go play.
I don't know, man. That's that, and he is playing some of the best golf. You know what, dude?
Unbelievable.
I didn't see it coming. And all the sharps, we talked about it on Thursday, right? How Wednesday you saw all the sharps come with Scottie here, and then Buck. Did Buck lay something down? I didn't even ask Buck. Did Buck lay something down on Scheffler?
I don't know, but
he was talking about it, like he was hot on Scheffler at first. So
my buddies finished second place in UT Calcutta for the Masters. They won you know what that is?
Yeah.
They won
how much did it win?
Like $20,000.
What a day! Oh,
it's a split between three people.
What did first take home? 50?
More, like 80 or 90. Yeah. I mean, it's expensive to invest, though. It's it's a
cares, man. If you get it right, it doesn't matter.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it was I hit when UConn won the Natty last week. I won $1,100.
That's man. For what? What'd you put? Like a $5 ticket?
No, I put down a couple of futures bets, and then I won a couple of bracket pools, all because of UConn. I just picked UConn winning in every single possible thing because I was like, nobody's even going to be within 10 points of them the tournament. And I was right.
Dude,
nobody was.
13 points. They just nothing but domination. Nobody. I mean, they beat every team by 13 points or better. Complete domination.
Yeah, 2 years in a row.
Complete domination.
Because I watched them last year, and they were better this year. They won the Natty last year, and I was still like, this team is still better, even though they won.
No, you didn't miss the playoff talk, Jake. We only really got into the play-in games. We don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. I mean, we're still going to be able to break down. I mean, hell, we got 3 minutes. You want to break down Clippers and
Mavericks real quick?
You won't have the opportunity to you won't have the opportunity to do this for a little bit, man. So I'll give you, I'll acquiesce to you, give you a little bit of a time to get your piece out, man.
Yeah, man.
By the way, we can find all your stuff on DraftPunk official.
DraftPunkofficial.substack.com. Yes, sir. West Plains are generational. That is true. But yeah, no, I think this is the first time Mavericks have played the Clippers where I like the Mavericks odds because Clippers are older, man. They're not the same team they were in 2020. Zubats is older. He's not producing like he used to. Kawhi and Paul George are banged up all the time. James Harden is banged up all the time. They have Terrence Mann. He's a good player, but that whole team is old, and I think in a couple of years they're going to have to blow that entire thing up, and they have none of their picks because they traded all their picks and SGA for Paul George. So they're going to be a complete garbage franchise again. It's going to be really funny, especially after how cocky they got after like a couple.
Can you imagine trading SGA for Paul George?
No.
I mean,
they traded more than that. They gave him like 4 picks too.
Did we know how good?
No, but who cares? Paul George isn't that good. I mean, he's good, but he's not. I don't know.
At the time, I would say he was probably a top 10 player.
Definitely. I don't even know. Maybe top 15. I'll give you top 15.
Yeah, but still, even at that, statement, he was what a support player, right? He's not a carrier. You know what I mean?
I agree.
I don't even when he was at Indiana, he wasn't. Even in the role of carrying, he couldn't.
Yeah.
So
no, I agree with you.
Maybe that's too harsh. That's just what I observed.
It's sports, man. You gotta be harsh sometimes, you know.
Hey, man, I'm not here to make friends. I got enough of them. So it sounded like my granddad. Sorry about that.
No, I love that. But yeah, overall, Mavs in 5 or 6.
All right. That's kind of where I'm at. I like the Mavs. CB says this is the only season or the only series that he's cheering for the Mavs. Why is that, CB? Are you
He's a Houston guy, right?
else? You rooting for the Lakers?
Isn't he a Rockets fan? Aren't you a Rockets fan, CB?
Is he? I thought he was a Dallas dude. I didn't know. CB, are you? Oh no, you're a San Antonio guy.
San Antonio guy. He's a Spurs fan. That's right. Yeah, he. It was pretty cool. I went to the Spurs Mavericks game a couple weeks ago. Got to see Wemby up close. I had seen him up close at Summer League this last summer when I went to Vegas for it, but what a freak!
He does not disappoint. He does not disappoint, man.
The thing with him is he can handle. He's 7'5". He can just handle. He can cross you over. He can shoot off pin down screens. He can shoot off the bounce. He can pass. It doesn't make sense, dude. It doesn't make any sense.
Has he had one of the best rookie seasons that you remember as an NBA
Top
rookie?
5 ever for sure. Yeah.
Really?
I'd say Lucas is in there too. I'd say Magic Johnson's is probably the best ever.
Jordan's
was really good. Yeah, LeBron's was really good, but I think probably the best ever was Magic Johnson's. He won Finals MVP as a rookie.
Yeah. Oh, okay. That's all the accolade that I need.
He was playing point guard all year. They subbed him in at center for games 6 and 7, and he scored like 40 points. And
that's crazy.
They were like, "This is the best. This might be the best player of all time." By like his first year, they're like, "This guy's gonna change everything." Yeah, that's why he was so good for basketball. He helped save.
I despise the Mavs. Go Spurs, go! No, we got you there, CB. I was able to put it together, my guy. I was able to put it. God. With the resin coming out of my throat and my knee just kind of like flamed up. Dude, I can't believe
knee injury will get you.
All the time, my guy, all the time. What else? Oh, we didn't talk about Autograph. Our friends at Autograph, man. Congressman Tom Brady. Hey, you guys know the drill, man. You guys want to watch the show and get credit for it? Hey, man, go ahead and click the link Autograph. Do what Rodney does. And then, get credit for watching the show or whatnot. Make sure you click the link down there with autograph.com. Hey, it's all fun. It's all dandy. It's with Congressman Tom Brady, man. Make sure you click on Autograph and get credit for watching the show. I think I got all the sponsors out, my guy. I'm pretty sure we're gonna need I'm gonna have to go to like the damn, what do we got here? Do we got a Total Men's? I don't know who we have for. I know we got Relax the Back. I'm gonna have to do something to help my back out. But my God, dude, get me out there on the damn pickleball court. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. Look, and you guys are selling me short, though. The thing that we got to talk about the slice. The slice with the backspin.
Slice was nice.
I threw a couple of them out there. There was, BK sit there and he attested to me having a decent game afterward, falling down or whatnot and get back up, but they didn't take video. They're not showing the really good video. They're just showing the one where I embarrassed
myself. Took you out of context.
What's that?
It took you out of context.
Yeah, that's what they do. What usual media does, right?
Classic media, man.
Taking me out of yellow context. Journalism by BK right there.
I hate journalists, all of them.
Despise them, man. What do you got going on for the rest of the day, my guy?
I'm off today. I work a tech gig most of the week, but today I'm just gonna game and lay around. It's gonna be great.
Nice. Just nothing but the show.
Just nothing but the show, baby.
We so I've been putting mods into my computer. Like I know we talked about it at the beginning of it. I've been going back since I watched and I don't want to give away any spoilers, all right? But watched the whole series of Fallout, and it just kind of like reinvigorated me wanting to play and go through the series.
Yeah, that's the best game ever.
It is. It's one of the best. Like Bethesda does a fantastic job with telling the lore of any title that they do, but I mean the Fallout series is fantastic. I don't know if you're into Elden Ring or not Elden Ring, but Elder Scrolls.
I beat Elder Scrolls like 2 or 3 years ago.
Starfield, that new game that just came out with Starfield. Bethesda created and developed that.
Yeah,
they have a lot of really good titles, right? Fallout being one of them. One of my favorites.
It's the best game. Fallout 3 is my favorite game ever, probably.
Fallout 3 is good, but I would have Fallout. I probably got Fallout 3 as like my fourth overall.
Interesting.
I got Fallout New Vegas. Fallout New Vegas is number one. That's just because of the lore, and then Fallout 4 is fantastic. Then I got Fallout. I got Fallout 3 is third. Fallout 3 is third.
Fair enough.
But then the OG Fallout is legit. Fallout 2,
it's like an RPG though, isn't it? It's not.
Yeah, it's classic RPG.
Way different, yeah.
Classic RPG. But New Vegas is kind of like a mesh and a blend of an RPG, an action game, and an adventure game. Like it's dope. It's absolutely sick. And also it's Vegas, man. It's the desolate lands of Vegas. And so I've been putting mods.
I've been New Vegas. I've been New Vegas last summer. Huh?
What'd you say?
I've been New Vegas last summer.
Oh, okay. Right on.
Yeah, I love that game.
So and also like so if you know what I'm talking about, then you can go back and play it over and over again to try and get different storylines, right?
So many
now when
different
you put
ways
the mods in there, you get new textures. Oh my god, that's the thing too. Like it doesn't look like a game that was built for Xbox 360. It looks like it's actually brand new meshes and brand new textures. I know I'm using stupid tech.
No, I know what you mean. I'm a nerd too.
But all the stuff that's in the game, man, it just looks fresh. It looks like it's all done in 4K. But you got to go through and put all these mods in, and that's what instead of gaming, man, that's what I've been doing. I've been doing modifications basically the entire weekend just to play a game. So, Anyway, I see Jordan, man. I see Jordan backstage. Let's pull him on. What you got, Jordan? What's up for the day, man? Welcome to the show. Welcome to I guess the end of Chaos Theory here. What do we got for It's Only an Hour?
Nothing playing. That's kind of how we do it. We just
I
just roll into it.
Free balls, baby.
I love it.
Usually, I mean, we're going to talk recruiting, of course. This was the second weekend of the Dallas OT7 tournaments. They did them back to back. But I ended up missing yesterday, actually, because I just woke up feeling like shit, was sick. So ended up taking the day off, just stayed at home in bed most of the day. So not as much recruiting stuff as we would have had, but, we're still going to talk recruiting. I'm sure Jeff will talk a lot of basketball when he comes in with Keenan, especially, y'all are the portal guys. And y'all watch basketball. I'll casually watch a couple games here and there. So
do you play pickleball at all, Jordan?
No pickleball.
You don't play pickleball? Let me show you what your guy did over the weekend here.
Very impressive.
Look at this. Look at that backhand slice. But here is the most impressive. Oh my God. Let's see that.
Damn. That's some athleticism.
That really is
Use one more time in slow-mo. Look at that gut.
Oh,
that thing. Oh my God. Jesus. Down he goes.
Yeah, you're better than me. If I did that to myself, the last thing I'd be doing was putting it on a live stream. But
Jordan, when you're an athlete, you leave it all on the court.
You let everybody
see. When you're an athlete, you leave it all out there on the court, my guy.
Yeah, no, I hopefully I'm far from showing off athleticism like that. How old are you, Wags?
43.
Okay. I got some time till I'm there.
Why? Till what? Did I move that bad? Is that why you're asking the question?
Nah, just slipping. Yeah, just slipping on your own feet. I don't know.
You didn't see. No, you didn't see it. It was the spin. She put a spin on the ball that threw me off. And when I went to go get and there was a huge gust of wind that game.
Yeah.
And when the gust of wind hit it with the spin of the ball, it kind of just like, oh, there it goes. And the ergonomic shape of the paddle is what caught the wind. You know what I mean?
That is what happened. That's totally what happened. It wasn't you.
That's totally what happened. It wasn't the fact that I had two left feet or not.
No, not at all.
But yeah, man. Get on out there and play pickleball, man. Come on. Anybody want to play?
Yeah, no. Eventually, with me being a white guy, I'm bound to get into it eventually. You know what I'm saying? Like the chances are pretty damn high. But yeah, I'm probably gonna try to wait as long as I can to get into that. But I mean, look, like I'm kind of surprised that wasn't a thing quicker than it was, because it's the same rules as tennis, just on a condensed court, so you don't have to be as athletic, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand the scoring system too much, but I know like you're not. So you see, You know the line that's I'm not going to show the stupid video again, but you know the line that's up front. That's called the kitchen, I believe, and you're not allowed to be in the kitchen. You're not allowed to hit the ball while you're in the kitchen. Or excuse me, you're not allowed to volley while you're in the kitchen, right? If the ball comes in and it's within the kitchen, you got to step up and let it bounce and then hit it back, the return serve. You can't actually volley, but outside of the kitchen, you can sit here and volley back and forth like ping pong or whatnot. So
no, I don't know nothing about that.
There's a lot of rules in pickleball that I don't have, but BK was trying to teach me yesterday. BK brought, that's the thing too, man. Like go to these events, sure, go play your pickleball or whatnot, but if you don't go to the gym to meet women anymore, you go to the pickleball place to meet women. I'm telling you right now, man, it was a show, an absolute show.
Where did y'all go?
This
Austin?
Was Bolden South,
Bolden Acres on South Lamar,
right off of South Lamar. They got one up right off of I believe it's right off of Breaker, but that's like it's like a Austin FC hangout or like an Austin FC like pregame type of spot or whatnot. But the one that we were at yesterday was the one right off of South Lamar, and it's scenery, my guy. It is absolute scenery.
It's really beautiful, yeah.
Yeah, dude, people, you would be shocked. You would be shocked at what the demographic is that plays pickleball. I was thinking it was going to be for geriatrics, you know what I mean, and like people that need to do water aerobics. Nah, it's legit. I'm going to be playing pickleball almost every weekend.
Yeah,
catch me on the circuit.
Yeah, the only pickleball place in DF Dub I can think of is the Chicken and Pickle in Grand Prairie. Have y'all heard of Chicken and Pickle?
What?
Y'all haven't?
I'm from Dallas.
Is that a sex move? The Chicken and Pickle?
Hey, I might fucking blow your mind here, Wag. So Chicken and Pickle, I'm pretty sure it's like a national chain. I don't think it's just that location in Grand Prairie, but basically they have a bunch of pickleball courts and it's like a big restaurant property. And you go and order your food. I think you get a buzzer or something, and then you go and pick it up when it's done. It's mostly chicken stuff, fried chicken stuff. I went there in the spring of 2022. I was up in Dallas for spring ball. That was when I still lived in Austin. And I ended up going to it with a couple of buddies to watch one of the Mavs Suns games. It was during that series in 2022. And yeah, I remember we were it's a big ass building, big ass property. And I remember we went to the second floor because it was pretty packed with a bunch of Mavs fans for the game. And like, I'm just looking out the window and I'm like, yo, how the hell is this like business model going to work? Like, who the fuck is pulling up to eat fried chicken, watch some games? And it's like, yeah, I'm going to go play pickleball too. Cause like there wasn't anyone on any of those courts at all during that time. And like, I get it. Most people around the evening on a Thursday or whatever would be there to watch the Mavs game. But I was just like, how the fuck is this going to work? How are they going to make money back?
Are they still in business?
Property? Whenever it's on, man, I'm new to Dallas, so I forget the road, but whatever road it is that cuts right through Grand Prairie, I'm pretty sure there's a toll on it too. It's right off that highway, and you'll see it. It's right next to the Epic area. Well, shit, it's still in business. If Jake knows about it, it's still in business then, man. So, I was like, how is this going to work? And then, pickleball's really blown up over the last 2 years. So I'm sure, there's more and more locations. Like there's no way with the restaurant like that. I mean, I don't know if innovative is the right word, but if a restaurant is innovative as that, like there's no way someone in Austin isn't going to come up with the same exact thing or a similar thing, or they won't just get that location in Austin. So, and
it feels like there's multiple locations like that in Austin now that are just starting to pop up everywhere, or 4 or 5 at least now in the past year. So yeah, it's growing, man, and grow with our friends at picksportsgear.com. Thank you guys for letting me talk about picks. I see Jeff in the background. Let's bring Jeff back onto the stage here, or onto the stage. What's up, Jeff? How you doing today?
Y'all talking about chicken and pickle?
We are.
Jordan just enlightened me with it.
I've been to the one in San Antonio. Last year they did, that Texas Fight Tour, the Coaches Spring Speaking Tour. That's where they had it in San Antonio. It was RT, Sark, Vic Schaefer. I think Jared Elliott might have stopped through. But yeah, that's where they had it. CDC's a big pickleball fan. So
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it kind of, I was with Jordan. I was like, all right, so this like a fried chicken place, like family.
Get CDC's ass out up there on the court. Do you see my backspin, Jeff?
Your backspin?
Did you see? All right, I'll pull this up one more time for Jeff here.
One last time. We got to see
One last time. All right, now look. Here we go. Boom! Look at that backspin.
That's a hellacious backhand, sir.
And watch this.
Not like that though.
Well, yeah. Yeah.
No.
You lost your base, Wags. You lost your base.
Damn.
2 wide feet, wide stance, dude.
Pickleball might be the sport for me, just because like if everyone else is old, like I'm not the most athletic guy, but like I've lost about 10-15 pounds since I moved to Dallas. Like I feel like I can compete pretty well, at least with the tape I just saw. I know I can compete with that.
Hey, look, come on, man, give me some credit. You know the fundamentals. Jim Tilbury, my coach, he would have been fantastically impressed with my backhand there. I'm hitting into your strength. I'm hitting into your weakness. You're hitting into my strength. Remember that.
There's looks like there's a lot of offensive line play that applies to pickleball.
Maybe.
Hey, maybe we do a Texas Sports Unfiltered pickleball tournament.
Now you're cooking. You see my lateral movement though? My lateral movement's still good. Still got it. I got to get out of here, guys. I got a meeting to go to in like 15 minutes. So you guys have a great day, man. Everybody, thank you for chopping up with me, bro. I appreciate you, man. Everybody have a great day. Thanks for watching Chaos Theory. It's time for It's Only an Hour, man. Enjoy the show.
Yep. Wags, Keenan, thank you guys. Appreciate the work, fellas.
All right. Have a good show, guys.
Thank you, Keenan. All right, Chaos Theory's in the books. It's only an hour. It's Jeff. It's Jordan. So I'm going to be on for more than an hour today because I'll be on for the normal show, and then I'm doing the midday program with BK today. So I'll be on until 1 o'clock today. Jordan will be heading out a little bit afternoon. Yeah, pickleball, that's the one sport we could play where I feel like I could at least, from a physical standpoint, hang in there for a minute from a stamina standpoint. Like if we played like pickup basketball, I haven't played pickup basketball in years. Like I wouldn't be able to do that. If you want to have like a horse competition, I'd be down for that. But it's an Olympic year, so we might have to have the Texas Sports Unfiltered Olympics. BK, if you're listening, this could be a sponsorship opportunity. But I digress. Jordan, how was your weekend, man?
Not too bad at all. Sorry.
Bat phone ringing or what?
Just had to. Yeah. Well, hey, I mean, we're getting to the portals opening tomorrow, so not excited, but I'll be waking up about 5-6 in the morning tomorrow, and for the next 2 weeks, pretty much, just because that's what you got to do.
It's weird because the primary activity we're monitoring for Texas is not necessarily who's coming in, because I think we've got a pretty good idea that it's defensive line or bust. I mean, I don't, knock on wood and crossing my fingers and all that stuff, as long as there's not like an injury in the spring game or this week in spring practice. Jordan, you correct me if I'm wrong. I don't see any outside of interior defensive line. I don't see any holes on this roster. There are some spots that are still to be determined, maybe some spots in the 2 deep that are still to be determined, but there's not a spot where I look like, man, they need this. It's really interior defensive line help. That's really where it's at.
Yeah. I mean, like you said, I agree. I think, interior defensive line is for sure the main need. I think anyone can see that, but while that might or could be the only position that Texas at this point in time is like, yeah, we need that. Sarka and the rest of the staff, they're a bunch of smart guys. If someone pops in the portal that they view as an upgrade over what they currently have, and it's not going to take a ridiculous amount of dollars to go get them, Texas is going to show interest. And one thing I've had a lot of talks with my buddies the last week is like, with the SEC interconference rule still being a thing this spring, where SEC players can't transfer to other SEC schools, I have a feeling we're going to see a select group of players be severely overpaid. For example, Ochoan Mathis. That was like the guy in the portal that spring. And Nebraska, they overpaid for him. I don't know what the number was, but I can tell you right now, whatever they paid him, the play they got back from him for 1 year was 1,000% not worth it.
It was a lot.
Yeah, and I know Texas had a lot for them on the table to where Nebraska, their offer was like, you can't say no to this, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the last thing any schools want is overpaying for a player, because it's like you won't really realize that till it's too late. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And depending on how your collective is set up, it's pretty hard to not give someone the money that they signed or that both sides signed to agreeing to is guaranteed, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I just think that because of the lack of talent that'll be available, because the SEC conference rule, but also just because the spring window isn't nearly as active as the winter window, we're going to see a select small crop of players just have ridiculous numbers and bidding prices. And it's because, instead of 10 startable D linemen in the SEC, there will probably only be realistically 1 or 2 of them available.
It's like
the guy who's 7th on that D line board of guys in the portal, who at best is a rotational player in the SEC, will be getting paid $250, $300, $350, $400, somewhere in there. And it's going to be just because schools will need a body that bad, and they're going to reap the rewards of it. So,
yeah, I apologize. I had to sneeze. I had to go off camera for a minute. I felt that one coming off for a few seconds. But it's kind of like, to Jordan's point, it's kind of like an NBA draft or an NFL draft where a position, like let's say it's a down year for quarterback. Go back to the 2022 NFL draft, right? Kenny Pickett probably shouldn't have been a first-round pick, but because there was a need for quarterbacks, they're going to get overdrafted. And in years where, if it matches up where there's a year where they're in short supply on top of several teams that have a need, like I guarantee you, the 2021 draft, perfect example, like we talked about it, 5 go in the first round. Trevor Lawrence is the only one that's still on his original team. Right? Have the Jets done anything with Zach Wilson? They cut Zach Wilson or traded Zach Wilson? I don't think so.
Don't believe so. But
Zach
don't count him.
Zach Wilson's not a part of the Jets' future. Mac Jones is already done with the Patriots. Trey Lance is done with the 40s. It's been done with the 49ers. Justin Fields done with the Bears. All those guys are gone. So yeah, that position, that's kind of what Jordan's talking about. You're going to see guys that there's a lot of not just the money, but the activity around them. Like whoever lands those players, the fan base is going to be really excited that, oh man, we got one of the best available players in the portal. Right. But had player at X position been available in the winter window, they might have been the 8th best guy at that position.
Yeah. And it's really interesting because, I mean, the transfer portal, it reflects a lot of what NFL free agency is, except it's in such a more condensed time and there's, such less regulations about it. But like, recruiting is the same way. Like I've talked about it a lot, but the defensive backs in 2025 are kind of just suck. Like it's a really weak year for defensive backs. And like, man, at safety, Texas, it's Jonah Williams and it's Cade Phillips. Those are the 2 safety guys.
Yeah.
Those are the only guys that I've been able to tell they're consistently talking to. Most of the out-of-state guys they drop from and are kind of going all in on those 2. The chances they're able to sign both of them, incredibly low.
Mm-hmm.
But chances they're able to sign one of them, I like those chances. But like Cade Phillips and Jonah Williams, not trying to take anything away from them as players, but if you were to put these guys in the class before, I guarantee you their NIL would be lower. Like the numbers those guys are going to end up with will be higher than normal because it's such a scarce commodity. Like a safety that's playable in the Power 5 there's not many of them this cycle. There just isn't.
Yeah.
And especially in Texas and in the South. So all these guys are about to reap the rewards of having, plenty of schools, but not enough DBs to go around. Whenever that happens, guys get overpaid. It's what happened with O'Shawn Mathis. So
that's by the way, the O'Shawn Mathis thing that I was going to bring up a second ago, and I'm sorry, Jordan, I wasn't trying to cut you off there, but you talk about the bang for your buck. O'Shawn Mathis,
didn't he have less than 5 sacks?
He had 48 tackles, and I'm just looking at Sports Reference, so these could be off by a few. 48 tackles, 3.5 sacks, 5 tackles for loss. You look at what Barron Sorrell gave Texas in 2022. He had 4 fewer tackles, but he had 5.5 sacks and 9 TFLs. Barron Sorrell gave Texas, a guy that was already on their roster, gave them better production than what they hypothetically would have gotten out of O'Shawn Mathis.
Yep. And O'Shawn Mathis is just the biggest example I can think of, but like, man, there's so many guys like that.
You mentioned safety, and I think that speaks to, first off, the first thing that Sark and company have to get figured out is there are 3 guys that got to go. All right, because you're at with Samaje Burrell's Samaje Burrell entering the portal. You're at 88 scholarships.
Actually, they are going to get a D lineman or at least one other position out of the portal. So really, it's not 3; it's minimum 4. Okay, it's 3 to get down to 85. Yeah. But you got to think they're going to add at least one person from the portal.
Right.
So that means 84, and like that's only one guy. Yeah. So if they want to add 3, now we're looking at they got to figure out 6 guys in the portal.
Yeah. You're in the spring window. You're at a point where guys are going to look. Guys by this point, they don't need to get through the spring game. And go back to last year when that, right before the spring game, when you had, I think the 3, Jordan, correct me if I'm wrong, it was Jaden Alexis, Derek Brown, and Travell Johnson entered the portal like a couple days before the spring game when the portal window opened. And those 3 guys knew where they stood on the depth chart, right? They didn't need to get through the spring game to figure it out. There are guys already on that roster that know where they stand in terms of the depth chart. And am I going to play this year? And if I want to play, do I need to go somewhere else? There's that group of young guys, but you've also got guys that have been there 3 or 4 years that maybe they're really close to getting their degree and they just want to get through the spring semester, graduate, and then go somewhere as a grad transfer this summer. So there's a few different ways that you can do it, but I'm not worried. This staff wouldn't make moves if they didn't have an idea of where the roster was going to go, or they knew that maybe they've already been told by guys, hey, coach, I want to get through spring ball to make sure I've got some stuff on tape, and I'm going to hit the portal, whenever the window opens. Those conversations are ongoing all the time. But you mentioned safety, Jordan, and that's a position where, to your point, where, the 2025 crop of high school guys doesn't look great. If there's a guy that's got multiple years of eligibility left, and it's one of those deals where, man, you'd be stupid not to look at it. I mean, that's a situation where maybe you look at, okay, we weren't planning on taking a safety, but man, we don't feel like it's either Cade Phillips or Jonah Williams, and maybe you feel like maybe you don't feel like you're in a great position for either one. I don't know, we're just throwing it out there. But maybe you do take, even if it's a G5 guy, like, hey, let's just take this guy, get him in, let him cut his teeth on special teams, and then next spring he's, because Makuba's gone after this year, he's competing with, whoever Jelani McDonald and for a spot on this team, for a spot in the starting 11.
Yeah, I mean, best case scenario would be they get a safety through the portal that signed in December, and it was just going through early enrollment and I guess spring ball, whatever school he was at. Like that, like best case scenario, obviously not going to happen. But like Texas goes and gets KJ Bolden from Georgia after he just spent 3.5 months. Like that's the best case scenario here. But yeah, no, safety is super interesting. And like, while I am talking about how weak and how much depth the 2025 safety class lacks, you got to give so much credit to Texas here because, like, while I think, personally, I would have liked to see them maybe notice this earlier in the cycle, but, like, man, they got to the fall last year and were like, oh, shit. The 25 DBs are kind of, yeah. And that's when they started making some calls to Mr. Filsamy, and they ended up getting that taken care of. But, like, man, you go and review the 2024 class they just signed. Filsamy is the only true safety. Jordan Johnson-Rubel, likely a star. But to be honest with you, like, I don't know of the guys they signed how much I'm expecting from JJR at Texas. Santana Wilson is strictly a corner. Kobe Black, there's a lot of talk about how we had him as a safety and he's a corner and all that. They love him in the Ryan Watts position, that big physical corner on the boundary.
Mhm.
But if it ever came to it, I think he could be moved to safety and he'd be pretty successful there. Wardell Mack is most likely only going to be strictly a corner at Texas, but I think he could have some versatility to be safety. But like
that's the guy that I'm looking at, because guys that are high school, and look, when I say Wardell Mack was a high school quarterback, like it's not like he's back there like breaking out coverages and just throwing piss missiles. But and there's no disrespect to Wardell Mack. It's just, hey, best athlete on the team. Let's just put him at quarterback and let's go. But guys typically that are high school quarterbacks that see it from that position, that make that flip to safety, those guys usually tend to work out, if the ball skills and the physical skills are there. I don't think there's any question about that with Wardell Mack. I think about a guy like Adrian Phillips was one of those guys that played so many different spots in high school, Jordan, that you're like, all right, he's a jack of all trades, but is he a master of none? Like, I really don't know where. You didn't get a good enough view of him at any of those positions, kind of like Wardell Mack, to really figure out where he best fits. But, and this would be a compliment if Wardell Mack is one of those guys, but Dwayne Aquino always said about Adrian Phillips, the only guy he ever coached that could legitimately play every position in the secondary. Could play field corner, boundary corner, field safety, boundary safety, nickel, and even if you wanted him to play in your dime package, you could do that too. Like just a guy that cerebrally understood the game incredibly well. I don't know if Wardell Mack is on that level, but there's, like I said, of all the great players Dwayne Aquino coached at Texas, Phillips was the only one. But Wardell Mack is a guy that I think if you looked at him at safety, just because of the high school quarterback background, does he see it in a different way that makes that transition easier? Warren Roberson's another guy that, man, if you just want to get him on the field, maybe safety is a place to do it. But you've got options, and I do like the fact that Sark has mentioned they've made more of an effort this spring to cross-train guys at both positions than maybe they have before.
Yeah. It's going to be important because you'd love to have Jonah Williams in this class, but, man, his recruitment is just so open and so all over the place that there's just so much that's going to go on over the next few months.
The baseball thing too, we talk about with him is a legit deal.
Yeah, so like with him, we're so far from it getting to nut cutting time and crunch time and his recruitment. Cade Phillips is really talented. He's a 4-star, but Jonah Williams is, like, in all honesty, one of the best athletes I've ever seen. Not just athlete position in football, but like the sports athlete is up there with the best I've ever seen. He's a special prospect. There's a reason he has the ranking he has, and there's a reason he's the number one target at the safety position for every school in the South. So that being said, they'd love to have him, but this is how I looked at it. Colin Simmons last year was a need. They needed an edge. They needed a game-changing pass rusher on this roster. Now they have one.
Mm-hmm.
Jonah Williams is an elite athlete, is an elite safety prospect. I feel very confident that if football ends up being what he chooses to do, he will play in the NFL one day and get drafted in the NFL one day.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't classify Jonah Williams as technically a need. I think he'd be really nice, but he isn't a need. There are few true needs on this team now after 3 years of Sark and his staff being here, the way they've constructed the team.
Yeah.
But with Jonah Williams, like I talked about, there's not a ton of top-tier safeties walking around. So, Texas is going to have to get super, super aggressive if they want to win that one. And, they don't need a game-changing safety this year. I don't think they'll necessarily need one next year. But, like, if you want to be the Georgia, if you want to be the Alabama, if you want to be a program like that, you need to stack the top players every single year.
Right. No question.
And have depth. And, like, the depth, I think, is going to become, it's talked about. But in the grand scheme of college football, the main things you hear are NIL and the portal. I think depth is going to become much more important to just the national conversation. Once people realize with the 12-team playoff, you got to play, 16, 17? How many games you got to play?
Oh, man.
So that's something that hasn't been thought of. you know, to where you got to think, man, we're playing 16 games or 17. If they make it to the Natty, very, very low chances you're not going to have to rely on your third, fourth, fifth string guy at some point throughout the season, just because injuries, that's the way the ball rolls. So, that you got to keep stacking depth. And again, while Jonah Williams probably even if let's say Texas signs him, probably not going to play a ton as a freshman just because you won't really be relied to or needed to.
Mm-hmm.
But the year after that, 26, obviously that's when it's important. But like, look at what Texas has already on the roster. Those guys will be in their third and fourth year then. So,
yeah, you also got to look at it too, Jordan. You know, do some guys like let's stay on the safety topic, right? Take a guy like Derek Williams. Let's say Derek Williams is in a position his draft eligible year after the 25 season. Let's say he's in a position to make an NFL decision. Well, if the decision is, do I go and be a third round pick, or am I making enough NIL money to where, no, I want to boost my stock to see if I can be in a first or second round pick and come back to school for another year? Because we know, and I mentioned safety because we know that's a position that the league doesn't value that much when it comes to the draft. So you got those kind of decisions too. I think not to just beat the safety topic into the ground, but you know, you look at your 25 depth chart. It's a nice situation to be in when like your worst case scenario. I think this is your worst case scenario for depth, that you convince Michael Taft to come back for that one more year that he's got.
Yeah, and I mean, you brought up the NIL. Like, Texas has plenty of money, but like, I'm very confident in saying at least once a year, Texas will be able to like do what they did with Jalen Ford last year. He had what, a 4th, 5th round grade?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like that, chump change. Like that, Texas can get any guy with the 3rd, 4th, 5th round grade to come back. They can't afford that. So with that being said, they're not going to do that with every single guy that has a 3rd, 4th, and 5th round grade. But like, for example, you brought up Derek Williams. They can make that happen very easily.
Yeah.
Like that's literally what they did with Drew Makuba, except he came from another program. He wasn't already at Texas.
Yeah.
So if that's the situation, it'll be like, I'm pretty comfortable with Texas figuring it out, just because, again, they're always going to have the funds and structure to be able to make that happen, to have a guy come back for another year. So yeah, but I mean, again, you always want to stack talent. And with safety, it's important. So
has Bill Norton from Arizona, I wasn't paying attention this weekend. Has he officially gone into the portal? Like, is he officially in the portal?
So I don't believe so. I haven't seen Hummer or any of our guys post he's officially in there. At the same time, I know the portal doesn't open till tomorrow. But on the same note, I believe Norton's a grad transfer, so I don't think it would
he's a
matter.
Grad transfer. I just didn't know if his name had popped yet or not. So.
Yeah. As far as this goes with Hank Harris from San Marcos, really interesting prospect, because I don't know how much anyone remembers it, but San Marcos got popped by the UIL a while back.
Mm-hmm.
Hank Harris was included in that, so he hasn't like, if that kid wasn't wrapped up in that investigation, he would have started and been San Marcos's #1 receiver on varsity the last 2 years in a row.
Where was he at before San Marcos?
So, he showed up to San Marcos as a freshman, first day of school. But
where
the reason
he have gone,
couldn't tell you. Okay. I don't know. I've talked to Hank a lot, but I've actually never asked him that. But what happened was, the reason San Marcos got swatted was because there's I'm not going to name them, but there's a 7-on-7 program in the San Antonio area, and one of their coaches was hired by San Marcos. And then the first day of school that fall, there were like 12 of the 18 players from the 7-on-7 program just showed up at San Marcos, and none of them went to the San Marcos middle school or middle schools. And like, you know how it works in recruiting in certain areas, like a wave of talent will come through. There's a wave of talent in San Antonio in 2026 and 2027. And like, of like those other kids that were with Hank, there's like 3 other kids who I look at and think they're Power 5 or at least G5. Mm-hmm. And that San Marcos doesn't get a ton of those. So like, there are red flags instantly, and UIL caught them. And also, if you know who the San Marcos head coach is, has some baggage with him. And I think the UIL was kind of wanting to get his ass a little bit as well. And so they really brought down the hammer. But with all that being said, Hank Harris hasn't played a varsity snap yet in his high school career. And again, if the UIL thing was never a thing, he would have been San Marcos's #1 wideout the last 2 years. So I love Hank Harris. I like him as a prospect. He's been great every time I've seen him in 7-on-7. But like, man, you're only going to get so many offers off of camp and in-person evals. Like you're going to have varsity film. And so I think a lot of schools are waiting on that for him as a junior. Do I view him as someone who could potentially be a Texas talent? Yes. But looking at him right now, I don't really view him as a talent like the Chris Stewarts or the Keyshawn Hendersons, where those guys are 2026 receiver prospects where you look at him and they're like, yes, that will be a Texas guy. Where Hank Harris is more so of that could be a Texas guy. Mm-hmm. So,
yeah,
that's kind of how I view
over there. I may have to get over there this spring because San Marcos High is literally like 10 minutes down the road.
Yeah. Yeah. So he doesn't have a Texas offer yet. He's mostly just got like, I think UTSA, Baylor, TCU, local stuff like that. But like in terms of the big time offers he's deserving of, he's not going to be able to post those or get those until he gets junior film and with varsity tape. So yeah, that's, I guess, kind of Hank Harris. So, he's a local kid. He's 6'3", 180. He's obviously very talented. I assume Texas is just going to keep him warm and keep him visiting till they feel he's worthy of an offer. So,
yeah. CB asks in the chat, who was the last great 5-tool DB to play at Texas? I mean, probably Kenny Vaccaro, right?
I think Drew Makuba could be the next one because, he can play corner. I doubt they're going to use him at corner next year, though. I know he's going to play some nickel, but he's primarily going to be a safety. But if it ever came to it, like, I'd feel pretty good about Drew Makuba being out on the boundary or vice versa.
It could have and probably should have been Brandon Jones. Dude, I'm telling you, man, if some people knew some of the injuries that some of those guys in the Tom Herman era played with, or that were based on what I was told from people close to some of those guys, what some of those guys were strongly encouraged to play through by certain members of the regime, it would floor you. And I think it sucks because I think Brandon Jones, and I think Brandon Jones has shown in the league that he's still a damn good football player. Same thing for Caden Stearns. Those guys should have been drafted higher than they were. BJ Foster should be in the NFL right now. But again, some of that was his own doing, and some of that was, man, some people knew the stuff he played through. You'd wonder how. Yeah, there's a reason why BJ Foster didn't look like himself in 2019. Like the 2018 version of BJ Foster and the 2019 version were two very different things. So yeah, it's unfortunate. But yeah, I think Brandon Jones could have been that guy. I think Caden Stearns should have been that guy. There's been a few that have come through Texas that probably could have been a 5-tool DB since Kenny Vaccaro.
Yeah, I mean, I remember Caden Stearns this freshman year just being like, damn, Texas has this guy 2 more years. Like, it's about time they got some NFL talent.
Yeah.
And then it went like that.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. And it's a combination, the kind of the tape that gets unfairly put on his highlight reel for the bad stuff is the 3rd and 17 against LSU. Well, I mean, you basically, based on his physical health at the time, I mean, Caden Stearns was a one-legged man in an ass-kicking contest. And
versus
you're asking to cover
one and number 2 receiver in the NFL.
Yeah. It was bad. It was a bad deal all the way around.
Yeah.
But no, man, Texas, like I said, Texas had some, man, that just got me thinking, man, Brandon Jones had a really good career at Texas. Don't get me wrong, but should have been drafted higher than he was.
Yeah. Yep.
And by the way, if anybody wants to speculate who I'm talking about, I'm not talking about Craig Niver making those guys play through injuries. Craig Niver's good people.
Yeah, Todd Orlando had everyone jumping off the diving board.
Yeah, it's man, that is one of the great mysteries. It's unfortunate how you had that run of Texas defensive coordinators, right, with Manny Diaz, Vance Bedford, and then Todd Orlando, where they kind of reaped the benefits of the struggles that the guy before them had. You know, you look at Will Muschamp's 2010 defense, they lost a lot from 2009, but the guts of that defense, too, you still had a crap ton of NFL players. Keenan Robinson, Manuel Acho, Keyston Randall, Sam Acho didn't come back for 11, Alex Okafor. Like you had several guys on that 2010 defense that ended up playing in the league. That's why the 2011 defense was one of the best in the country. And then that wave of guys fell off. You had to rebuild. Diaz gets fired. Vance Bedford comes in, and it's like, wow, you got Malcolm Brown and Jordan Hicks and Quandre Diggs, Cedric Reed. You got some NFL, Mikel Thompson. You got a lot of NFL guys. And then those guys move on. He gets fired. Todd Orlando gets the job. Wow, it's Malik Jefferson and Holton Hill and Chris Boyd and all these guys that were playing as freshmen. And then those guys move out, and then, you know, turns out the cupboard wasn't that full for PK, but PK's done the exact opposite. It's bizarro, those guys, where he got the bad year out of the way first, and through recruiting, they've built it up. And now, you know, I'm not expecting Texas to have a top 10 run defense in the country in 2024, but, you know, Jordan, I don't see that thing going back into the 80s either.
Yeah. And I mean, it's funny bringing up all those guys that the different DCs inherited. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's just like, hey, here's our misfit toys that don't work together.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to pay you to make them work together.
Yeah.
And whenever they don't work because they're not going to work, the whole fan base will turn on you and blame it on you. You sign here.
Yeah. Because at that point, yeah. You know, Manny Diaz, like, let's take Manny Diaz, right? Made it work in 2011 with dudes that were even a young Quandre Diggs. You had Blake Gideon still. Like, you had guys that had played for Will Muschamp and knew what quality defense was all about. But the second year, 2012, okay, now you're taking guys that were recruited to play for Will Muschamp. To your point, now you've got to make them fit into your defensive philosophy. Dude, Manny Diaz's defensive philosophy and Will Muschamp's are totally different. You know, Will Muschamp's is controlled chaos. It's disciplined. It's from that Nick Saban, Kirby Smart school of defense. Whereas Manny Diaz, it's just chaos, right? Like, they talk about dropping guys out of helicopters and doing all these exotics. Well, if you're doing that with inexperienced dudes that don't know what they're doing, yeah, you get a product that it's all it is forget there is no organized part. It's just chaos. And that's what we saw in 2012. And then in 2013, to an extent, Greg Robinson did a hell of a job. The late, great Greg Robinson did a hell of a job with that 2013 defense. But those guys took their lumps. And what should have been their junior and senior years playing for Manny Diaz, by the time you got the kinks worked out, now they're playing for Vance Bedford and Charlie Strong. And so on and so forth. So now I think this is the first time, as CB mentioned in the chat, PK is the longest tenured defensive coordinator Texas has had since Bull Reese. I think the fact that you've got guys now, Jordan, they've come into the program, they're in the same system for multiple years. The older guys in front of them can help them understand what to do. You know, other than a few separate positions like linebacker and defensive tackle, you've had the same position coaches. So there's some familiarity, but there's no complacency, right? Things aren't stale. It's still new enough at Texas to where things aren't stale. And I feel like we talked a lot about the secondary on the show today, but I hope they're not stale in that secondary room, because we've talked about it, man. Fair or not, it's a referendum year on Blake Gideon and Terry Joseph, because if you're Sark and PK, you've fixed all other areas of the defense, right? Whether it's been through personnel or scheme. Now there's no excuse for the secondary not improving, because you've made personnel adjustments, your scheme adjustments. Everybody should understand how you're playing match quarters now. You should be able to be scheme versatile. Like, there's no excuse for the secondary to just look like they're lost at times. It's college football. Everybody's got good skill position players. Guys are going to get burned. Guys are going to give up big plays. But those stretches like we saw against TCU, against U of H, where you just got like that quarter and a half of football where the opposing offense is just moving the ball up and down the field at will. That's the stuff that's got to stop. Like what happened in the Washington game. Yeah, Michael Penix played the game of his life, but man, you can't have receivers running scot-free, and you can't be losing that many one-on-one battles. It just can't happen. You're going to lose some, but you can't lose the overwhelming majority.
Yeah, no, you can't. And just real quick before we forget, can you talk about this?
I'll never forget the death stare Major gave Chip after Chip asked Mac. Okay. Put that up again. The death stare Major Applewhite gave Chip after Chip asked Mac about Manny Diaz following the debacle in Provo. I'll be honest, CB, I don't know if you'd have to ask Chip about that because I wasn't in Provo. I didn't go to that game. I always say when Rod was doing sidelines, Rod would never text me during the game. Or he might text like one thing at halftime if he got a break. But I was getting some hot sports opinions that night from my man Rod Babers, who just, and I think if you're an alum that played defense at Texas, every Texas defense, like everybody has bad games, but that was
a bad season.
to give up, whatever they gave, was it 550 rushing yards or what? Like, dude, that was unacceptable. I think it was 550 total, 259 on the ground, whatever it was.
Mormon Missile dude, was taking them to the woodshed.
It was as bad of a defensive performance as you'll ever see in your life. Like, it was brutal. And okay, yeah, CB, I wasn't there, so you'd have to ask Chip about that. And that's one that I don't care to pull up the press conference from that BYU game and go look at it. But yeah, it's if you were a Texas defensive player at any point and you watched that BYU game, you were disgusted, you were pissed off, you were embarrassed. It was as bad could be. And you know what, though, Jordan, the sad thing is there were good players on that defense. Like, that defense was so much better than that. Like Adrian Phillips, Quandre Diggs, Jackson Jeffcoat, Malcolm Brown, Hassan Ridgeway. Like, you had dudes that played in the league. And dudes that went on to be first round picks, high draft picks, Pro Bowl guys, all pros. And that defense just could not stop a nosebleed, man.
Shit, nobody could stop the Mormon Missile, baby. Come on. People in the NFL still can't even stop the Mormon Missile.
Hey, man, the only thing that slowed down Taysom Hill in college were his injuries.
Well, yeah, you're going to get injured when you're like 28 playing a bunch of 18-year-olds.
Oh, man. CB says that's not on YouTube. Yeah, man, it's that 13th season, though, it's hard to believe that's been 11 years. But, man, the one thing I'll never forget about that season is the job Greg Robinson did. It's almost like, I don't know, Jordan, you're probably too young to remember, but that was Texas had those back-to-back just awful losses to OU in 11 and 12. 11 was a 55-17, and 2012 was 63-21. 63-21 was the one where Matt called a timeout with like 9 seconds left, try to set up a touchdown. And I was in the college. It was the first Texas OU game I covered from the press box. And all my OU buddies are texting me, and even my disgusted Texas friends are texting me, telling me to go back and watch the TV copy, because the TV copy, when Matt called the timeout with 9 seconds left, down 63-13, the camera caught, or whatever it was, this camera caught Bob Stoops laughing like that Matt called a timeout. And like they were like, this is absolute rock bottom. If they only knew what was coming with those Kansas games a few years later. But anyway, it was like the whole offseason revolved around winning the OU game. So it was almost like Greg Robinson in the quest to fix the defense. It's almost like, look, I don't care what happens the first week against Ole Miss. And then you got K-State conference opener, and then Iowa State. We're going to be ready for Oklahoma. And man, the zone blitzes that they brought out for that Oklahoma game, that was the one where Chris Whaley drops into coverage and gets that pick six. And I think they sacked Blake Bell like, I don't know, 7-8 times that day, forcing turnovers. Like, it was to see what that thing was in Provo and to see what it was like in the Cotton Bowl, it's like, dude, it's an entirely different defense. It's a complete 180.
Yeah, that was that's one of my favorite Texas OU memories. Chris Whaley just running over the bulldozer on the goal line and extending the ball. It was fucking awesome. Not a Blake Bell fan at all. So when the 49ers turned him into a tight end, I was like, I would much rather this roster spot go to like quite literally anyone else. But yeah, that's one of my favorite Texas OU memories of all time. And if I'm not mistaken, that was one of the years Texas had like all the gold, trimming or whatever you want to call it.
They were supposed to do it for a couple years in a row, but
I didn't mind it. I thought it looked cool. I understand why people would think it looks tacky. I think it looked dope. I also do think that like that style of I don't know if style uniform, but like those type of accents with the gold and all that, like that was popping back 10 years ago.
Even
nowadays it's not as popular.
Even the OU stuff, because remember both sides had gold cleats. The swoosh logo was gold. The piping on the uniforms was gold. And I saw the following year, or maybe it was 2 years later, I don't remember. I passed Cedric Reed's family going into the Cotton Bowl, and I hadn't thought about those jerseys in a minute. And I see Cedric's dad and his little brother's wearing Cedric's jersey from that game. And I'm like, I forgot how clean those jerseys look. Those were nice.
Yeah. Damn, wearing a game jersey would be pretty. That's a flex.
I think it was supposed to. It was a deal where, and I don't know if it was a deal where Charlie discontinued it or they just both sides lost interest. But both sides had the gold accents for the 13 game, and I think it was supposed to be from then on. Whoever won the game the following year, since they got the golden hat, the winning team would get the gold accents for the following year's game.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I would have no problem with that coming back.
I dig it, man. I don't know, man. That might be might have to lob that question to somebody on the equipment side at UT. Why Nike hasn't done that? So,
yeah. I don't know. I can't wait for if that ever ends up coming back. People are just going to be like, well, they can change the uniforms, but they can't kick this game off at 7. Like,
dude,
no, the game needs to be an 11 a.m. kick. The very latest 2:30. Not a good part of town. And you don't want folks from both sides drinking all damn day at the fair.
There's something.
Then they play at 7. Like, there couldn't be a worse combo of different things than a 7 o'clock Texas OU. Like, seriously, it can't get worse than a 7 o'clock Texas OU.
There is something poetic about seeing a bunch of hungover ass people walking on the fairgrounds looking like, dude, I need to, when your hangover's so bad, you just need to start drinking is the only thing that'll cure it. Like seeing a bunch of hungover people like, dude, I need a corn dog or a turkey leg or something. Like I gotta get some food in me. I need something fried, something greasy to push out last night's mess so I can start drinking again before this game. There's just something, I don't know, man. It's like something, the 11 a.m. kickoff for that game fits. I don't really dig 11 a.m. kickoffs. They're okay. Now that I'm old and I have a daughter, since I'm up early anyway, the 11 a.m. kick doesn't bother me as much as it did 10 years ago. But for that game, man, the 11 a.m. kick works because I like it because the 11 a.m. kick, whoever wins, like that fan base basically takes over. They take over the fair. They take over Dallas. Like you go out on
the rest of the day. Yeah. If the game's ending at 11, are the Texas or OU fans going to go take over Fair Park at 11 or 12 at night on a Saturday? Fuck no. They're getting in their cars and going home because they're scared of what might happen.
If you're a Texas fan, like even me, like covering Texas, there's something cool about leaving the press box, making the walk back to my car and seeing nothing but burnt orange on the midway. Right. Maybe you see a few OU fans here and there, but dude, it is all burnt orange at that point. Like Texas fans are just enjoying the hell out of themselves. And the opposite, man, like it reinforces for you when the years when Oklahoma wins, it reinforces for you like, damn, can't believe they lost that game, or I can't wait to get out of a couple years it's been, well, I can't wait to get out of here. Some years it's been, I can't believe they lost that game.
Yeah.
Last year was one of those.
Yeah, hey, people watching, if you want to comment your favorite Texas OU memory / game or just memory and why, feel free to. I'd actually be really interested to see some of the responses. For me, it'll have to – the only time I've seen it in person was the 2022 49-0 game. So, that'll take the cake. But, I'm hoping I can be back this year and actually on the field. I remember that 49-0 game, just walking into the stadium, I'm like, there's no way this is how this game is supposed to feel. Like, I don't know if you felt it. That was my first ever time in the Cotton Bowl, but I was like, this is not what I assumed it would look like on TV, and there's no way it's just like this because, like, in warm-ups, it's almost like you could feel it from the Oklahoma side. They knew they were about to get their ass beat. Like, in warm-ups, you could just look at the difference in the way Texas was warming up, their energy, compared to OU. OU had no energy. It's like they were getting ready for a slaughter because, that's what happened.
That's a game where you can tell if the energy is fake. If you're trying to convince yourself. Like, I think it's confidence, it's bored, it spills into cockiness, which, like the 2019 game for Texas, that's what it was. Like this last year's game, I felt like Texas was confident. That game could have gotten away from Oklahoma because you could tell like Oklahoma they weren't downtrodden like they were the year before, or just, realizing what the inevitable is going to be, but they needed something to go, kind of like Texas in 13. Oklahoma needed something to go right for them early in that game, and getting that interception when they did, and the way that Oklahoma sideline erupted, you could tell that was the moment where they're like, okay, we're fine. We're in this. We can play with Texas. And that's what it was. But 49-0, like you could tell, like Oklahoma had some of that false bravado, almost trying to convince themselves, like, yeah, we can play. And the Texas guys, it was that scary kind of quiet confidence of, we're not going to say anything, we're not going to do anything, we're just going to line up and kick your ass, and you're gonna like it for the next 3 hours.
Yeah, and like the thing that was so crazy about the 49-0 game too is like everyone in the stadium kind of sensed that Texas was, going to be the victor. But like after that first OU series, when the whole stadium realized they weren't going to be able to move the ball, like, I like many people who were watching this, I assume y'all were on the same side as me, the Texas side of the stadium. And like, I just remembered kind of looking around and seeing everybody realize like, this is not going to be close. And it was like less than a minute into the game.
When it was early on, you realize, okay, this is going to be a Texas win. How bad is it going to be? And then when Jade picked off that jump pass that they tried to run, at that point, I'm like, all right, it's going to be really freaking bad. It's basically going to be whatever Sarton decides it wants to be. It was whatever he decides he wants it to be.
Yeah, I remember I turned after the Jade pick, I turned to my buddy who was there, and he was like, well, you might just start calling them the 49ers because that might be the only time they cross the 50 today. And I think it was like one of the 2 times they crossed the 50 that day. It was something wild, but
it was.
And like that game was fun because like it was just such an ass whooping, but also like you could just tell kind of towards once we got into halftime, all the Texas fans were like, all right, we kind of want to speed this up so we can go out to the fair. Because, everyone's waiting for the eyes of Texas at the end. But like, and like, I don't know. Like I told my dad this whenever I got back that weekend from that game. But like, man, like that was truly a bucket list game and bucket list activity for me. And like, you always want a Texas dub. And I guess for my first experience in the Cotton Bowl, I wished it would have been more of a competitive, energy-filled game. And my dad was like, hell no, take that. You got to take that. Like,
no, dude.
And I was like, I understand, but I wish it would have just kind of been like, one of the classics we talk about. Because
I was a junior. Yeah, I was a junior in high school when the 63-14 game happened, the year OU won the national championship. That game traumatized me for this rivalry. And 01, there's been a couple of games that Oklahoma's won 2001 was one of them. There's been a couple of those. Last year's, I thought, too, was one of these that you just appreciate it because it's two good football teams that just knock the hell out of each other for 60 minutes. Like, you really appreciate what that game is about. But man, I've watched some of them. I've watched some of those Texas blowout losses on TV. I watched one in person. And what I just talked about, what you talked about Oklahoma in the 22 game, that's what I felt like for Texas, like covering the 2012 game. I don't know if you remember this, but early in that game, Texas was kind of in it. They had given up a touchdown, and Quandre had run a blocked PAT back for 2. So it's like 6-2. Texas gets a punt. They pin OU back, and I realized I'm just, dude, something bad's about to happen. I think OU might get a big play right here, and that was the Damian Williams 96-yard touchdown run. And I just felt like, oh man, it's bad. I called the safety. Joe Bergeron got tackled for a safety. I called that before it was going to happen. And man, you felt like the 2003 game, the 65-13 game, that was one that I talked about. Like, had Texas gotten a big turnover last year and OU realized pretty quick, oh man, here we go again. Texas could have won that game going away. That's how OU won the game in 2003. Even though Vince Young ran for 100 yards and went crazy, Texas turned the ball over, I think, 6-7 times. And like Chance Mock throws an interception to Derek Strait, like on the second play of the game. And that was the moment where I was like, oh shit, it's going to be a long day. And like 5 turnovers later, it was a really long day. But that game, I'm glad that game is a part of the SEC now, because the year where I just kind of lost faith, BK, I don't know if you were like this, the year the Big 12 television partners put that game on FS1, I'm like, this is your marquee game. And granted, Texas that was the Joe Tessitore Notre Dame year, and I think OU had lost a game or two by that point. But I was like, this is your marquee game, and it's on freaking FS1. Like a channel that people have to look on their program guide to figure out, do I get that? Like it was embarrassing. That would be like if the SEC television partners, even though say what you want about the game, if they put like Florida and Tennessee on ESPNU. Yeah. Like Tennessee, Florida's on CBS. Like CBS carried that game. Good, bad, or indifferent. They're going to carry that game. It was embarrassing.
They get Georgia, Florida every year, even though like that game is turned about as one-sided as possible. Like that game is always a 2:30 CBS affair, and it should be. Like that's the way it should be. The best rivalries in this sport, Jordan, should always get promoted.
Yeah, and last thing, Peyton Kirkland in the portal. By the way,
yeah.
If you want to remember his recruitment, he dropped the top 5 without Texas in it, and then committed to Texas without ever visiting. And was a freshman this past fall. Not sure if he played a snap.
He had a knee injury. Actually. Remember, he had the knee.
That's right.
He saw him on crutches at the bowl game, and so we talked about with this offensive line. At some point, some of those guys are going to realize, you know what? If I want to play, I might have to do it somewhere else other than Texas, because there's too many guys in front of you. And you look at, you're losing Kelvin Banks and Jake Majors after this year. Maybe Hayden Conner won't be back. You're losing DJ Campbell, and maybe DJ Campbell, maybe Cam Williams, but going out to practice, and BK, you'll get to see some of these guys on Saturday. Jordan, I know you didn't watch the O-line the day you were out there, but man, you start looking at like Trevor Gooseby and Jaden Chapman and some of these young guys, like even like Daniel Cruz at center. Like you start looking at some of these young cats, and it's like, dude, Kyle Flood's already preparing like that next wave of guys to be ready to take over. And if you can't crack that 2 deep, man, I'm not saying it's impossible, but you got one hell of an uphill battle. And like we talked about, man, guys don't need to wait until after the spring game to figure out where they are on the depth chart. They know already. They know where they are and what kind of battle it would be to have to put themselves back in a position to play.
Hey, congrats to Peyton Kirkland. Just got himself a week off, right? I mean, if he stuck it out through the end of spring practice, then he would have had to, practice a few more times and then be a part of the game on Saturday. Now he gets the week off and he gets to figure out where he's headed next. Good for him.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those deals where he's young enough. Jordan, I know we talked about this too, guys that maybe wait too long, and it's like, okay, you're in that limbo where you don't have enough game film to give people an idea of what you can do, but you're too far removed from being a high school prospect that people just aren't going to take a flyer on you. There will be a power conference program that takes a flyer on Peyton Kirkland. He's young enough to where one of those schools that was interested in him that needs offensive linemen, they'll be there for him.
Yeah. Man, with Peyton Kirkland, I'm not trying to kick the horse while it's down, but like I am not surprised at all by this. There are so many red flags when you drop a top 5 without the school you're committing to in it, and then you commit to that school without ever visiting. Like right there, but also like I remember the All-American Bowl check-in. He showed up. Y'all want to guess how much this kid weighed when he showed up? Because we did not report the actual number.
370.
BK, you want to take a guess?
Say 385.
396.
Oh.
He showed up in San Antonio at 396 the week before he moved into Texas.
God.
And all of us then kind of already knew that he probably wasn't going to work out at Texas. But once that happened, it was like, whoa.
Yeah, and then he had the knee injury, and it was really just out of sight, out of mind at that point.
Yeah, but like at All-American, he didn't even play or practice. He wasn't hurt.
Oh my God.
There's
a lot of good food in San Antonio. He was trying to be like the women Charles Barkley always talks about, I guess.
Yeah, but like with guys like that, like whenever stuff like that happens, we're never going to go run and report, hey, y'all, this is why we don't think Peyton Kirkland will ever work out here. But like, it's definitely thoughts that go through our head. And there's guys like this in every class Texas signs, but we're never going to come out and expose these kids. But like, I'd be lying to you if I wasn't expecting this at some point in time during Peyton Kirkland's career at Texas. And also it's just like, man, look around. Look at what they signed the same year as him and the other guys that they signed last year. Like, you look at Brandon Baker, you look at Peyton Kirkland. Visually, which one do you think looks better and is the better prospect? And then you go look at the guys that came in at the same time as Peyton Kirkland in his class. Like, Jaden Chapman seems miles ahead of where he was. I know he got an injury, so it's kind of unfair, but like Gooseby too, they just seem so much further ahead than Kirkland, where it's like, man, going through this roster the last few weeks and trying to figure out which guys are going to be the ones that go in the portal because there are 4 of them. He was on my list, just being like, he makes a lot of sense. So not surprised to see him kind of getting ahead of the curve by going in today when it opens tomorrow. Smart thing to do. And I wouldn't be surprised to see some other names from Texas announced today as well.
Yeah.
So
like I said,
with that being said, I got to start working on some of those stories.
Yeah. Go ahead, Jordan.
Because I was kind of thinking Peyton would probably wait till tomorrow or the day after, maybe after the spring game to announce. But like, this tells me I got to speed up my work a little bit. So
I'm gonna say this while you can't defend yourself, because I know you're leaving, Jordan. But the Texas OU game needs to be played at night, and that's all I will say. If you want to cement yourself as the best rivalry in sports, you need casualties, and we will get casualties if you play Texas OU at night in Fair Park. So that's what I just care about the game. I care about the rivalry. So that's what I'm looking for. But, not everyone is my level of fan, I suppose.
I guess, I don't know. I'll be with you then, BK, at night in Fair Park, because it's like, hey, if we're in a bad part of town, I think I'm a little more threatening than
no way,
Mr. Kellner. So
I'm shoving you down and running. You are stuck.
It's not even, I can't tell you what parts of the Fair Park area are gentrified at this point. It's not the area that concerns me. It's the gross amount of alcohol consumption throughout the entire day.
And the amount of people packed into one small space.
Because you got to think like it's not just the 92,500 in the Cotton Bowl. There's probably another 40,000 on the fairgrounds or whatever it is. So you're probably talking like 150 to 200,000 people drunk off their asses. Probably the majority of them.
The scientific term. Can you just imagine? They're like, we're cutting to Gus Johnson. He's at the Cotton Bowl, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm outside at the chicken toss with a few people drunk off their asses." I'm like, "How have y'all's day been?"
You're telling me you don't want that? You don't want Gus Johnson commentating fair games?
Or
That'd be awesome.
We got like Lee Corso turn around at game day, like, "You're drunk off your ass." I'd love to see it.
That English was way too good if you're doing a Lee Corso impersonation. So
no, it was horrible. Yeah, this is also another thing. Like, you got to drive home if it's a 7:00 kick. They're gonna kick people out of the park by midnight. So, like, yeah, not everyone is taking the DART train. So
you're right. Yeah. No, nobody drunk drives home from the Cotton Bowl right now. That's for sure. Never seen that happen.
You know what I meant.
I know.
Well,
it's never going to happen. You're right. You're a good person. I want people to die. So clearly my argument is not going to carry much weight with people, but whatever.
Yeah. Hey, I will say, this is the last thing I'll say before I get out of here. I've probably driven from Dallas to Austin in the last 3 years over 100 times, like legitimately probably over 100 times. The fastest I have ever gotten from Dallas to my house in Austin was the 49-0 game. As soon as the game ended, me and my buddies, we didn't go to the park. We just went to my car and drove home. And I'm dead ass serious. For probably 2/3 of that drive, I was going like over 90, 92, 95. And it wasn't me just hauling ass. It was me going the flow of traffic because everyone was driving that fast going home. So I guess when Texas wins big, that's how you get home quick.
How long did it take you?
I don't remember, but it was by far the fastest because I was like in the 90s the whole time.
Well, you got to remember, like, you stayed through the eyes of Texas. Like, there was a lot of OU fans that beat the traffic that day.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's true.
Well, I'll get out of here. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Y'all have a good show.
All right, Jordan.
Take care.
Appreciate you, dude.
Yes, sir.
BK, I'm gonna let you take the reins. The midday program is your show. So,
man, well, number one, thank you for sticking around for more than 1 hour today. I know that goes against the name of your program on this show, so thank you for doubling up your workload today.
I'm a team player.
There you go. My record on that Austin to Dallas drive, by the way, is 2 hours and 5 minutes. That's the quickest I've gone. It was from here to Dallas. And
man, your morning co-host used to do his bit was, I never understood this with Bucky. He'd go there for everything other than the game, like all the Friday stuff, Saturday morning. When the pregame show's over, he's driving back to Austin. And back in our radio days, he would be back well before the game's over and just watch like the second half of the game from the studio and then be ready to do post game.
He still does that. I mean, it's incredible, right? Like, yeah, I got to tell Jordan this another time, but you know, he might have had no traffic after the game, but try making that drive during the game. I mean, the Buck probably had the road to himself, and he has that every single year.
Yeah, it's,
I don't get it. And he, oh man, this year, I don't know if he's told you this story, but I know he mentioned it on air a couple of times. He forgot where he parked. So we did the pregame show right by Big Tex on the fairgrounds. And we finished, I think, an hour, maybe half hour before kickoff. But he was going back to his car, about ready to drive back to Austin, like he always does. And he usually gets back by halftime. So he just listens to Craig for the first half. And then, boom, by the time the third quarter starts, like you said, he's either at a studio or just at his house. And he's got the game on, ready for the final 30 minutes. But it literally took him like an hour and a half to find his car, to the point where he had to like get help from the parking lot folks on the fairgrounds because they saw him like stumbling around. The same parking lot attendant saw him like 6 times and finally was like, are you okay? And he had like a bunch of liquor with him too, a bunch of Big Hat Spirits, one of our great sponsors. And he just like gave the attendant all the Big Hat that he had. And he said, Jeff, that, you know, inside that cooler, it was all Big Hat Spirits. And one of their drinks is a ranch water.
Yeah.
And you know what a ranch water is, right? Well, Bucky didn't. Bucky saw water, and he's like, dude, I was
no.
so close. I kept looking at it and it said water, and I'm like, oh man, I was so close to just drinking it because I was so thirsty because I've been walking around for an hour and a half just through this parking lot. So it could have been, it already was a bad day for the Buck, but it could have been a historically bad day for him.
Are we going to have to, like, I don't know, put a leash on him, like one of those backpack leashes you put kids on sometimes?
Did you ever do that with your daughter?
No, I told my wife, I'm like, we're not doing the backpack leash bit. Like, we're not.
Oh man, my youngest sister is 18. Like we went on a family cruise when she was I don't know, 4 or 5.
Yeah.
And yeah, my parents had the backpack leash on her the whole time, and I thought it was the funniest shit ever. My other sisters were like, God, this is embarrassing. How can you do this? And I'm just like, this is fantastic. Like, keep this on forever. This is so good.
Both of us were dead set against there was a lot of, this is one of the reasons why I love my wife. Like, there was a lot of bits that parents do with their kids, like certain ways you carry them or sleeping. Like, we're like, that's for the birds. Like, people were having kids and raising them and, not having horrific accidents for hundreds of years before this stuff was invented. So I think we're going to be fine. I'm not going to fall for, oh, you need to buy this. You need to buy this. No, I'm not gonna do that.
Oh, they market the hell out of kids stuff, right?
Dude, I remember, like, both of us were just catatonic when we found out my wife was pregnant. We'd gone to South Part Austin just to run an errand, and I don't think either of them are there anymore. But there was a Babies R Us and a Bye Bye Baby kind of off Brody down south, and we went in, and we were just so freaking overwhelmed. Well, we're like, what is all this stuff we got to buy? And then we started looking at, like, we don't need 80% of the crap that people are telling us that we need.
Yeah. 100%.
But like, we went from like overwhelmed, like catatonic, like, how the hell are we going to do this? To, like, you know what? We're going to be fine.
Yeah.
We're good.
Yeah, and I'm sure they, like, I'm not a parent yet, but I'm sure they try to guilt trip you too. Like, oh, you're a bad parent if you don't buy this stuff. Oh, if you want to be the best parent, if you want your kid to have the best life they can have, then you got to get this. Otherwise, you're doing your kid a disservice.
You shouldn't do a coastal. You shouldn't let your kid sleep in the bed. And like, yeah, well, you tried not sleeping for 3 days straight, and then you come tell me what the hell you want to do.
Right. Oh, your kid just gained 2 pounds. New car seat. Sorry. Got to switch it up. Make sure they're in the right seat.
We used the hell out of the old car seat to where my daughter finally got tall enough to where I'm like, yeah, we have extended these extenders as far as they'll go. Like, they literally, like, don't work anymore.
That's when you know. That's when you know it's turning into a real person, Jeff. Oh, man. All right. Well, I know you tossed it to me, but I've talked a lot about stuff. I want your hottest HSO. Is it Texas basketball related? Is it Masters related? Is it scrimmage nuggets related?
Let's start firing some people. Let's fire somebody today. Who are we firing? No. Mac Brown asked me that one time, BK.
Did he?
Yeah. I went into Mac's office for a meeting, and Jeff, you fired me yet? I'm like, oh, well, it's only 9 o'clock.
If I have that saying, I would have done it years ago, Mac.
No, then I and I love Mac, but then I got it right. Don't be sensitive. Don't be sensitive.
Right. Well, hey, David Pierce did maybe save some fire David Pierce tweets with that 8-run top of the 9th inning his squad was able to put together yesterday.
Dude, that was nuts. I mean, you're down to your last 2 outs. You're down 3 runs, and then they just exploded. And there's 2 things with this team that keep me, I don't want to say engaged because baseball is my beat, but that, like, why I haven't thrown in the towel on this thing yet. Offensively, once you get into a series and once you get through someone's Friday night guy, they can rake in games 2 and 3 in the series. And it's been that way the last few years with David Pierce. That's why I said, man, the last couple of years, Texas has been so hard to beat in a series because they will destroy Sunday pitching by the time you're down to the last guys in the bullpen, or maybe you're having to bring guys back on short rest or whatever. So the offensive capability that this team has, that's one. The other thing is, dude, the Big 12 is so bad.
So bad.
And they're only 2 games out of first place. So, like, you can't yeah, they're mathematically they're still in it, and there's no reason to think they can't win a conference championship. As absurd as that might sound, the Big 12 is that bad this year.
Yeah. 2 games back with 5 series left, and they're playing a lot of teams that are kind of right in the thick of things in this conference. So you're more optimistic than me. I stuck a fork in them last week. It was April 11th.
Yeah.
April 11th was the date where I'm like, this team is done. Like, I'm still going to watch. I'm still going to support. I'm still going to root. But they're not winning the Big 12. I know how close they are. They're not winning the Big 12. They're not hosting a regional. They're not making it to Omaha. They're not making a super regional. Like that. That's where I am with Texas baseball right now. And winning 2 of 3 against Houston, where you needed a homer in the 9th inning to win on Saturday, and you needed 8 runs in the 9th inning to win on Sunday. Like, if that moves your needle, and my God, Jeff, and I get it, like, a lot of people are just trying to hype up this baseball program, and people are fans and they want to be optimistic, and that's fine. Your prerogative, Bobby Brown, do your thing. But the amount of times this year I've read or heard people say, oh, if they turn it around, that's the moment we'll look back on as the turning. You don't get 5 of those by April 15th and still get to say that.
Yeah.
Like I love Bob Ballou. I was watching Sports Sunday on CBS Austin last night. They do an amazing job. It's not a personal shot at Bob, but he said that. It's low-hanging fruit. Like, oh, if they go on and win the Big 12, it's that moment. It's like we've had 5 of those this year, and they keep resorting back to being asked. They're not horrible. They're not 15 and 22,
dude. Yeah,
but they're not like good. They're not a good baseball team, and it's why like every time they take a step forward, it feels like the next game they take that same size step back.
By the way, I just want to throw this out there just in case you want to do some future projections on how tough people talk about the SEC with football. I'm looking at the D1Baseball.com top 25. How about 8 SEC teams in the top 25? All 4 of the top 4 from the SEC, by the way, A&M's your new number 1. And Mississippi State and Florida just got knocked out of the poll.
Florida, who was in the championship last year, who opened up as the number 1 team, even they are struggling to compete in the SEC.
Gators are 18 and 17 right now.
Yeah, that's how good that league is. So, like that's this is the year. This is the Sark year, right? Like Sark instilled confidence in this fan base, and probably more importantly within that locker room, that we are ready for the SEC. David Pierce, it's not all his fault. Like it's the players too, and it's a whole program-wide issue that probably has a lot to do with NIL. But like this was David Pierce's chance to prove that Texas is ready for the SEC. Season's not done, but my God, 37 games into the season, Jeff, I'm like, are we going to finish like in the top 12 in the SEC next year? Like, how bad are we going to be?
Man, to put it in perspective, like, okay, a couple things. One, if this team was just similar to what you just said, if this team was just objectively bad, like that, it would be really easy to draw your conclusions now on what this thing is. But they're not. There's enough workable pieces. And I don't even say that. There are some guys on this team that you're like, dude's going to have a chance to play pro ball. With Max Ballou, Jalen Flores, Jared Thomas. Gage Bame has been a revelation out of the bullpen. Dre Duplantier had been great for his last 3 or 4 outings up until he gave up the home run yesterday. But, there are enough good pieces where, like, they should be much better than 22 and 15 at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not even thinking, I keep seeing people write, oh, man, this just doesn't look like a championship team. It's not. Any other year, this would be a team where you're like, dude, they're on the bubble, and they're going to have to do some things down the stretch to make sure they're in. But the Big 12 is so bad. It's like, yeah, they can win the conference. At the same time, do you look at the RPI? Take a wild guess, BK, where Texas is in the RPI as of this morning.
Based on you asking me that, what are they, top 20 in there?
How about 69?
Yeah, okay.
That's not nice.
I thought you were hitting me with the curveball, like, oh, they're not very good, but their RPI is somehow.
No, they're 69 in the RPI. Mm-hmm. They have 8 losses this year to teams ranked 101 or worse in the RPI.
Wow.
So they're not a terrible baseball team. They have just played up and down to their competition so much, and found a way to lose games, but found a way to win games. Like it's almost like the really good and the really bad are evening out, and that's kind of where you're getting. The bar is just kind of right in the middle. Mm-hmm. But again, there's enough good things about this team that I'm like, yeah, I can't completely eliminate them. So it's not like this is the moment where they make a run to Omaha. It's almost like, all right, you get a stay of execution for this weekend. You get to live another series.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a big one. TCU was picked to finish first in this conference before the year started, and you get them coming to your ballpark and a chance to send a message, I guess, to your fan base and the rest of the league that now we're still Texas, we're still really good. But I'll tell you what, Bucky called him LeBron Johnson this morning. All the good things. I don't know how much they're going to matter, Jeff, if Texas can't get LeBaron Johnson figured out. And David Pierce tried, right? He altered the order of the rotation, tried to give LBJ a couple of extra days, pit him against a worse starter. Maybe that would give him some confidence. But the results were the exact same. If this is I don't care how good the offense is. If that's the version of LeBron we're going to get the rest of the way, then yeah, bubble team is where Texas is going to stay.
Yeah. And neither one of the guys I'm going to mention was outstanding this weekend, but there's a reason why David Pierce trusts Max Grubbs and Ace Whitehead right now. Those guys challenge the strike zone. They throw strikes. They compete. They're not afraid to give up hits. They're not all in their heads. And there's so many guys on this staff that are like that. And the other David Pierce conversation that comes up as well, I mean, you shouldn't have fired Woody Williams. You shouldn't have fired Woody Williams. Well, people were bitching about pitching last year too, when Woody Williams was the pitching coach. And whether you want to believe me or not, whether you like it or not, David Pierce, if you don't think David Pierce was heavily involved in pitching when he's just because he didn't have the title of pitching coach, you're sorely mistaken. Like he's just a little bit more involved than he has been the last few years, but he was right there with Sean Allen. He was right there with Woody Williams. So the good and the bad, David Pierce has had his hand on it. I don't think the pitching coach is the problem. My problem with Texas is, and I think this is a recruiting philosophy issue, they've recruited a lot of two-way guys. They've recruited a lot of guys with kind of low floor, high ceiling type guys. And that's fine if you want to do that, but you better be damn good developing pictures. But for every, Bryce Elder or Ty Madden that they've developed, there's a handful of guys that could throw really hard that never figured it out. Yeah. So, do you need to, I don't even know if you could call Ace Whitehead or Max Grubbs kind of high floor guys. They're never going to blow people away with their velo or their stuff. They just compete like a mother and aren't scared. So that's why they've got spots in the rotation. There are guys on this staff, BK, with much better stuff than what Ace Whitehead and Max Grubbs have. LBJ being one of them. And you can't tell me it's about, you need to get guys to throw hard. But LBJ throws as hard as anybody on the staff. He just can't find the strike zone right now.
Yeah.
So I don't know. There are no good answers at this point. What the approach I think people need to take with this baseball team, it is a week-to-week proposition with this team. You just have to go into every game, lower the bar, and when something good happens, like, all right, see if you can build on that. Mm-hmm. Sometimes they have, sometimes they haven't. But there's everybody looking for the epiphany, like the aha moment, dude. It's not going to happen. The worst thing I think that if you follow college baseball, the worst thing I think you can have right now is tell yourself, hey, 2 years ago, Mississippi State was a bubble team, got into the tournament and won the whole thing. Yeah, they did, but that's the exception, not the rule.
Yeah, that was Ole Miss, right?
And I'm not saying Texas couldn't be that, but there haven't been enough positive signs with this team to tell me that they're capable of doing that.
Sure, that was Ole Miss, right? Mississippi State was the better team the year before. Ole Miss was the bubble team.
21, yeah. Ole Miss in 22, yeah.
Very good, very good. Yeah,
beat Oklahoma in the championship series.
Yep, that was nice. That was nice to see. Sorry about that, Skip, but was rooting for Hottie Toddy in that one.
You could have a deal where if Texas ends up winning the Big 12, you have a deal where the Big 12 regular season champion doesn't host a regional, because I don't see any way at this point Texas hosts a regional.
No, unless they like win every single game they have left.
Yeah,
that'd be enough, I think.
Yeah.
But even if they go like 2-1 in their last 5 series and win all of them and win the Big 12, it sure feels like they've dug themselves too big of a hole with all those crappy losses that you talked about. You gotta look at A&M Corpus on the resume when you're filling this thing. You got to look at 1 and 2 against your Texas Staters in a not good Texas State baseball
not
year.
a good Texas State team.
Yeah,
losing a series to BYU.
Yep.
Losing a game, winning a series you probably should have lost to a not very good Houston team. I mean, the Texas Tech series win looks a little bit better on the road. You shouldn't have lost the Friday night game to Baylor. That was a one run loss in extra innings because you dominated the rest of the series. The bad thing is Texas could get right there and be in a position to win the conference championship, but because of the jacked up Big 12 schedule this year, they don't play West Virginia.
Yeah, damn, forgot about that.
Yeah, they don't play West Virginia this year.
West Virginia needs to lose a little bit more then. That would be nice. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line, 512-222-9328. Also, the YouTube comment line is open, as always. Real quick, before we move on and get to some Texas basketball, let's let you hear from some of our great sponsors. How about a word first from our man Tom McKay over at AV Consultations?
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Today's home electronics can be a bit daunting. My company has spent the last 36 years making sure they are not. For those of you who have not experienced our services yet, we'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. We carry all the major brands of televisions and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And we come to you. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We believe in having some fun and dreaming big. Do you have a dream for your home entertainment? Let us know. We can make it come true. And we are always there to help after the job is done. We cultivate clients for a lifetime by treating everyone like their family. No, not those family members. I'm talking about the ones you actually like. So relax, hug your kids, make love to your wife, and smile. Then, when you have a moment, give us a call at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678. Or online at avconsultations.com.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to AV Consultations. Shout out to Tom McKay, who celebrated a birthday yesterday. So a delayed birthday shout out to our man Tom McKay over at AVC.
Happy birthday, Tom.
Yes, indeed. The big 6-0, Jeff. It's a big one for Tom McKay.
He's young at heart, though.
He is about 6 at heart, but 60 in real life, at least according to the papers. Shout out to Covert BK as well. I'm rocking the Covert hat today. Best car dealership in all, really, of the world, but especially here in Central Texas. The Covert Auto Group, they've been around since 1909. Covert BK, their new set of dealerships, all on one property. It's 3 dealerships featuring 7 different brands. They've got everything you could look for. Great selection, great prices, great service. Covert BK off of 71. Jeff, before we get into the 3 transfer additions for Texas hoops, because I want to get your thoughts on the roster RT is starting to put together. Any inkling or any sourcing on whether or not Tyrese Hunter and or Dylan Mitchell will be returning to Austin for an additional season?
No direct sourcing, but I've been under the impression that the odds were more in favor of those guys either trying their hand at pro basketball or portaling elsewhere. There's a rumor right at a couple days after the Tennessee game that Dylan Mitchell was heading to the portal. Still haven't seen his name pop up in the portal. And I know those guys are having discussions. The Tyrese Hunter thing is the Dylan Mitchell thing. There's room for Dylan Mitchell on this team to come back if he wants to. I think the thing that the staff is going to run into with both of those guys is you can't guarantee them minutes at this point with the roster you're putting together. The Tyrese Hunter thing is really interesting because, you added Tremont Mark is more of a true wing than a lead guard, but you added 2 guards yesterday. You got Trey Johnson coming in. You still got Kendall Weaver on this roster. And, Jordan Pope from Oregon State is going to be on campus tomorrow. So, all that, it doesn't look good for Tyrese Hunter to come back to this team. And if he does, dude, I don't know what role he has.
Yeah, I wonder if Texas going after all these guards is an inclination that there's already been some sort of conversation had between Tyrese Hunter and Rodney Terry. I mean, the writing's on the wall that he is going somewhere else, whether it's to the pros or to the portal, like you said.
And you got to remember too, BK, the portal works in waves, right?
Yeah.
So it could be Tyrese just saying, hey, let me get through this semester. If he's close to graduating, let me graduate. And then I can enter the portal whenever I want as a grad transfer and just spend, the first summer session as a free agent and visit wherever you want to and find the best fit at that point. Wait for the draft process to end so schools have a much better idea. Okay, this is what our roster is going to look like. And then, Tyrese Hunter is probably a more attractive option to some people at that point.
So doing my scholarship count, and when I say my, I mean someone on Twitter tweeted out what the scholarship roster looks like for Texas right now. I'm seeing 9 guys on scholarship if you don't include Hunter or Mitchell. So if those 2 guys are in the mix next season, then you've got 11. So we'll see. Does it bother you? I mean, you set me up perfectly for this question with what you just said about the portal windows. Like, on one hand, 3 transfers in one weekend and maybe 4 in 1 week if Jordan Pope decides to commit to Texas, like right after his visit. That's pretty damn cool. It's a great thing to brag about. And Texas basketball Twitter is pretty hyped right now with what RT and his staff have been able to do. Are you worried, though, that it's like too fast? Like maybe we should be waiting a little bit to see who else enters the portal? Could we have some better options out there?
A little bit. I think you've probably, though, let's take a look at the 2 Indiana State kids, Jason Kent and Julian Larry. I think you've probably filled the minutes that Brock Cunningham was getting. Because you need front court minutes. You need guys that can eat front court minutes because you don't have any guys. You got Caden Shedrick, Zarek Onyema, and then wherever Devon Pryor fits. I don't know where he fits right now, but that's your front court. Because Nick Cody, I don't know if you've heard anything, BK. I would imagine you probably don't get him back until maybe closer to conference play from the ACL. So I mean, you're gonna be hurting for front court depth. So you needed a quality body. So I think Jason Kent's going to help eat some of those front court minutes. Julian Larry, I think Jabari Rice turned out to be an infinitely better ad than we thought he was going to be. Right. I like Julian Larry because the thing that Texas had 2 years ago, that Elite 8 team, one of the things that made them really good was between Tyrese Hunter, Marcus Carr, and Jabari Rice, you had 3 guys that could be the lead guard.
Yeah.
You could have 2 of those guys start and, some combination of the 3 running with your second unit and just kind of sub them in and out, have them on the floor at the same time. Really allowed Rodney Terry to be flexible with lineups. I think with Julian Larry, he's going to allow you to do that. Have a guy that can run your second unit, have a guy that can be out there for critical minutes, whatever it is. So I think these guys, I don't want to call them depth guys or bench guys, but they're guys that you need to eat minutes on your roster and quality enough basketball players that, they're worth going after. I think a lot of those G5 guys, BK, for the most part, at this point, those guys just want to win. They want to be where they can win a championship. Like you look at a guy like Christian Bishop is a perfect example. Christian Bishop probably knew he didn't have much of a future in the NBA. I think most of these guys hope to, but at some point you realize, you know what, I just want to be at a place where I can win and maybe have a chance to go win a national championship. And you need those type of guys.
Sure.
Tremont Mark is not that guy. Tremont Mark's trying to get to the league, but dude, you talk about a hellacious scoring duo now with Tremont Mark and Trey Johnson, the potential he has. I hope people that were critical of the Cam Scott news coming down over the weekend that he got released from his national letter of intent. I hope that makes a lot more sense for people now because where Texas was, I think BK Cam Scott's going to be a hell of a college player. I think he's going to have a chance to play in the NBA. But for where this team is right now, you've got 1 year with Trey Johnson. And I think the best way to maximize a one and done, and you can really do it in the portal era now, we need to put the best team we can around him for this year. Don't think about 2 years down the road, 3 years down the road. What is the best team we could put around Trey Johnson this year? and you pair him with a guy like Tremont Mark who can take some of that scoring pressure off him. I love it. I love the addition. So no, you're going to need to add guys. I think we saw last year, Rodney Terry's got a few. They're not just for the big needs, like they need another big to run with Caden Shedrick because you can't trust him to be healthy. They probably need to figure out point guard, and that's probably Jordan Pope. They're going to hold a few spots back for those second and third waves that come through.
Yeah, definitely need a big man, but I think that's all well said. And the pressure is high on Rodney Terry. Like, we know it. People just don't like him very much. But when you hear these like Trey Johnson, Kevin Durant comparisons, just like, oh, Trey Johnson's the best pure scorer that Texas has had since Kevin Durant, which I think is true. Now, if anyone's telling you he's going to be the Naismith Player of the Year and one of the 50 greatest basketball players of all time, then pump the brakes. But like, you've got that weighing in on Rodney Terry, plus people not liking him that much. It's like, I think he realizes that he's got to have a really good season next year. And I'm with you, like pairing Trey Johnson up with a bunch of experienced guys, like all three of the transfers who came in have at least 3 years of college basketball experience.
Yeah.
So like, not only are you adding talented pieces at areas of need, but you're adding experience as well. Cause I mean, look at the teams that win national championships in college basketball now. Like, yeah, you might have a lottery player on your team and a one and done type of guy, but it's usually like you got that plus a bunch of experience and guys who have developed a lot in college. That's what comprises most of the championship teams that we've seen in the sport, really since like Duke and Kyrie Irving or Kentucky and Anthony Davis. Like most of the recent championships have that mix, and that's clearly what RT is trying to do here.
That Louisville team that won it but didn't really win it.
Right. I don't know what you're talking about, actually.
No, you're right. It's interesting, man. And I think we're kind of starting to see this with football a little bit. I was talking to David Pierce about this because before the season started, we talked about the portal. And, college baseball now, it's a much older game because of a lot of that has to do with the way, after COVID, the way Major League Baseball restructured minor league baseball, there's fewer pro opportunities now. Plus with the portal and NIL, guys just, hey, I'll hang around, get a degree, whatever, stay a few extra years rather than slug it out. I mean, some of these guys can make, even though the NIL money is not that great, like you would think, sometimes it's better than what you would do signing a pro contract. So college baseball has become an older game. I think college basketball now, to your point, it's an older game. The one and done, there's a reason why Kentucky fans were ready to move on from John Calipari. The one and done method, you're in an era of college basketball that doesn't work anymore. Older teams win in March. What's interesting for Texas, BK, and man, I'm interested to get your thoughts on it because I watch my share of college basketball. Don't get me wrong, but you watch it a lot closer than I do. It almost benefits the teams. It almost hurts you for the following year if you make a deep run in the tournament. Like you almost have to load up thinking, all right, we're going to have to rob Peter to pay Paul a little bit because we're going to load up because maybe this is the year we can go make a run at it. Like, look at the Elite Eight teams from last year, okay? You had did San Diego State make it back there?
They made it to the Sweet 16. Okay. They got ran down by UConn again.
You had Creighton,
Sweet 16.
Florida Atlantic.
No, they made the tournament, but did nothing.
Kansas State.
Missed the tournament.
Miami.
Missed the tournament.
Texas.
One and done.
Then UConn.
A lot and done.
And Gonzaga.
Okay. Sweet 16, like always.
Yeah.
So
you beat a Kansas team without Kevin McCullough and with Hunter Dickinson at, what was he, BK, 70%?
Yeah.
But it's really hard. It's really hard to string together, big time seasons like that back to back. I mean, you're seeing Carolina struggle to do it. Kansas has struggled to do it. That's kind of what makes the UConn thing stand out. Duke has struggled to do it. Like, your Blue Bloods have struggled to put together like two really good back-to-back years. I think that's almost I wonder if that's just the mindset coaches have now. They won't say it publicly, but knowing like, hey, we're going to load up for this year. We might suck next year, but we're going to get really close. We're going to be in a position to win a national championship this year.
It's worth it, man. I mean, like, I am one of those guys who, like what the LA Rams did in the NFL. They traded a bunch of draft picks. They mortgaged their future. They didn't do it as bad as people thought, right? But they gave up a ton to try to put together a Super Bowl roster, and it worked, and they won a championship. And they had a couple of years of suck, and actually they bounced back quicker than I think a lot of people thought they would because they made the playoffs last year, and it feels like they could make it again this year. I'm the type of sports fan, especially with Texas basketball, right? Like, we've never won shit, okay? Like, go all in and win one champion. You could be awful for the next 50 years. I don't win a championship.
Yeah.
Win a championship. So you're right. Like, there definitely is some rob Peter to pay Paul. That's well said. And you do have to sell your soul a little bit to put together a roster that can compete at a national title. But dude, it ain't Kentucky here where it's like we got to be good every single year or else.
Yeah.
Like any Texas basketball fan would give up anything to win one championship. Hell, to make a Final Four would feel really, really special considering how long it's been. So yeah, I'm very much willing to sacrifice whatever it takes to find a way back or to the promised land, I guess, for the first time.
Yeah, that's why I would track the Elite 8 teams this year and even the Sweet 16 teams and see where they're at next year. Because I'm gonna guess there's a hellacious amount of turnover. Because even BK, you can look at the Sweet 16 teams from last year. You've got Tennessee, Michigan State, Houston, Xavier. Xavier wasn't in the tournament this year. Arkansas had a terrible year. UCLA. So yeah, I do think there is some of that where you load up for 1 year thinking, okay, we could be a shit show next year. But hey, that Elite 8 run was worth it.
Yeah, it almost feels like the Blue Bloods can load up every single year and they're perfectly fine. Like, UConn, Gonzaga, some of the teams that we talked about, like, oh, they were there last year and they're here this year. Like, they've got it figured out. But if you are a Miami, if you are a Texas, if you are an Arkansas, like not a traditional basketball power, it just ain't the same. It ain't the same for you. So SD says, I don't care as long as football is good. Yeah, hey, as much of a college basketball junkie as I am, if you're asking me, would I rather see Texas football win another national championship or Texas basketball win a national championship? I'm sorry, RT. I'm sorry, basketball. I know I've already seen Texas football win one, but like I'm taking that one 10 times out of 10.
It's funny. I think a lot of schools are like that, whether they admit it or not. And I don't know how much the dynamics have changed, but I remember when I was covering Baylor back in the day, in my newspaper days, we were at the Farrell Center for a press conference after the women won the national championship in 2005. And sitting around, a couple of the newspaper guys, TV guys were like, as big of a deal as this is, you guys realize, and keep in mind, Baylor was terrible at football at that point. Like, if the football team made a bowl game, it would be a bigger story than this. And we're like, yeah, it would. It would. No,
it's a bowl game.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. If they played in a bowl game, it would be a bigger story than this. Like, yeah, it would. Yeah. Because people want football success above all else. That's what it pays the bills. Football pays the freaking bills.
Pays the bills. Always has and always will. All right, Jeff. A little less than 10 minutes before Chip and Zay take over.
I'd say this too, because I know your work you've done with Texas Top 100. You've got a pretty good idea what the landscape is like in the state of Texas with recruiting. It almost makes you realize you don't need guys that you get from the portal are mercenaries, and I think now more than ever coaches are. Like you don't necessarily need a guy that's got great ties to a certain area. I mean, if you can get a guy like Danny Hurley at UConn, where dude ties to the Northeast, he's from the Northeast and he's the head coach at UConn, great. But man, I feel like guys like Eric Musselman that are going to job hop, I think that's almost the norm now. Like Chris Beard's a job hopper, right? Yeah. I think that's just the way it's going to be. These dudes are mercenaries and they're going to be loyal to whoever's going to pay them the most, give them the most power. And they'll be there for 3 or 4 years, and then they'll move on and go somewhere else and try to do it.
You know what would have happened if Chris Beard didn't get fired in the middle of last season at Texas, right?
He'd probably be Kentucky right now.
He'd be the head coach of Kentucky. They would have poached him from Texas. Mm-hmm. He almost got that job despite what happened at Texas, right? Like he was kind of in the mix. Yeah. And I don't know if they ever called. We know Arkansas called and he turned them down.
I was shocked that he turned down Arkansas. I'm not shocked by much in coaching moves. I was shocked that he turned down Arkansas.
I guess he viewed it as too lateral of a move to spurn the program that took a chance on him after all that stuff went down.
Man, but dude, that with the Tyson money and the Walton money, you talk about the NIL coffers being open, man. You he ain't hurting for much when it comes to Arkansas hoops.
Yeah, what an alternate universe. Like, I would have preferred, CDC and the Texas donors to do whatever they could to have kept Chris Beard here in Austin, but Kentucky's Kentucky. And you're right, it does. He is a job hopper. He had a job for like 3 days one time at UNLV before he went to Lubbock. So, yeah,
like you think TJ Otzelberger is going to be at Iowa State for the next 10 years?
Exactly. And look, you don't blame him. It's any other line of work. Like, everyone wants to get promoted. Everyone wants more money. Everyone wants better jobs. So, hey, you could sit here and soapbox about how there's no loyalty in sports, and you're not wrong if you do that. But these guys are humans. They make human decisions. Like, we would make these decisions ourselves too.
Are you surprised? Like, I figured if there was a job, the one guy that's always intrigued me, I know anytime there's a big time opening, people look at Brad Stevens. But I'm like, dude, if you're a front office guy in the NBA, like, you quit coaching the Boston Celtics to take a front office job. Like, I don't think he's getting back on the bench, maybe ever. There's no reason to. But Billy Donovan's the guy that I'm like, you know what? I've always wondered, like, what would be the big time job that would get him back to college? And I'm like, man, if he didn't take Kentucky, I think that the two opportunities he might have had when North Carolina came open, if they wouldn't have just had that line of succession to Hubert Davis and really opened that thing up, I think Billy Donovan would have come back for the North Carolina job. But if he didn't come back for Kentucky, I don't know at this point what's going to get Billy Donovan back to college. Maybe he's not coming back to college at this point.
Yeah, that's a great thought. I don't know what that job's going to be. And, I don't know. I got to do some more digging on Kentucky and whether or not they really wanted Billy Donovan. Like, there were reports that's just like they didn't want to wait to hear no, right? Because Billy Donovan wasn't going to give him an answer until the NBA season ended, and they didn't want like other candidates to turn them down.
Yeah,
and then end up getting told no by Billy Donovan because he decided to stay in the NBA. I feel like they could have gotten Mark Pope at any time. So to me, it's like, I just think their AD got tired of getting rejected, and that coaching search was turning into kind of a laughable one where people were just dunking on Kentucky for like swinging and missing at so many guys. I think he's just like, I just want to hear yes. So we'll take Mark Pope. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's the NIL stuff. Maybe it's the portal stuff. But the thing is, Billy Donovan had chances to come back before either of those things really took flight, and he decided to stay. So one of those dudes, I guess, who hopes he gets another NBA gig, assuming I don't know if he's getting fired or not by the Bulls. He might get fired by the Bulls, and then
it's not looking great.
No, it's not.
It's not looking great for his chances there. No, the Billy Donovan's an interesting one. I mentioned the job hopping thing. Like, I just feel like coach, it's one of two things. Either the pressure to win at some places is too great that once you reach a certain point, you realize, all right, it's peaked here. I've won a national championship or gotten to a Final Four. It's never going to get better than this. Go try to do it somewhere else. I think that's a big part of it. Or, guys are just looking for that next big opportunity. They're looking for that next big payday. With like a guy like Eric Musselman, what I was going to say, the second thing is, and I think Chris Beard fits this category too. Some guys that rely on the shtick, I think that, excuse my language, I try to pick my words carefully. I think that shit wears thin real quick. It's got a shelf life. And like, man, I've told this story before, but I love telling it because I'll never forget it as long as I live. Kansas and Arkansas played their second round tournament game in Des Moines before Texas played Penn State. And I'm down in the tunnel with the Texas players when Musselman rips his shirt off and is walking back up the tunnel. And the Arkansas fans are pumped. But I'm looking over and I look, it's like Christian Bishop, Timmy Allen, Tyrese Hunter, and I think Dylan Mitchell. Those guys didn't play from us. And they're looking at this dude like, what in the hell is the matter with this guy? What's with this dude? So it's like, that's going to work for a certain amount of time. And then at some point, the message is going to get stale. Or if you start losing, people are just going to think you're a freaking whack job. So I think you have to go place to place. So I don't know, man. The job hopping thing, BK, to me is interesting because I just don't think coaches I think the shelf life for college basketball coaches in particular, football, you can say the same thing. It's shorter than ever.
Yeah. That's a good example there. And I mean, Muss had Arkansas rolling for years and then just one bad year. And it's like, it almost felt like he checked out. Almost felt like he had made his decision midway through the season that he wasn't going to be there beyond the season.
Yeah.
And it was the least surprising story in sports when it dropped that he was going somewhere else.
You're not breaking up with me. I'm breaking up with you first.
Yeah, exactly. You can't fire me. I quit. That whole deal. And it's this all started. We got to give Chip Brown some love because his alma mater, SMU, started all this shit. Literally, because they fired a coach after 2 years. And then they went and poached Andy Enfield from USC. Then Muss went to USC. And then it's just like all of these dominoes that basically ended with Mark Pope at Kentucky all started because of little old SMU in Dallas.
Man, I was going to say, Rob Lanier won 20 games at SMU last year and got fired.
2 years. He got fired for 2 years.
That is insane, man.
Yeah. I guess, I
wonder why these dudes shouldn't be loyal to an athletic department. F that, man.
I say that all the time, man. Same with players. Like in holdout situations, it's like the GMs, the schools in college, they could fire you at any time. They could pull your scholarship at any time, whatever. You could be gone in the snap of a finger. So go get yours while you can, because they're trying to get rid of you as soon as they can.
I'll never understand why those of us in Gen Pop, the vast majority, always side with ownership, management over labor. Oh, these greedy millionaires. Yeah, so you're going to side with the greedy billionaires. Okay, that makes sense.
Right. Yeah, I don't understand it. Never have, never will. Jeff, 112 years ago today, the Titanic sank. Does that mean anything to you?
Oh, so Leonardo DiCaprio said goodbye to this mortal world 112 years ago?
112 years ago. Yeah.
You ever find that necklace?
I don't know. If that fat, broad Rose is still alive, then she needs to be offed because there was clearly enough space on that.
Well, you talk about movie characters that sucked, that didn't get their just due for being a heel back in the day. Yeah.
Yeah. That, I should ask Bucky where he was when the actual Titanic sank, but I really hate that incident happened. Not because 1,500 people died. I mean, that's not ideal, I guess. But it led to one of the worst movies of all time being created. That movie sucks, and it's way too long, and they could have trimmed out about half of it, and the point would have gotten across, and it would have been a lot better.
It was on 2 VHS tapes back in the day. That's already that was my clue as a kid. Dude, Gone with the Wind was 2 VHS tapes. If you're as long as Gone with the Wind, I'm checking out. I'm not doing it.
Now I'm trying to find the runtime real quick
It's got to be 3 hours plus, man.
Yep, 195 minutes, so 3 hours and 15 minutes.
God, man.
Of a ship sinking, dude. Give me a break. We know what's going to happen. Yeah, we already knew what was going to happen.
And back in the day, because I think that came out when I was in middle school. There was inevitably going to be somebody that's like, oh, well, don't tell us what happens. Crack your history book, dumbass. You know what happens.
Talk to anybody. You don't even have to read a damn book for that. Just have a conversation with anybody about anything, and you'll find out.
We didn't have the Wikipedias back then, BK. All we had the legit encyclopedias.
Yeah, I would have said go on the internet, but I realized that might not be as.
I think we had one computer in the school that might have gotten the internet. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. 77 years ago, Jackie Robinson broke the color barrier, Major League Baseball. And I didn't realize 159 years ago was Abe Lincoln getting off.
Yeah.
You think those everyone else at that play got a refund for that?
I would, if I was Mr. Ford running the theater, I'd have issued some refunds. Yeah. I didn't plan on the president getting shot while I was watching this production. I'm pretty traumatized.
Do you have to finish the play after that?
Mental health services 159 years ago, BK, were not quite what they are today for, dealing with somebody who witnessed a tragedy like that.
Yeah. There weren't a lot of emotional support pets in the crowd that night.
No, it made it, you might have had your emotional support raccoon or something like that. But yeah, it's a bad bit, man. I'm with, Shane Gillis did the bit about George Washington's house and the last thing you see, or I think it's George Washington's teeth or the slave quarters, whatever it is. I forget which one it is. You see it again. That's like touring. You do the Abe Lincoln tour in Washington, you do the Ford Theater tour, and all right, this is the bed where Lincoln died, and that's the last thing you see him like. Well, that's pretty morbid. Like,
Yeah, it is.
Goodness. But then again, like, I'm like, well, I am taking a tour of Ford's Theater. So again, that's kind of a me problem. I know what the gist of this deal is, right?
Yeah.
I know where the story's going to go. So it's not going to go anywhere pleasant.
Right. And then it's pretty cool though. The guy who killed him turned out to be a NFL head coach and a defensive coordinator, and Steve Wilkes Booth. That worked out well.
Apparently a much better assassin than he is defensive coordinator.
Yeah. Ask Kyle Shanahan about that. As we bring on the fellas, it's Chip and it's Zay. Gentlemen, how we doing?
What's going on?
Man, talking a lot of Texas basketball today. Zay, it's got to make you happy. We're talking Texas basketball in mid-April.
Yeah.
It was out in the second round.
Yeah. Good times, man. Good times.
Chip, were you hiding in the bushes trying to report on Abe Lincoln's death, his assassination?
Oh, man. Come on.
Years ago?
Come on.
Chip would have been all over that, man.
I mean, back in the day, I'd try to find some bushes. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
Yeah.
Chip was on that legislative beat, man. He knows the political waters.
Oh yeah.
Political reportings and whatnot.
Yeah. I can stumble around the Capitol. I know my way around.
I'm guessing, Chip, based on your reportings and some of this I've been privy to, having been your coworker. I'm guessing you and John Sharp probably don't exchange Christmas cards at this point.
Probably. I don't know. He lost my address, I guess. Because, I mean, I think privately he likes it when I talk about him.
Yeah.
He just likes
people talking about him, period.
Talking about him. Yeah.
One of those no bad publicity is good publicity kind of bits.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers like.
But I wish we could pour truth serum in all the coaches at A&M.
Oh.
I wish we could pour truth serum in Ross Bjork, who somehow went from bumbling to Mark Stoops, Mike Elko football hire to Ohio State athletic director.
Guys, Cliff Kingsbury of ADs.
Dude, for real, like that may be the most impressive failing up I've seen since Lane Kiffin got the Raiders job.
That too.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious. All right, Jeff, thanks for sticking around for an extra hour.
Yeah.
Today.
It's man, there was something else. I know you guys are going to talk about it, but Chip, Peyton Kirkland going into the portal. I don't know if that's where you guys were starting today, but that's not a surprise. You got to lose 3 just to get to 85, and then whoever you add, you got to lose 1 more after that. So people got to go, and they guys look at that depth chart and they know where they stand. They don't need
fresh starts. Fresh starts.
No. Yo, I forgot Peyton Kirkland was on the squad. To be honest with you, haven't heard much about homie. Low key, I look down this roster and he's there in real small letters. So
small letters, but
big guy,
big fella,
stature.
big dude. Wish him the best.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
it's for the best. All right,
best.
See you guys. Have a good show.
Have a good show, guys.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Good show. Appreciate you. Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. And today, you really got to choose to be happy because it's tax day. Hopefully, everyone's on target with the taxes. I walked out to my driveway today, had a flat tire. So I am trying to choose to be happy despite certain circumstances. But yes, it is an overreaction Monday. As we like to say, if you're watching us on the YouTube channel, you see all these sponsors around our heads, please take note and give them your business because they make it possible for us to be on the air. We love them all. We have personal relationships with all of these fine folks, and we appreciate them so much. Zay, we got a lot to talk about. We've got the second spring scrimmage and a possible breakthrough performance from Jere Bledsoe.
That's what I like to hear.
Let's go.
Let's go.
That was kind of a welcomed surprise. And
yeah.
Rodney Terry.
So you're telling me Jere Bledsoe sent my man Peyton Kirkland to the portal after Saturday? Peyton Kirkland, or you're telling me that might have been a bad matchup for him.
To be totally full disclosure, I'd heard that Peyton Kirkland had been thinking about this for a while, but
because ain't nothing like getting embarrassed in practice.
No, and I think Peyton Kirkland, he can play. I mean, he's just behind. He's behind Kelvin Banks and
Kelvin Banks gone. I ain't trying to hear that shit. What do you mean behind Kelvin Banks? Kelvin Banks has one more year here. That's it.
I know. Well, the NIL money is good. NIL money is good.
Right.
Hey, the NIL money is good for Julian Larry and Jason Kent and my man
Tremont
Mark. Okay, all these dudes they're all grad transfers. They're all using their COVID redshirt for one more year of basketball. So this is 3 guys coming in who have 1 year of eligibility remaining, but you got to like the size of Jason Kent, 6'7" wing. Tremont Mark, 6'6". These guys can, help you offensively and defensively. Certainly give you Tremont Mark spent his first 3 years at Houston under Kelvin Sampson.
Yeah.
So he knows how to play some D.
And was a double-digit score for him, too. Yeah, before he ended up at Arkansas playing for Eric Musselman. And, yeah, we're going to be all over the place today. But good job for Coach Terry. These are solid gets. I told you when the season ended, they got to get bigger in the backcourt, and they got to get more athletic on the wings and a bit bigger too. And Jason Kent, as a wing defender and a wing player, he's a tweener at that forward spot. He could play your 3, he could play your 4. It all depends on the matchup. But, yeah, that dude shot 36% from 3 at 6'8". He kind of reminds me of a very low-calorie version of Mikal Bridges that plays for the Brooklyn Nets. Now, Mikal Bridges is a really good role player in the NBA. If he has to be the best player on your NBA team, you're going to be like the Nets were this season, not making the playoffs. So look at Mikal Bridges like when he was with the Suns during that run they had, when they were going to the finals and stuff. Jason Kent has that type of game, cuts off the ball really well, played under a really good system in Indiana State, who got runner-up in the NIT tournament. And, yeah, Julian Larry, who also played on that Indiana State team. I like him a lot. He has really good pace to his game. I think he could average more than 11 points that he did in Indiana State. They just have so many guys there. I mean, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and Robbie Avila, who Rodney Terry and his crew are still looking at, but that dude's the cream of the crop when it comes to, being in the transfer portal. He's being wined and dined, and he's letting everything come his way. So it wouldn't make sense for a player like Robbie Avila to go out and make that decision early. But Coach Terry, they're on him too. But yeah, Chip, Julian Larry, that guy, really good pace to his game, solid finisher, 46% from 3. That's big. Like, that dude, he could stretch it out. He just, again, didn't get that many opportunities to score on that Sycamore squad. So really good gets. And Tremont Mark, that guy, lefty, southpaw, he's a weird type of player, man. He's lanky, slithery. He gets to his spots. He likes the mid-range. He's really athletic. Took a lot of bad shots for Eric Musselman this year, but he had to. I mean, they really didn't have much like they have in the past years. So, yeah, these are 3 really good gets in the transfer portal. I know Longhorn fans are a little discouraged with Cam Scott going, decommitting from Texas, South Carolina, Mr. Basketball. But when you got guards coming in like Julian Larry and Tremont Mark, that's not that bad of a loss. Like, I want guys that are more experienced than guys that are going to be a process. Like, Rodney Terry ain't got time to wait. He ain't got time to develop Cam Scott. If he has a shitty year and develops Cam Scott in the process, he might not be here in 2026. So if I'm RT, I'm getting guys that are proven, experienced, older, 23, 24 years old, taking advantage of that grad year, taking advantage of that COVID year, like Kent, Mark, and Larry are. And yeah, you just got to see what else could happen with the guys that you're waiting on in Dylan Mitchell and Tyrese Hunter. But you got Trey Johnson coming in, McDonald's All-American, top 5 player in the nation. You got Kendall Weaver coming back. That's big time. Hope you're in the lab, Kendall Weaver, working on that shot. Caden Cedric's coming back. Like right now, you got some really good pieces. You definitely need to add some more. You need another big man. You need another wing that can go out there and defend and shoot the three a little bit. But yeah, you got some good point guards and guys that can handle the ball, and especially with the guys you got coming in on the high school ranks. Let's just see what the rest of this, transfer portal looks like for Rodney Terry and the staff.
Yeah, they're not done. And I was told that they encouraged Cam Scott to look elsewhere because of what you just said. I mean, they were going after experience.
Yeah.
And it's that balance, and ideally with these guys being one and done, these grad transfers, you would use the year to develop Cam Scott and then, kind of what UConn has been doing. UConn.
Yeah, that's the standard.
Has been able to develop young players while the veterans are finishing, and then the young players take over and they're in the culture. They know what's expected. They've been, steel sharpen or iron sharpening iron and all that in practice. And RT's got to get there because we thought maybe Chris Johnson, would be a guy who could be developed. No.
Ain't got time to wait for that. I didn't know that. Like, that's why one of the best chip. Like, I didn't know that they were just kind of like, yo, Cam, sorry, bruh, but with where I'm at, talking about Rodney Terry, I don't have time to develop you. I will be gone before you even touch campus in a way. Like, I'll be gone.
Well, I'm sure he didn't say it like that.
Shit. I would. Like, we have a good year. You're developing and stuff. Like the San Antonio Spurs had a great year this year. They were the worst team in the league. The Spurs love, every Spurs fan thinks that this was one of the greatest years that they've had since 2014 when they won it all, just because Victor Wembanyama, you see the trajectory, you see the hope, the promise of what life will be like in the foreseeable future. Rodney Terry does not have what Greg Popovich has. He doesn't have that at all. People can't wait for him to get out of the ATX. So you better keep winning and get better and keep bringing in big dogs. And Kent, Mark, and Larry, that's a great start. That's a great start. And what's really important, I'm talking about Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Robbie Avila, big man from Indiana State. His 2 homeboys are already at Texas. The dude went to high school with Jason Kent. They were winning state championships in the Illinois area during their high school days. So that means something. But Robbie Avila, again, like I just said, that dude getting wine and dime. He's going to all the big places, and he's saying, yo, what's that NIL money looking like? Because you can see with what college basketball was this year, if Indiana State would have made the tournament, Robbie Avila would have been right there with DJ Burns. I don't know how far they would have went. They should have made the tournament because Virginia was trash. That was an absolute joke what we saw in Dayton in the first 4 games. But if they would have made the tournament, Robbie Avila has that type of marketing ability to where everybody in the nation would absolutely love him. So he's seeing what that's like right now with NIL and all going to these different campuses and see what he could get out of the deal. So hopefully Rodney Terry and this staff, they definitely know that and are, throwing all their eggs in that basket. But when you see his teammates like Kent and Larry sign, I think that's very promising to get somebody like Robbie Avila, which is a really good center. And that's exactly what the Horns need right now.
Can you imagine 3 players from one team transferring to play together somewhere else.
That's smart, man. They were good this year.
Yeah.
They were good. Like, they were right there in the NIT championship, which I'm not watching the NIT just because I'm watching meaningful basketball, but you still get some good games in there. You still get some solid teams playing. It's just they might have gotten hot at the wrong time. They might be playing in such a bad conference like the Missouri Valley, which no one respects. So they're not going to get that love like a Tony Bennett ACC Virginia team did. And yeah, I think all those guys have something to prove going from mid-major to Power 6 or Power 5 since the Pac-12 is gone.
Yeah. Yeah. These guys can all score the basketball. I mean, you're basically looking at your top 3 scorers for next season at Texas.
Yeah. Yeah. I'd throw Trey Johnson there a little bit.
Yeah.
And now you kind of wonder, where does this leave Tyrese Hunter? Because ideally you want 5 guards to rotate, but you're good with 4. Like you saw with UConn. UConn was just rotating 4 guards. They were rotating Daria off the bench. They had Castle, the freshman. They had Cam Spencer, and then they had Tristan Newton. They were just rotating those 4 guys. So you really just need 4. And right now you have Julian Larry, Indiana State, Tremont Mark, Trey Johnson coming in, and Kendall Weaver. So after that, where does that leave Tyrese Hunter? You know, is he being wined and dined right now? You haven't really heard much of him. Like him and his camp, they've been really quiet during this process. You know, because the NBA, that's not even close to being a thought. Sorry. Love you, Tyrese. You mean well. You play hard. You don't have any NBA hopes right now going into this year, even with a weak draft. He just has way too many holes in his game for these scouts to take him seriously. So is Rodney Terry, are they moving on from it? Are they realizing with Frank Haif and all those guys, maybe Tyrese just doesn't fit where we're trying to go? Maybe he just needs a new atmosphere to be great, because he got kind of like what you saw with Xavier Worthy in football. He got a lot of toxic energy from the Texas fans. A lot of toxic energy via Twitter, social media, whatever. And a lot of it's valid. Like, we know what Tyrese Hunter should be and what he could be at his peak, but there was just too much inconsistency this season. And that was a big part of why Texas struggled. But still, he's a solid player. Like, I would have him back, because that just makes you that much deeper. And hopefully him going into his 4th year of playing college basketball, maybe it will click. For some guys, it does click at that time. Maybe he'll feel comfortable in Rodney Terry's system, but I'm being very optimistic. I see you shaking your head. I'm being very optimistic. Well, but at the end of the day, I don't know where Tyrese Hunter stands.
Yeah. I mean, man, it was clicking his freshman year at Iowa State.
Yeah.
And then
that's the other thing. Like, who would you rather have, Otzelberger or Rodney Terry? Love you, RT, but Otzelberger, I will put him in a different category than Rodney T when it comes to development and coaching at this point. That's also a thing. Yeah, that was that was tough. That was tough. I remember that game against Tennessee. My man had like 3 turnovers taking the ball out.
Yeah, 6
just
turnovers.
trying to get the ball in the Max Abmas, which again goes back to my original point on bigger guards. If Max Abmas was big and just could hold off his man and get the ball, we wouldn't have those problems. But he's so small, he was getting ate up by Sakai Ziegler when you're trying to inbound it. So yeah, that's Tyrese Hunter's fault, and you got to know if they don't score, you can't run the baseline. But Tyrese Hunter, I feel like Texas, it made sense when he was coming in with Chris Beard, and it might have made sense if Chris Beard were to still be here, but now he's not. So now you have to play the way that Rodney Terry is asking you to play, and that might not fit what Tyrese Hunter wanted to do originally when he touched down to the 40 acres. So that's going to be something to look at for these next few weeks. Where's Tyrese Hunter stand? And You just told me with how Cam Scott went, Rodney Terry and this staff, they aren't afraid to let you know, hey, we'll help you out on trying to find you a next spot. And, I'll be a good reference for you when these coaches call and ask about you, but maybe this ain't it. Maybe we just want to go a different way and it'll be best for both groups.
We're also waiting on Dylan Mitchell.
I would love to have him back. I want Tyrese Hunter back, but I want Dylan Mitchell back a little bit more. I do.
I mean, he averaged 7.5 boards.
Mm-hmm.
And he could average a lot more if he really, really put his mind to it. So that you got to continue to see the upside and develop the upside.
Yeah.
Of Dylan Mitchell.
Yeah. I mean, Terrence Shannon Jr. has shown you that you could be a fifth-year player and still be a lottery pick. Like, you could keep getting better. Like, that's Terrence Shannon. When he came to Lubbock for Chris Beard, he was all athleticism and a little bit of skill mixed in there. You could tell the upside, but he just kept working and working. He transfers to Illinois for Brad Underwood. Brad Underwood realizes, okay, this guy could be something. Let's make him completely downhill. Like, he settled too much for the three when he was in Lubbock. He shot way too many threes. And he wasn't that good at threes to where he is now. Brad Underwood said, no, you're a driver first. And then if you work on that three enough to where I trust you taking them a lot more, then we'll get there. And then he earned that trust to where he could start shooting a lot more threes. And he had the ultimate green light. Fast forward, now he's a lottery pick. Fifth year, he's going to be 23 years old. The NBA hates that. But this draft is so weak that they're looking past that just to find quality players, and Terrence Shannon Jr. fits that mold. Dylan Mitchell, you could be that, bruh. You could be that, because I think after this year, it's all that potential stuff is over with. Once you hit around 21 and you're able to drink, they're done with that potential stuff. It's like, okay, what is he? Can he help a team that has playoff aspirations and he could fit and be a solid role player? You got to improve that jump shot. You got to have a go-to move in the post, and you got to be way better IQ-wise defensively. If he could hit all those things and just get a little bit better out of all those things, he's an NBA player. He might not be a lottery pick. He might not be a top 5 guy. That's fine, but he is an NBA player. Now he ain't. He's not. He's going to be one of those guys that's going to bounce around the G League a la Greg Brown. And even though I've watched Greg Brown recently, he's gotten better. Greg Brown is still Greg Brown. He's still fighting for an opportunity to be an actual guy that makes that roster in the association. So let Dylan Mitchell should come back. If I'm Rodney Terry, I'm welcoming him back with open arms, and he would make this team better, especially with the guys they just got in the portal.
Yeah, well, give us your thoughts on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. Do you like what Rodney Terry did over the weekend in getting commitments from Julian Larry? He's the point guard, 6'3". Jason Kent, 6'7" wing player, and 6'6" off the ball guard, Tremont Mark from Arkansas, who spent his first 3 years playing college basketball for Kelvin Sampson at Houston. All right, so if you're Rodney Terry, Zay, what is next on your priority list in the portal?
Center, my big 6'10" or up. Umar Ballo, he's still out there. Seems like he's probably going to go to Indiana, the former Arizona Wildcat. I just mentioned Robbie Avila, Utah State, Greg Osbar. He's around 7 foot. That dude, he's solid. That'd be a good pickup. They were looking at my man from Oklahoma State. I forget his name, but lanky, tall.
Brendan Garrison?
Yeah, it might be him. That's a solid pick. Jonas Adu's still out there. Tennessee's big. That'd be excellent. If you could snag Jonas Adu, that'd be huge. He was so good for Rick Barnes this year, which is really strange why that's not working out. Like, I would Maybe just because he knows they aren't going to have Dalton Connect next year. Who knows? A lot of stuff goes into why these kids transfer. But, this A dude, I would definitely check him out. Somebody in the Dakota text line, good point. Kentucky's big-time 5-star center. He's entering the portal that they had last year. So, all the Calipari's guys gone that were at Kentucky. They're not even sticking around to see what Mark Pope has going on, which Mark Pope, he's smart. He brought back for his little press conference at Rupp Arena, which was packed. It was like a sold out.
Yeah, to turn people away.
Yeah, but he brought back his teammates from that 96 Kentucky team that all Kentucky fans love because they were
coached by Rick Pitino.
Yeah, coached by Rick Pitino with his slimy self.
Who says he's going to give NIL money to the Kentucky program.
Okay,
he's so
Rick.
excited.
Yeah, if I'm St. John's, I'm looking around like, hey, can you worry about us, bro? Like, let's relax. We didn't make the tournament this year, dude. Can you worry about, what you got in front of you? Yeah, I know you love Mark Pope and all, but, geez, good grief. Relax here. But, yeah, Mark, he's doing things the right way. Bring back all the alums from the early days. You might not be able to get all the Calipari's guys, but those tubby teams, Derek Andersons, Tony Dell, guys like that, bring them back and keep them around. And he'll get players. It just might not be those NBA players that we've seen the last decade plus. But
okay, so Jordan Pope, point guard at Oregon State, is apparently starting an official visit to Texas on Tuesday. Jordan Pope has he's got more than 1 year left. He's a rising junior. So, okay. Depth at that position. This is a guy who averaged 17.6 points, 3.4 assists, 2.6 rebounds. 17.6 points.
Yeah, bring him in. Bring him in. If he comes in, that's see you later, Tyrese Hunter. Which, obviously, them bringing him in after you get Julian Larry says something. That's kind of see the writing on the wall before you even get out the pen. You know what I'm saying? It's just, that might be it for Tyrese Hunter here. He might just have to go find him another spot because if you're bringing in Jordan Pope, who could fill it up, freshman year, averaged 13 a game, sophomore year, 18 a game, and a very underrated Pac-12 this past year, that's getting greedy. But again, Rodney Terry don't got time to mess around. He's on the hot seat without even really deserving it, to be honest. Second year, really? Second overall year? Yeah, we count 2023, but we kind of put an asterisk on that.
Well, he's already done more than Shaka in the NCAA tournament at Texas.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, he went to the Elite Eight last year and had a 13-point lead with 12 minutes left to go to the Final Four the year before. But he's having to do it with his culture now, his players. And, he bought himself a little goodwill with a NCAA tournament win. But no, I hear you. All right. So good weekend for Rodney Terry. Before Lewis sent in this on the comments line of the YouTube channel. Guys with Colt and Jamal Charles going into the Texas Hall of Fame. Can y'all talk about the history of these guys? Who found Colt McCoy? He was a small town quarterback. Did Mac find him? Yes. So
thanks, Louise.
Greg Davis. Colt McCoy was at Tuscola Gym Ned. His dad Brad McCoy was the football coach, and Colt would go to the Texas camps. They knew about him. They knew how committed he was. They knew what a football junkie he was, even though he was only 168 pounds coming out of Tuscola Gym Ned. And so Mac Brown offered Ryan Perilou, Mark Sanchez, and Colt McCoy all on the same day and said the first two to accept the scholarship are in. Of course, Colt said yes immediately. And Ryan Perilou ultimately said yes and then decommitted at the 11th hour. And Colt was never supposed to play. It was supposed to be the Ryan Perilou show. And Colt McCoy said, "Excuse me while I whip this out," and went full Tuscola Gym Ned on everybody and should have played for national championship in 2008 and ended up playing for a national championship in 2009, although he got knocked out of that game in the first quarter by Marcel Darius. But his name's up in the stadium because he won the National Player of the Year award. And should have won the Heisman in 2008, honestly, over Sam Bradford. So that was one of those years that just didn't add up. But yeah, great find by Greg Davis and Mac Brown on Colt McCoy and Jamal Charles. There was a guy named Jerry Scarborough who did a newsletter, and back when Jamal Charles was at coming out of Port Arthur, and he swears Texas they didn't have Jamal Charles on their radar until Jerry Scarborough told them about him. If that's true, then good for Mac and company to listen to Jerry Scarborough, because Jamal Charles, I know Mac had some reservations at first because he was so skinny coming out of high school, but you couldn't hit him.
Yeah.
Couldn't hit him. He just made himself skinny. He was hard to hit. So love Jamal Charles, one of the great dudes to come through the program, and humble, and is the NFL's all-time leader in yards per carry, breaking Jim Brown's record, which is phenomenal.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I think Jamal Charles is a NFL Hall of Famer those years that he had with the Chiefs, and congrats to him and Colt for making the Hall of Fame. Both of those guys, legendary Longhorns. And yeah, Colt McCoy, just talk about a winner. Talk about a guy who was so much more athletic than people give him credit for. He doesn't look like it, and he came into, University of Texas looking like a baby, but he won the whole locker room and coaching staff over with his work ethic and his leadership. And that comes from being a coach's son. You know what I'm saying? Like, that goes a long way. And to think just coming from that small of a town to be that personable and just get it, like come into just a big environment that the University of Texas presents, being in, the ATX and whatnot, like nothing really fazed Colt at all. And that's why he's had over a decade plus in the National Football League as a backup. Like, coaches and front offices, they rely on him because of those things I just said. Him as a character, his leadership. He's always watching film. Like you said, he's an absolute football junkie. So those guys, they mean a lot in this day and era of the game. And yeah, Colt McCoy, he represents that burnt orange well. And Jamal Charles is one of the fastest players I've ever seen in my life. Like, I remember officiating him in flag football over at Craig Field. For some reason, all of the former alums were playing in a random game. It was Ricky, Mike Griff, Lima Swede, Jamal Charles, I feel like a couple others. And those dudes were just beating the crap out of some rinky-dink sales tech dudes on the other side. And Jamal Charles had like a 40-yard run, and he did his celebration dance where he wipes off his shoes like they're on fire because he's so damn fast. And yeah, it was cool. It was a moment that I'll never forget when I was making a measly $15 an hour. But yeah, those moments I'll cherish. And yeah, both of those guys, they deserve the accolades and credentials that they're receiving, which Colt's not out the league. Colt's retired? What? He didn't play this last year, did he?
He was under contract with the Cardinals. Let's see here.
Colt's not retired, is he?
I mean, so he's still waiting.
Okay. But he didn't throw a pass in 2023.
He did not.
Okay. Yeah. Might be it for our dog. It might be it, which I know that probably hurts. This is all he's known his whole life. And that's, a thing that people don't talk about enough, what athletes do after the game is over, because, again, that's all they know. That's why some go completely downhill and just don't know what to do with themselves when it's over with. But Colt will be fine. He's not going to be one of those guys. But still, I bet he's still itching and thinks he could be on the roster and provide some wisdom from the backup role.
12 years in the NFL. He's made over $40 million. Got that NFL pension. So, yeah, Colt McCoy. And he was always ready when he got his opportunities. And that's why he kept getting backup quarterback jobs, because he would come in, he'd win games for his team. And that is, I always joked, Jason Garrett came in to replace Troy Aikman in 94 in the Thanksgiving game against the Packers. Jason Garrett won the game and was in the league as a backup for 13 years, like of that one game.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Gardner Minshew set for life.
Yeah.
Gardner Minshew is always going to be on the roster. Always.
Yeah.
Just for what he did filling in for Nick Foles his rookie year. He'll always be on the roster. And he keeps doing it. He keeps almost taking teams to the playoffs and stuff, but they don't quite get in. But he's won enough games for you to keep him around. And he's a complete dipstick. Complete dipstick.
Whoa.
Like, Gardner Minshew? Are you serious? This dude, like, R.I.P. Mike Leach, but he's a Mike Leach guy for real, for real. Like sometimes that doesn't really mesh as quarterback, but he's got moxie. I'll give him that. Homeboy's got moxie. And, hey, all that moxie, a little bit of talent, a little bit of leadership, NFL roster. Just like that.
He's got a chance to be the Las Vegas Raiders starting quarterback.
He keeps finessing himself into these roles. He keeps doing it. Genius. I can't knock him.
Max Crosby. He said we start OTAs Monday, so we'll have everybody there. Minshew's been in there the last couple weeks. Effing legend. Love that guy. Max Crosby called him effing legend. Love that guy.
You know what I'm saying, man?
He said Minshew, the guys, D-line, everybody's been getting after it.
Yeah. Yeah, because he acts like a defensive lineman. He doesn't act like a quarterback at all. You know? Which, it's funny because those guys, they were mic'd up when the Colts played the Raiders this year. And they have Crosby calling Minshew a little ass boy like the whole game. And then Gardner Minshew comments on it on the sideline. He goes, man, that Max Crosby guy, he is not the nicest guy. He keeps calling me little ass boy. And then Minshew, being the Minshew guy that he freaking is, he goes, yeah, you know, I'm not little everywhere. You know what I'm saying? It's like, bro, can we focus on the playbook? Can you get locked in? We got a game to win. You're out here making jokes, trying to be a comedian and shit. But that's Minshew. That's Gardner Minshew, man. What you need guys like that too. You need guys to keep things light, and you know that's how he's winning everybody over, because he's joking around, but you can see he's busting his ass, not like a quarterback would. He doesn't think he's above anyone. Like, he fits in. He's not afraid to get his hands dirty. He's been known to drive that bootleg ass Winnebago around America and just train and do stuff. So he's a lot more blue collar than what you would think a quarterback would, you know, represent. And his teammates, they resonate with that. So I feel him. He's a genius, and he's good for the rest of his career. He is good for having a spot. Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah. Watch him light it up for the Raiders this year. God. And they're spending a little bit of money. I mean, they brought in Christian Wilkins. They're trying to build around Max Crosby on that defensive side. Antonio Pierce is the coach now. He's a defensive-minded guy. And let's see.
I mean, hey, with the quarterbacks in that division, you better invest in a really good pass rush. You got to try to get Justin Herbert and Patrick Mahomes down 4 times a year. So, yeah, I get why they're doing the moves that they're doing on the defensive side. It makes sense.
Yeah. All right. Let's work our way into some Texas spring football. As I mentioned at the top of the show, according to the sources I spoke with, the scrimmage on Saturday, the defense controlled things during the 11-on-11 portion of the scrimmage. And then once again, the offense won the red zone portion of the scrimmage at the end. Jaden Blue with some more impressive running in the red zone. And from what I'm told, walk-on Colin Page had the play of the game. So he is doing some work in the red zone. He bounces off a tackler, spins out of another tackle, and gets into the end zone. And the whole team was like, woo, look at Colin Page. So got to give the walk-ons their love, man. When they make a play that gets the whole team going, come on, Colin Page. Let's go.
Colin Page, Anderson High School.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, man. I mean, he's a decent player. I mean, he was a productive back at Anderson. I know people are like, oh, come on. But listen, Colin Page loves football. He loves Texas. He's out there. He's giving them good looks on the scout team, all that. Got to have those dudes. Got to have those dudes who are going to give it all they've got out there at practice. But the Malik Muhammad, I heard, had an interception of Arch Manning. And it was another good day for Jaden Blue, for Trey Wisner, and not a lot of big plays made. So it was the number 1 defense against the number 2 offense during the scrimmage portion. And then, you had the number 1 offense against the number 2 defense. And I heard the number 2 defense was giving it, they're the defensive backs. Listen to this. Your second team defensive backs were Terrence Brooks and Warren Roberson. Andrew Makuba was running second team behind Derek Williams and Michael Taff. And Jelani McDonald also at safety. And I heard they weren't giving up nothing. So A lot of a couple drop passes I heard by Isaiah Bond, a couple drop passes by Jonte Cook, some PBUs, couple PBUs by Kobe Black against the number one offense, which is promising because I've heard, some good stuff, flashes from Kobe Black and Wardell Mack and Xavier Filsamy. And they made it hard on the first team offense. And from what I've heard, Jere Bledsoe with the second team defense was the one who was really making life miserable for the running game. He was getting in gaps. He was being disruptive, making plays. And so watch out. Now if that can continue, that would be a huge development. If Jere Bledsoe can keep that kind of intensity and keep pushing and get that level of consistency, because we know he's an amazing athlete. He's got bend, he's got flexibility. Everybody talks about it. And now it's a matter of kind of like Alfred Collins, the way we used to talk about Alfred Collins. Oh, specimen. Gosh, when it clicks for him, if it ever clicks for him, well, it clicked for him last year. It's still clicking for him. Now you need Jere Bledsoe to follow in those footsteps, because just too much athletic talent. You just want that to click. So I thought that was by far the biggest headline for me coming out of this, this scrimmage is, okay, now we'll talk to Steve Sarkisian tomorrow. If he doesn't, if he rolls his eyes, but if he gives some love to Jere Bledsoe, then I'm going to be like, okay. Then the coaches thought it was a marked improvement, maybe a turning point, maybe a light going on. I mean, it just takes a day like that. It's like a shooter shooting it, seeing the ball go through the hoop, gaining confidence. A baseball player seeing the ball and it looks like a grapefruit. Sometimes it just clicks and then it lets you know it can happen. So, because I would still say, and I wrote this morning, that the interior defensive line is still the place I'd go to the portal for. I mean, just like Rodney Terry, there's no price for experience. I mean, they already brought in Trey Moore, Tia Savea, and they know they've got to make sure that interior defensive line is as fortified as possible. No stone unturned. And the portal window opens tomorrow, April 16th through the 30th. I think last week I had said May 1st through the 15th. It's April 16th through the 30th. So the football portal window about to open up here, and we'll see if there's any gold to be mined in the portal.
Yeah, and that's big. I mean, the interior line, that's the biggest question mark. We'll continue to talk about it until that first game of the year. But when you hear Aaron Bryant has been doing really well, backing up guys like Burton Broughton and Alfred Collins, and now you're hearing things from Jere Bledsoe like, hey, that means you might have a good rotation if you're Kenny Baker and you're Pete Kwiatkowski for this interior line. I mean, Tia Savea, I'm sure he's still coming along. You still got Sadir Mitchell, and yeah, they should be looking for somebody else in the transfer portal if that person were to become available. But at the end of the day, what we're hearing from the secondary is exactly what I thought I was going to be hearing, around this time and moving forward. I mean, that secondary should be the highlight for this Texas football team. Like, I'm not just talking about defense. I'm talking about the whole roster. That secondary is thick. And when you're hearing guys on the second team, when you're hearing Andrew Makuba's on the second team right now, which I don't know how long that will last, but Michael Taft, he knows exactly where he should be. So Michael Taft, as far as being in the right spot, he ain't going to give up many reps that way. It's just a matter of, will the game become too fast for somebody like Michael Taft, where you would have to put Andrew Makuba in for more reps? We'll see, down the line how that's going to look. But yeah, if he's on your team with guys like Warren Robertson and McDonald and Kobe Black, who has tremendous upside coming out of Waco Conley and Wardell Mack, Xavier Philsamy. They're just so deep in the secondary, man. And if you're Terry Joseph and Blake Gideon, you got to be chomping at the bits to see what this looks like at the end, your end results or the rotation that you're going to be comfortable throwing in Saturday in, Saturday out, excuse me. But the first team on offense struggling, and it's just going to take some time. That's just a brand new wide receiver core with everybody out there. I mean, Isaiah Bond, he's coming into a new environment. He has to adjust. Now, Jonte Cook, he's going to have to adjust due to, having more reps and having more responsibility put on them. But that's why that group's deep. Heard DeAndre Moore look really good.
Yeah.
Ryan
DeAndre Moore. He's gonna be the sneaky, he's gonna be the steady, sneaky, you can set your watch by him guy. I have a feeling like everybody's Isaiah Bond, because they saw the 4th and goal 31-yard touchdown pass against Auburn, and Matt Golden, Texas fans saw him light up Texas for 2 touchdowns last season. And if they haven't watched film of Silas Bolden, go to YouTube and just call up some Silas Bolden highlights. You're going to love that dude, because he looks small and he hits. I mean, he's physical and he's tough and he runs good routes and he catches everything, contested catches. And he, to me, is DeAndre Moore's biggest competition in the slot. And right now, DeAndre Moore is making his case, and he's doing it. Like, he's making plays, and he's where he's supposed to be. And Quinn Ewers trusts him, and that's big, because Quinn Ewers needs some security blankets in this offense. It was always kind of Xavier Worthy, like, when in doubt, I'm going to look for X, even when
yeah.
I know. It drove me crazy, because there were times where Jordan Whittington was like, and I get it. You want to get it to a guy running 4-2 because it could go all the way, but it got him in trouble. Got him in trouble in the Big 12 title game. And Worthy's gone. Now, who are the guys Quinn Ewers feels most comfortable with? Who does he trust the most? Who's going to be the guy on 3rd and 12? And you have to have the first down that you're throwing it to. That's all being developed right now. It's all under construction. So, we'll get a glimpse. We'll get a little glimpse. I mean, look, last year's orange-white game, you remember that one-handed catch that Adonai Mitchell made?
I do.
And everyone was like, whoa. And turns out he was telling you something. He was showing you a little something. That was, okay, AD Mitchell, come on down. Let's see who else can, make the most of this opportunity coming up this week. We'll be previewing the spring game all week. But yeah, DeAndre Moore had a good game. And Juan Davis is blocking, catching, doing everything he can to make that positive impression. So it wasn't Amari Niblack had a nice touchdown catch in the first scrimmage of spring, but kind of quiet from the tight ends in this. And then there were guys who were held out. Like, the coaches know what they're going to get from Jahdae Barron. So, like, he didn't even really take part. Trey Moore, a couple reps, and then he was out. They're trying to look at who's coming up and feed those fires, get those young guys going, especially at a place like Edge where you've got 10 guys. You know, we haven't been talking about Jamon Tapp and Justice Finkley and Colton Vasek. I mean, on top of Colin Simmons and Trey Moore and Ethan Burke and Baron Sorrell. So they're trying to get that all figured out, because who's going to be in the 2 deep and who's going to be on scout team. I mean, it's a big difference.
Huge
Big difference.
Yeah.
So we'll hear from Steve Sarkisian tomorrow, but
and you know what? Like, DeAndre Moore knows Silas Bolden's coming in from Oregon State this summer. He understands that. So, hey, take advantage of you being here way before him. It's not your fault that he's got to wait to enroll. You know, all you could do is go out and prove to why it's going to be difficult for those guys to take you off the field. I mean, I love what I'm hearing from DeAndre Moore and what he said on, you know, that podcast with all of those former Longhorns and stuff about waiting his turn and understanding, man, when I came into Texas and you see guys like Adonai Mitchell and Jordan Whittington and Xavier Worthy, you're okay waiting. You get that you have to pay your dues, because those dudes are some top dogs that all have big-time chances to play in the NFL. So, hey, can you be a part of that, be a part of this culture, and understand that when your turn comes, then, hey, you're going to make the most of it. And I think he's figuring that out in this spring. All the things you're hearing from him, how he's carrying himself coming into this upcoming 2024 season, those are the things that you want to hear from somebody with the upside of a DeAndre Moore. So, yeah, I'm really excited about him. And, hey, man, Jalen Gilbo, I'm telling y'all, I've been telling y'all once the season ended, I was like, yo, Jalen Gilbo, please don't transfer, bro. Please don't transfer, because you got it, dog. You got it. What they all say it is, certain guys have it and certain guys don't. Jalen Gilbo has it.
Did you show the bootleg picture?
No, what bootleg picture?
I think Texas football had a picture of him breaking up a pass to Bond. Jalen Gilbo is balling. He's balling. So I'm fascinated to see what they're going to do with him and Jade, because I think Gilbo's had one of the best camps of anyone. And, you know, Jade, they're looking at corner, they're looking at safety.
Hey, if I'm Jade, I'm like, yo, y'all had me playing a ridiculous amount of reps last year. Let's shrink that. Not saying that he doesn't deserve the reps, but if somebody else deserves them, to preserve that energy and durability for some of these guys, because you're going to need them down the line, especially if you want to get to where you want to get to, and that's a college football playoff and hopefully playing for a national championship. What is that, 15 games? Possibly, maybe 16, depending on where you end up seeding-wise. So, yeah, all hands on deck. And if that means rotating guys as much as possible and then figuring out in the fourth quarter who's rolling and who has the upper hand and sticking with that guy, so be it. I think Jade Barron is mature enough to realize that, hey, if it's not his day and Jalen Gilbo's going out there and balling, then we going to keep him rolling, you know, and we'll throw you in there when he gets tired and vice versa, whatever. Like I said, Terry Joseph and Blake Gideon, they should have a lot of fun this year. A lot of fun with all that talent for guys that I wouldn't say is on the hot seat, but they're CDC and a lot of people got an eye on those two. Steve Sarkisian has an eye on those two. Like, all right, guys, y'all got everything y'all want now. Pete Kwiatkowski, we got everything we want now. Let's not muck this up. We shouldn't muck this up. Too much talent, you know? And it wasn't like the secondary was bad last year. They just weren't great. There's just too many holes and too many big plays on first and second down that put the Horns in trouble. And then when they got in the red zone, they would do well there. But yeah, all those big plays that you saw last year, I don't think you'll see them as much this year. Like, again, Terrence Brooks rolling with the second team. That dude basically started every game last year. Like, that says something. And I know you kind of got to take what, first team, second team with a grain of salt. It's only the spring, but still, Gavin Holmes, I like where he's at. Malik Muhammad, you hear that this is the breakout year for him. I saw y'all at 24/7 Sports. Somebody said it might be the breakout season for him, and Chip showing us on his phone for our app listeners. Jalen Gilbo going up there, breaking up a pass. Looks like it was to number 7, who is now Isaiah Bond. So, yeah, that's what I like to see. That's what I like to see, man. Yeah.
Having a camp. He's having a spring. He's having a spring.
It's tough,
Jalen Gilbo, baby.
Just have you ever known a Port Arthur kid not to be tough as shit? Like, let's be honest. We know where that orange area is. Like, you come out of that area from the Casey Hamptons, just guys like that, guys like Mike Evans, just different toughness coming out of the Port Arthur area. I don't know what it is. Maybe you're right by the water, so it's something in that water. But yeah, man, Jalen Gilbo, I'm really excited about the year he could have. And again, that's what you want as a coach. You want to be able to kind of get overwhelmed due to the talent you have on the field, because you can't play everybody, so you want those problems to where you're like, man, do we need somebody else? There's zero questions of if you need somebody else on that secondary. You don't. You got what you want in that room. It's just time to mix and match to where it fits and you're ready to go every Saturday.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's not bad to rotate. Remember last year they were rotating 5 at safety, but you couldn't quite figure out why. Because
nothing stuck, though. That's the thing. Like,
right.
Nothing
changed.
Stuck.
And some guys did better things than others. Like Jaron Thompson was good in coverage. He was not good at tackling. He was not great against the run. Terrence Brooks, really good against the run. Really good tackler. Developing as a coverage guy. Michael Taft, right place, right time. Not the biggest guy, not the most physical guy. Going to kind of calf rope you down, for the tackle. And then Derek Williams, he is a complete player.
Yeah.
And Makuba is a really good coverage safety who can also tackle. So it sounds to me like people who are wondering, well, wait, why is Taft ahead of Makuba? Because he knows the defense better than Makuba right now. Like Makuba's 11 practices in to knowing the defense and being in the right place at the right time and all that. So I'm not worried about that whatsoever. I want to hear how Jelani McDonald's doing. I've seen Andrew Makuba make plays on the field at Clemson. Jelani McDonald is an athletic specimen whose dad was a big time linebacker for Gary Patterson at TCU. He's got the right bloodlines. He's got the NFL body. That's the guy I want to see come on. And he's on my list of guys to watch on Saturday, number 25, because if you're going to the game, get down close to the field and look at how big Jelani McDonald is, how long he is. And that, like I've said, he looks a lot like Ryan Watts. Ryan Watts would walk into the media availabilities and you'd be like, who's the defensive end over there? And then you're like, oh man, that's Ryan Watts.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying. I'm also very interested to watch the middle linebacker rotations. We know Anthony Hill is the guy that they want to win the job. Okay. Where's Leonga Lafau? How's he doing? Because Jeff Choate told us at Sugar Bowl Media Day, that guy's an elite pass dropper. And ideally, like Jalen Ford, you got a guy who come up and hit you and a guy who knows what depth to get in your zone coverage, because the linebacker depth in the zone coverage is the most important. Because if the linebacker doesn't get the right depth, then those crossing routes are bread and butter for the quarterback and the receiver. The linebacker gets deep enough, those routes are taken away or intercepted, like our man Jalen Ford. And that's a knack. You know, Jeb Bush never, as good as he was rushing the passer, he never could get the right depth on his drops. And so teams would throw the ball on him and go right after him. It was obvious. So, you know, this is what makes or breaks guys. Like everyone's like, oh man, that running back, he's amazing. Well, does he know who to pick up on the blitz? Does he know, are his eyes in the right place when he's in pass protection? Because you get Quinn Ewers, you know, hammered in the pocket, you're not going to be playing very much. So there's a lot of layers to these, you know, to being a receiver in this offense. Are you blocking? Are you running your routes at the right depth? Are you creating space and drawing attention? Are you putting a defender in conflict the way you're supposed to? Because if you're not selling it and that defender who's supposed to be in conflict is able to read off you, he knows exactly where the ball's going. So that's what Sarkisian's talking about when he says you have to know why you're running your route the way you're running it. Sometimes you're purely there to put a defender in conflict to make a play for the outside receiver or the inside receiver. You have to know that that's exactly why you're running the route at the depth that you're running it. So all that stuff that comes with reps and reps and reps. But yeah, I mean,
yeah, that's what makes Sark so good as a play caller and a play designer, because you could put those formations out that you might see time and time again on film, but once that play is snapped, guys might be going to that same spot that you saw in maybe the first half, and now it's the fourth quarter, and then they do something a little bit different, and it completely throws the defender out of whack that was anticipating something else. Like, that's where Sark makes his bread and butter. So, like you said, Chip, knowing exactly what to do, and it's very complicated. Like, that's not an easy thing to learn. It might sound easy, but when there's thousands and thousands of plays, like, it can be difficult for an 18, 19-year-old. You think about a player like Leona LaFau, like, how fast is this coming to him? You know? Because for Ant Hill, coming from Denton Ryan, playing with one of the best coaches in the nation, see, you could tell that it might come faster for Ant Hill, to where you could put him on the field in games and atmospheres like a Bryant-Denny Stadium in Alabama, and he thrive as a freshman. For other guys, that might not be the case. I'm not saying Leona LaFau's coach was trash, but those are little differences to why guys might excel faster than others when they get to this level. So, yeah, I'll be watching Leona LaFau this Saturday. I want to see where he's at, because that linebacker room, they're good, and I have a lot of confidence in them. But after the defensive line, or the interior defensive line, when it comes to question marks, they're the next question mark. And a lot of that has to do with Jalen Ford leaving and just the youth of that room, especially with Ant Hill, and where you're going to put David Benda and Mo Blackwell, etc., and Kendrick Blackshire. Where does that mean? Which I haven't heard much from him. We haven't heard him mentioned these last 2 weeks, which is very interesting, from any of the media outlets that represent Texas. So we know he came in a little husky. I don't know if that has anything to do with it, or he's just trying to get acclimated to what Pete Kwiatkowski and Johnny Nansen are asking
I did
for.
hear that he was playing a role in that stuffing of the run in the scrimmage on the second team defense against the number one offense. So I I think he's going to be a situational guy. Like you play Michigan, a power run team, you probably will see Kendrick Blackshire. If, you're playing against Alabama. Now, we don't know what Alabama's going to do because Kalen DeBoer was throwing it all over the place last year. But Kentucky's a power running team. The power running teams in the SEC, you might see Kendrick Blackshire a little bit more as opposed to what you were seeing in the Big 12 with teams that like to spread it and throw it. Now, more and more we're running it. So how much situational time Kendrick Blackshire gets remains to be seen. And remember, he's also working himself back into shape because he got away from Nick Saban, and I think he hit the Mickey D's a little
oh, come on, man.
A little harder than need. I mean, but if you've seen, oh God, we've pulled up that picture of Kendrick Blackshire.
Yeah,
right?
It doesn't look like he's been like eating like crazy. It's like he's a big dude.
No, it looks like his ass is growing, right? Like he's growing into maybe a defensive tackle.
Okay, man. At least say edge rusher, defensive tackle.
Edge.
You're pushing it. Yeah. Like he looks the same size as an Ethan Burke. Him and Ethan Burke don't look too far off.
Ethan Burke is 254 and Kendrick Blackshire came in at 261.
Woo! Yeah.
And Ethan Burke is 6'6". And Kendrick Blackshire is listed at 6'4". But that is an SEC linebacker body, man. Yeah. There is no two ways about. Well, 6'2". Sorry, he's listed 6'2".
Damn.
Kendrick Blackshire, 6'2".
6'2", 260.
See what I mean?
Damn, that's big body. That's big body.
Okay, Aaron Bryant is 6'2", 307. So he's got him by 40 pounds. But yeah. But Kendrick Blackshire is like he's got calves, hams, and ass. Like when he walks away from you, you're like, that dude's put together. I mean, he looks like he should be on the cover of Muscle and Fitness. He looks like Takeo Spikes. Got that neck. You like the dudes with the neck.
Like no neck. It's just all
well, the
like
neck
lines with the head.
It looks like a pyramid. Like Zach Thomas
Zach Thomas had that.
Takeo Spikes, where it gets bigger as it goes down.
Jesus.
Yeah. So.
Okay.
Saturday, 1:00, Zay.
Yeah, man.
You ready?
Yeah, hell yeah, I'm ready. Arch Manning needs to be humble. Heard he threw a pick and stuff. Yeah. Getting after Arch.
Malik Muhammad.
Yeah. Getting after Arch.
No surprise there.
Arch Manning, he ain't scared to let it rip. He gonna try to throw it in them tight windows. He gonna try to make plays. He's not a conservative quarterback. That dude, very liberal with the way he throws the ball. He gonna let it rip. He gonna try to make the big play. I'm sure Sark has to tell Arch, like, hey, dog, that ain't even close to open.
You calling him a gunslinger?
Oh, shit. Yes. Do you remember that Texas Tech game? You watched those 5 throws, right? You watched him getting out of that pocket, right? That dude, there's no fear on Arch Manning. That's one thing I can tell. There's no fear on him. Sometimes that's a gift and a curse. But yes, you said gunslinger. Brett Favre had a Hall of Fame career of not giving a flying F. If Brett Favre cared, he'd be one of the worst quarterbacks of all time. But him not caring, throwing it in whatever windows possible, just giving his guys a chance, made him who he was. Not everybody could play that way. Not everybody has that kind of moxie, but certain guys with the talent, they could be incredible. Patrick Mahomes, you know what I'm saying? So hearing Arch Manning throw interceptions, it doesn't really give me these trash vibes. Like I'm a young quarterback trying to figure it out. I'm going to try to make some plays to see what I could do. Like, why not? This is what the play was called. If it's open, okay. If it's not, we'll try to make it open. I'm young. This is practice. This is when I can make the mistakes. You know what I'm saying? Like, try stuff.
Malik Muhammad, I think, is going to be a breakout star this year.
Yeah.
Like, his confidence is only going to grow. And this was the highest. Well, he and Gavin Holmes were the highest rated corners on the team last year. It's only going to go like this for Malik Muhammad because of the way that guy is wired, and he's blessed with an NFL body. I mean, he's got great size, great length, great speed, great football IQ. He gets it. It would not shock me if he goes off as like 4+ picks and is the guy that no one wants to mess with on the boundary side of the field, kind of like Ryan Watts. So I'm excited to watch that dude this year because he does not lack for confidence. And he's not, I mean, it's good confidence.
Yeah.
Like, you got to have that at that position, because if you get beat, that's got to piss you off and make you more hungry. It can't make you question yourself. You got to just get more determined in that, you're either winning or learning. Right, Zay?
That's right. And I told you when we first started our show, we were 1 week in, the end of August, right before the season started up in 2023. And I told you Malik Muhammad is going to be an absolute fearless player due to his background. South Oak Cliff High School, dude's probably seen some shit. That's one of them schools that you probably got to go through the metal detectors and all types of shit. You know what I'm saying? So football, that's the easiest thing that you got on the plate in your everyday life. And that's a place where you could tell he's very comfortable, and he's comfortable in his own skin. And Pete Kwiatkowski and Sark, they let him as a freshman have a ton of responsibility last year. And the room that was pretty thick with Ryan Watts and Gavin Holmes and Terrence Brooks, Malik Muhammad as a freshman made a name for himself.
Well, and I'll never forgive PK for playing off coverage against OU on that last drive, because that's not how Malik Muhammad rolls. And because he was playing off coverage against a guy like Jalil Farouk, who's got speed, man, you got to stick to that guy. And Farouk was able to kind of shake him and get out of bounds. I mean, Malik Muhammad, he wants to be up on you. He wants to be pressing you. So don't, like Sergio Kindle's high school coach said, thoroughbreds don't go backward. Like, I get it. He's got a backpedal and all that, but let him play up on a guy like Jalil Farouk. Don't be worried Farouk's going to get by him and beat him deep for a touchdown.
Didn't have any confidence because he was a freshman. You're still kind of like, okay, freshman, you got to prove to me that, you're ready for this. And you're right. That's Pete Kwiatkowski should have put his freshman in that situation where you could trust him by playing tighter, and he didn't, and it cost him. Now you shouldn't have those problems ever again, because Malik Muhammad is up for that challenge. And yeah, that's what you want. Again, Pete Kwiatkowski, he's going to have, a different outlook on what his secondary is capable of game in and game out this season. Those problems that you had last year where you just couldn't find that right group of guys to fit. So you kept just trying to rotate guys until you found something positive. And sometimes it went well and sometimes it went south. Overall, you lose 2 games, pretty solid. But at the end of the day, you should not have those problems this year at all. At all. Like, there's at least 10 guys that could go out there every Saturday, corners and safeties, and give you a legitimate shot of winning against high-quality teams like you're going to play in the SEC conference.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm real interested to see what Warren Roberson brings, because that dude's got speed and he will hit you. And do they have him as Malik Muhammad's backup at boundary in mind, or could they possibly move Terrence Brooks over to the boundary side with his size and his strength? In which case he would be backing up Malik Muhammad, or do they rotate Gavin and T Brooks at the field corner and see if Warren Roberson, can rotate with Malik Muhammad at the boundary?
Yeah, I mean, that might be it. We still don't know what they're exactly going to do with Jahdae Barron, especially with how well Jalen Gilbo has played and how we expect him to play. Obviously they all have to be healthy, but yeah, you're going to be able to make some really fun decisions and mix and match, especially this first game, because week 2, you're in Ann Arbor. You better have a good idea of what you want to do because you're playing the defending national champs. I don't care if their head coach is now in the National Football League in Los Angeles. This team is still going to be a team to be reckoned with. So,
that Michigan defense is legit. Like, that is going to be such a good marquee matchup. The Texas offense against the Michigan defense, which there's still a lot of talent. I think they have 8 starters back on defense, Michigan. So that's going to test you. That's going to let you know how that chemistry is going with Quinn and Isaiah Bond and Matthew Gold, all those guys. Jonte Cook, I mean, he only had 8 receptions last year. All these guys are developing. DeAndre Moore, So
did Jonte Cook have a touchdown? I saw in the video. It looked like he had a touchdown in the little highlight video.
Yeah. He had an up and down day. He had the touchdown, and then he also had a couple drops that were like, ooh. So kind of a mixed bag. But people are like, oh, Jonte, I think he's doing fine. I mean, I think he's grinding. He's not going to be Xavier Worthy. I mean, Xavier Worthy is a special dude. Got rolled up as a freshman, got here in June, learned everything, worked his ass off, always first to practice. A little bit of a businessman when he needed to be. Didn't track the ball quite as well as maybe most would like, but when he got that ball in his hands, watch out, baby.
Yeah. And that's always tough because that's what everybody's been saying about Jonte Cook. They've been calling him a miniature Xavier Worthy. And is that fair? No, but you're always going to have, people trying to compare you to others, especially if you have talent like a Jonte Cook does. So,
and he moved right into his number.
Yeah, that's also not, not ideal.
X was so funny. I was like, man, he's already know. He's like, oh, I knew he was doing that.
Yeah.
The minute I left, I knew he was going for number 1.
Yeah. I
but
get it.
Jonte's big. I mean, Jonte's put on good. Man, he looks good. He's 194 and looks ripped at 194. Worthy, it was
$160.
Right.
So
he was listed at 168, and you were like, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Oh, man.
I'll give it to X. He was physical.
Oh, yeah.
He would challenge for that extra yard.
This year, he showed me a lot. This year, I earned so much respect for him. God, so he was so tough with the ball in his hands. He was not going out of bounds. He was delivering the contact. He was fearless. Yeah, he didn't play like he was a $168. Not one.
And I thought he was one of the better players in the OU game. He was fighting for every yard. Let's get a mention or two in here. How about Apple Leasing getting you into the car you really want to be driving? I mean, it is amazing when people are like, I don't understand leasing. Well, let me break it down. First of all, Apple Leasing leases every make and model of car, so they don't care what car you pick. They just want you to be happy. That's the first part of the new car experience you've never had before. And then secondly, you're only paying for the car while you're driving it. So you're not paying for the future trade-in value of that car, which is the single biggest markup in a new or used car. You're getting into a better car than you thought you could afford, and it's brand new, under warranty, new car smell. Some people, me included, used to buy only used cars because I didn't want to pay for that future trade-in value. Well, now you can avoid paying that and get into a new car. Apple Leasing. It's so simple. And you want to change make and model a car 2-3 years into the lease? No problem. The easy lease. Everything about Apple Leasing is easy. Give them a call, 346-9977, or visit appleleasing.com. Tell them Chip Brown sent you. And Brain Vault, the mouthguard that is changing the game. Developed right here in Austin by Austin's dentist, Dr. Greg Eckert. Dr. Ueckert. And this is, we are so far beyond a piece of rubber you buy at a sporting goods store, throw in a pot of boiling water. You're being fitted by dental practitioners for the Brain Vault mouthguard because it is patented, proven to reduce the effects of concussion. So if you've got a competitor in your household, cheerleader, flag football, lacrosse, soccer, basketball and football, of course, get them into a Brain Vault mouthguard. You want your competitor to play hard, but you want them to play safe. And of course, when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, audio-visual consultations, get you that media room, surround sound, surveillance, electronic shades, new lighting. They do all of it. And that's what it's all about. Tom McKay and his crew, they bring everything to you. All you got to do is make one phone call, 255-8678. Tom and his crew will bring everything to you. You don't need to go shopping or borrowing a truck to lug some 85-inch television screen around or punch holes in your drywall. Let Tom and his crew handle it. They've been doing it done it in 3 different houses for me, some of your favorite restaurants. Audio visual consultations, 255-8678. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. And of course, hopefully some of you made it to Cover 3 for the brunch over the weekend, the Masters, where we're going to go next with Scottie Scheffler. Cover 3's got you. I mean, it is the ultimate place to hang out and eat high-end food and watch your favorite teams. It's the go-to. And Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, baby. Getting you the best raw oysters, the best selection of raw oysters. Happy hour, 3:30 to 6:30 every day. 3:30 to close tonight, kids. So perfect night to go to Salt Traders Coastal Cooking and just get down with those raw oysters. $1 raw oysters during happy hour. All night happy hour tonight. Go eat them out of their oysters. Salt Traders, the seafood restaurant from Jack Gilmore, who also gives you Jack Allen's Kitchen. All right, Zay. Were you and Cece watching the Masters?
I was. I don't know if he was.
Okay. Scottie Scheffler. I mean, talk about another gear. And in golf, at the Masters, to do what he did on 8, 9, and 10 yesterday. The pin placement on 9.
That second shot on 9, on that par 4, that birdie was so effortless, man. And just, that's like make or break situations for so many guys. And yeah, you said the ball placement.
Yeah, his distance control. Like, this is a guy, even with all the wind and everything that was going on, this is a guy who knew to the number what he was hitting. And his caddy told him, use the backboard on 9. There's 3 layers to that green, and it was on the middle layer. If you're too low, you're rolling off the green. He hit it right in the perfect spot. to use the backboard, have it roll back down right next to the cup. It was 2 tap in birdie. And then he goes to 10 and he hits it pin high 9 feet. It's a bender because that green slopes from, kind of like the number 9 green. It slopes from, top to bottom. And he rolled that one in. And at that point, I was like, because all the other guys were starting to mess up. Like the guys on the hole right in front of him were in the drink. Ludwig Oberg.
They heard the roar on the shot on 9 because that was so incredible. It got just a different roar in the crowd. And I think the rest of the
and they heard the roar of his birdie right before they hit their shots into the water.
Yeah.
No, it's true. It's true, Zay. That's the coolest thing about the Masters. The course is laid out where the holes are stacked right next to each other. It's an amazing layout. It doesn't like go all the way out, to the county and back. It's all pretty contained because the holes are right on top of each other. So you can hear these roars and you can tell from the length of the roar if it's an eagle, if it's a birdie, or if it's just a close shot. And when he rolled in that 9-footer for birdie on 10, after the massive roar on 9, these dudes were shaking in their boots. And he just took it and
went 14 was nasty too.
14 distance control.
Yeah, he just kind of this is just everyday shit. Like, he's so composed and so calm, and you hear him talking afterwards, and he's talking about his faith with the Lord, and he's talking about having another baby with his wife and how golf is just the afterthought to his kids and his lady, but he's so competitive, and he's just so at ease. And you talked about it last week, all these guys that search for that one because they know how hard it is to do. They know how it will change the course of their career. Well, him winning it in 2022 paved the way for him winning it here in 2024 because he doesn't have that pressure on him. Even though he's number 1 in the world, he doesn't have that pressure on him to win the big one because he's already done that. So as competitive as he is, he's just going out there and playing just free-flowing golf. And it's pretty refreshing to see and pretty just magnificent. Like, he hit the show he put on 11 under par. Like, that dude, he's one of the best golfers ever, man. And to represent the University of Texas with that, like, yeah, proud of that guy. Scottie Scheffler, proud of that dude. He was on one yesterday.
Yeah, and I always go back to the NCAA championships when Texas played Oregon in 2016. Scheffler. So Bo Hostler was the number 1 golfer for Texas, and he suffered an injury. This is the dumbest rule ever, that you could not replace an injured player. So Texas had to forfeit his line against Oregon in the finals of match play for the NCAA championship. They're playing at Oregon's home course. And Scottie Scheffler said, I want Aaron Wise. Aaron Wise had just won the medalist honors at the NCAA championship. Like, he just won the NCAA championship for the, individual. And Scottie Scheffler said, I want Aaron Wise. And I'll never forget, I think it was hole 10. And Wise had like a 20-foot par putt, and he rolled it in, and the crowd went nuts. And Scheffler had a 15-foot birdie putt. So after all the crowd dies down, Scheffler stands over his putt and rolls it in and lets out the biggest yeah, because he didn't have anyone cheering for him.
Wow.
They're playing Oregon on Oregon's home course. So he's like, yeah, he said after he wanted to yell loud enough for Doug Gim and his teammates to hear him. Like, hear his little roar that, hey, I'm okay over here. And he went back-to-back birdies right there, and he won 4 and 3. Like, he was up, 4 holes with 3 to play, closed him out. Scheffler is a dog. I mean, he is an absolute dog, and he didn't get all the attention that Bo Hostler got and, some of the guys who'd come right before him. Jordan Spieth, Dylan Fratelli. But Scheffler was a dog, and he's got that in him. I don't see it going away anytime soon.
No. And he was back to kind of say what?
It was cool too that he talked about how he brought in a putting coach. Like, he's been taught by the same guy, Doug Smith in Dallas, since he was 7. But he was starting to have some questions standing over the ball. And there was this guy, Phil, I forget his last name, but he's worked with some guys on the tour that Scottie was really impressed with how their putting improved. So he goes to his guy and he's like, hey, I think we need to bring in, a putting coach. And to the team's credit, his primary coach was like, yeah, do it. Randy Smith. And Scheffler's putting has gotten back on track because everyone was like, oh, if he can putt, the dude can putt. He just needed something, a little reminder, a little something, because he was putting, he was dropping in bombs in the first 3 rounds. I mean, he's dropping in 20-footers, 30-foot on those greens.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
He gets in the rough either. Like, doesn't phase him. Like, nothing phases him. He could be in the sand. Nothing phases him. He just stays the course, stays composed. When he has bad shots, you don't see him facial expressions. They don't really, kind of just stays even kill. Like, he's so mentally tough. I don't know if he has a therapist or something, or if he does yoga or woosahs before, takes deep breaths. I don't know what he does, but just to get in that Zen-like mode that you could tell that he's in, because it's obviously, reps and having the same routine every single day. And, he talked about it just like, I'm in first going into Sunday, but I'm completely calm. I know that with my faith and love of God, I'm going to be fine whether I win or not. And just when you hear things like that, it's like, oh, this dude's completely comfortable with himself. Like, this dude's perfectly fine. Like, he is at ease. And all these other golfers who might be feeling the pressure, like, some of them don't have that. And you could tell. So for him to just be, it's just so easy for him, man. It's so easy for him. The ball placement, the distance control, and now his putting is back to being elite. That's what everybody says on the tour. If Scottie Scheffler's putting game's on point, you're not really touching them. Good luck. And hey, that says a lot for somebody to have, an old friend. I know, he might be your coach, but 7 years old, that's a friend. He's a part of the family. That's basically your uncle. If you've been having the same coach and, instruction since you were basically in pull-ups. So, to say, okay, something's not working, I might want to go this way. That's big of him. And now he has 2 green jackets to his name. So
Phil Kenyon is the putting coach.
Yeah,
that Scheffler brought in, and they're all working hand in hand. And listen, if you're lucky enough to be on the team with the number 1 player in the world, you make it work, baby.
Yeah.
You make it work. All right. That was kind of the chip shot right there. Scottie Scheffler. I mean, here's the thing. The guy is, you're right. I mean, first of all, he's got a great family. He's got, parents who are normal, not psychotic, like some tennis and golf parents, where it's all about the parent. Yeah. How'd you lose that match? We needed that money. Come on.
Damn, it's like that.
Oh. Yeah.
How did we lose that match? We needed that money.
Oh gosh, I'm trying to think of this Dokic, this tennis player that I covered. Jelena Dokic. Her dad was a complete psycho, and he like got into it with another like parent or patron at a tournament. He stuffed the guy in a garbage can.
Oh wow.
And like took the phone of a reporter and trashed it. I felt so sorry for her. She's this quiet, really talented player. She had no shot. Her dad was always screwing it up. So yeah, Scheffler's totally normal. His sisters are there. They're giggling. I mean, he's giggling at them. They can't believe it. This, that they're brothers, this golf juggernaut carrying the sport. And that's the other thing, Zay, is this is the worst time for golf because of the division between the LIV and the PGA. So you've got this weird acrimony going on right through the middle of the sport. I mean, some of the best players in the world are on opposite sides in this deal. And Scottie Scheffler is just this lovable killer. And everyone's rallying around him because he's so likable. I mean, he's sitting there. He's like, honestly, I'm in here answering your all's questions as fast as I can so I can get home to my wife. That's all I'm thinking about right now.
Yeah.
And it's true. I mean, he and Meredith, they still live in a condo, a townhouse. Like, he could buy an island at this point.
Smart.
But, yeah, they're trying to keep it. He doesn't spend his money. It's crazy. I mean, it's smart.
Yeah, it's smart. Yeah. You want your great grandkids being able to eat off what you've done throughout your career. Like, yeah, it's important. All right, Chip. Great Chip shot today. The right call time. Before that, though, shout out to Covert BK, Covert Automotive Dealership. If you were in that hoopty, that Pinto, or that bootleg gas station wagon from 1979, get rid of it. Please get rid of it and go down and visit Dan and the team at Covert BK. They provided the great Austin people for over 100 years with a high-quality selection of new and pre-owned vehicles. The customer satisfaction, grade A. The outstanding customer service, grade A. And you're going to find what you want. 7 terrific brands to choose from: GMC, Ram, Buick, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, and Cadillac. Go to covertbk.com for all your latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. Well, we are coming up on the NBA playoffs this week. Playing games start tomorrow. Start with the Western Conference first. 7-8 matchup. The New Orleans Pelicans versus the Los Angeles Lakers. And it's interesting because with how everything played out in this year's playoffs, the number 1 seed goes to the Oklahoma City Thunder. Hell of a job that Mark Daigneault has done, head coach of that squad. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, to me, should be the MVP if we're going off of what the rules have been for what that trophy entails. It is usually the best player on the team that's the best in the league. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is that. Now, on the East side, people would say maybe Jason Tatum, but Jason Tatum has a lot of help with Jaylen Brown, and Drew Holiday just got a huge contract for like 4 years, under $30 million, and Derek Wright. Like, yes, the Celtics have the best, record in the league, but SGA has done more in the way tougher West than what I think Jason Tatum has done for the Celtics in the East. So SGA, I think, should be MVP, which leaves the second-seeded Denver Nuggets. Now, if you're a Lakers fan, you might be thinking, we should probably lose tomorrow so we don't get that 7th spot and face the defending world champs Denver Nuggets. You're in a lose-lose, Lakers fans. I wouldn't recommend that because there's no guarantee you win that game if you were to lose. Like I've been seeing people on the Four Letter Network talking about they shouldn't play LeBron. They shouldn't play Anthony Davis. They should just get blown out by the Pelicans so the Pelicans can take that 7th spot. And if you still don't know the rules on how the play-in game works, the 9th and 10th seed play each other to see if they can win and make it into that 8th spot. So if you lose that 8-7 game, if the Lakers were to lose, and then they would have to play the winner of the Kings and Warriors, I wouldn't want that. That's a way worse situation because you got possibly Steph Curry coming in for a 1-game March Madness-like situation, and Steph Curry could easily beat the Lakers himself with like a 40-point game. So it's a lose-lose. You want to win this game. You want to play LeBron. You want to play Anthony Davis. You win the game, so maybe you could face a Nuggets team that's not the same Nuggets as they were last year. They still have what they need to win it again in Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr., but is Kentavious Caldwell-Pope going to get back to that 2023 playoff form? He's been kind of up and down this year. And at this point of his career, when you're around 33, 34 years old, you just want to make it to the end of the season so you're healthy enough to be in the playoffs. And I think that's what KCP has done. But now they don't have Bruce Brown. Are you relying on Christian Brown, the former Kansas Jayhawk? I like him. I like him a lot. But is he going to be able to bring what Bruce Brown brought last year? Is Reggie Jackson going to be able to bring what they were missing last year from the bench? Like, I don't know. Their core 5 is solid with Aaron Gordon, Michael Porter Jr., all those guys.
Who do you like? Who do you like most right now? Like, who would your finals be?
Nuggets Celtics. Yeah. Nuggets Celtics. I think in the East.
Do you think there should be more heat on the Miami Heat?
No, they've had too much, just too many injuries. Tyler Hero missed a lot of games, and I know Jimmy Butler, he could turn it on this time of the year, but the Boston Celtics, they're pissed off for losing that Game 7 in the Eastern Conference Finals last season. And Drew Holiday and Derek White, which you could say Drew Holiday's been coasting till this point, and he's been great for them. But now Drew Holiday's about to turn it up. And Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, and Kristaps Porzingis, all those guys, they're going to turn it up. They're going to beat the hell out of Miami. I know that aura that Miami has is there, but Miami, they better just worry about making it and not getting beaten the playing games. If I'm the Heat, I am taking this playing game very seriously so you could beat the 76ers and get the second seeded Milwaukee Bucks. They could beat the Bucks. I'll take the Heat over the Bucks just because Milwaukee has Giannis with that Achilles injury. He's been in and out the lineup. That's never good. You'll never want to deal with any type of Achilles with your best player. And the Dame Lillard thing, that's been up and down also. But yeah, the Heat, they want the Bucks. They don't want the Celtics. So if they get the Bucks, I could see them winning that series with Giannis possibly being out, but we'll see. But on that other side, the Lakers, it's a lose-lose for them. If they have to win, they should win. To get that 7th spot, they should play everybody. If you're Darvin Ham, play everybody. Don't be, we're trying to avoid the Nuggets and stuff and try to get the young buck Oklahoma City Thunder. That would be a better matchup, but it's not worth possibly not making the playoffs at all because the Kings or the Warriors are going to kill you for that 8th spot. You don't want those problems. And yeah, NBA playoffs is here. Should be fun.
Oh, yeah, baby. I'm looking at this.
Yo, my son, I like my son's matchup. Anthony Edwards, here we go. Karl Anthony Towns just got back from 18-game absence due to being hurt. He's going to be a little rusty. Now you're playing against Durant, Devin Booker, Bradley Beal. This is what they've been waiting for. They haven't been worried about the regular season. Let's just do enough to get there. Let's just do enough to get there. Now you're here. Now the real show starts. Now when it becomes a half-court game, all that Anthony Edwards dunking on people, running on fast breaks, alley-oop shit, nah, the game's going to shrink. The game's going to be straight about half-court hoops. And you know who thrives in half-court hoops during the playoff time? Elite mid-range jumpers. Who's the best elite mid-range shooter of all time, arguably? Kevin Durant. Who's one of the best that I've seen in the last decade or so? Devin Booker. I'll take that any day. I got Suns in 5. Suns in 5. Suns
over Minnesota
in 5. Yes. Hell
Minnesota,
yeah.
the best defensive team in the league right now.
That's fine. That's fine.
All right,
that's fine. Playoff.
Hey, they finally got Beal, Durant, and Booker all on the floor together.
It's time. It's time. Anthony Edwards going to be trying to do too much. Again, the Karl Anthony Towns. He's going to be the X factor. If he could come back and play well, because defensively, is he going to guard Durant? They're not going to put Rudy Gobert on Durant, or is he going to guard Durant? Or is he going to be worried about Grayson Allen on the perimeter? Because they're going to try to put McDaniels on Durant at times. Bradley Beal has to be huge. Bradley Beal and Anthony Edwards kind of got into it the other night. On the last game of the season, they kind of got into it, but then they were joking afterwards, which is so 2024. Guys almost fighting at one point of the game and then joking and high-fiving and basically swapping jerseys for pictures after the game. Like, come on, let's stay angry. But, yeah, man, I like that matchup for my Suns, who I picked to win it all. I like that matchup. That's the matchup they need. They need a team that doesn't have much experience in the playoffs, and the Minnesota Timberwolves, they ain't proven at all.
Would that put the Suns on the same half as the Nuggets?
Yes. It's okay. That's okay. That's not
you
the best
want them
matchup
playing.
either.
You don't want them playing anywhere before the Western Conference Finals.
That's okay, though. That's
Right.
okay. Slow down. The problem with the Nuggets is too many teams don't let Nikola Jokic just go for 50. Don't let him pass. Once he starts passing and Murray starts making shots and Porter Jr. starts making shots and they start playing that beautiful game with the just, extra pass game, that's when they get scary. But as far as playoff basketball goes, you want to just have Nikola Jokic go for 50. And that's okay. But 50 with Murray having 18 and Porter having 18 and Brown having 12 and all that shit, those things can't happen. That's how they went through the whole playoffs last year. Like Durant, Booker, Beal, all of those scores, they could score with Denver. It's just about getting those timely stops. You can't stop Joker. That's fine. You could slow down Murray. You could slow down Porter Jr., and you got to bank on that if anybody wants to take down the defending champs.
Okay. All right. You gonna watch the WNBA draft tonight?
No, I'm not gonna watch it. Not at all. I'll see it on my phone, but I'm not gonna watch it.
Did you watch UFC 300 over the weekend?
I didn't, but I saw old boy get knocked out. I saw that. Which they were talking about one of
Justin
the best knockouts.
Gaethje and Max Holloway. Holloway knocks Gaethje out with 1 second left in the fight. I mean, just turned his lights out, face plant in the canvas. I've never seen anyone do that to Justin Gaethje.
Yeah.
And Max Holloway, God, I mean, he's called his Blessed is his nickname. And he feels like he's been hanging on too long because he got beat by Poirier bad. And he took some, punishment. He was kind of trying to figure out what weight class he should fight in. And then he gets the BMF fight with Justin Gaethje, who beat Poirier. Poirier's my guy. And they're putting on this fight Saturday night. Gaethje's kicking Holloway's legs, which Gaethje does that. He just takes your legs out and then he pummels you. And for Holloway to beat Gaethje, I was like, wow. And then to just turn his lights off. It was an overhand right, and Gaethje was a puddle. He didn't know where he was done. He didn't move. It was like scary. So with 1 second left in the fight.
Yeah. Like a buzzer beater. Pretty badass. Yeah. Seeing the highlights. Pretty badass. Pretty impressive.
Watch out.
Yeah, that's my biggest fear. That somebody knocks my ass out like that. We were kind of talking about it last week. Just watch what you say when you're out and about, trying to have fun on these streets, thinking you're the big man, trying to be cool, and that one person shoulder bumps you, and that dude tries to get buck with you, be like, yo, watch out. Watch your bitch ass out. Something like that. Instead of trying to get into that, I sometimes say, oh, my bad, brother. Sorry. Didn't see you there. People might call me a punk, but I ain't getting knocked out for no reason. When I'm out here having a good night, got my best fit on, some nice clean shoes, getting knocked out, that's not a good look. Not a good look. Not a good look at all.
Let me see if I can find this. I'm not trying to.
Yeah, what are we looking for?
Let's see. Oh, I think this is it. When Rashad Bobineau got lit up by Roger Huerta.
Chip's trying to find this on.
Oh, okay. So that's Bobineau. That's Huerta.
Can we not put this on a bigger part of the screen? You got updates coming and stuff. Yeah, so he's outside. Where is this? It's Miami or something?
No, it's like downtown Austin.
Oh, this is downtown Austin?
And there they are.
It's kind of hard to see a lot going on here. This is as bootleg as it gets, man. We've done bootleg before. This is the most bootleg video we've shown, man. All right, man, let's get out of here. It's 3:00.
All right, well,
overtime.
Go. Okay, now that our show is over, you can go to just type in Rashad Bobineau and fight.
Yeah, there we go.
Hey, appreciate everybody tuning in to Chip and Zay today here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Like we said, all these great sponsors all around our heads here on the YouTube channel. Give them your love. Salt Traders tonight, all night happy hour. Dollar Raw oysters. Come on. All right, Zay. Texas Sports Unfiltered will be back tomorrow morning at 8 with Bucky and BK. You know where to set that alarm in your phone for 1 o'clock every weekday. All right, y'all.
Y'all be cool.
Cheers.